I have the honor to inform the House that the Clerk of the House has received from the Chief Electoral Officer a certificate of the election of the Honourable Pierre Poilievre, member for the electoral district of Battle River Crowfoot, who has taken the oath and signed the roll. Accordingly, the member may take his seat. Il est de mon devoir de déposer sur le bureau conformément à l'article.
Pursuant to Standing Order 536 of the Canada Elections Act, it is my duty to lay upon the table the report of the Chief Electoral Officer of Canada on the 45th General Election of April 28, 2025. Pursuant to Standing Order 1083A, this report is deemed permanently referred to the Standing Committee on Procedure and House Affairs.
Orders of the day.
Orders of the day, ordre du jour, ordre émanant du gouvernement.
Government orders, government bills, commons. Resuming debate at second reading of Bill C-3, an act to amend the Citizenship Act 2025. The Honourable Member for Abitibi-Témiscamingue. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I can't start off this new session without wishing everyone a great session. Welcome back to all. I had an especially beautiful summer in my riding of Abitibi-Témiscamingue. This year and this summer, I took care of myself, and I think we all really took care of ourselves this year and did good things. I was able to travel to the Côte-Nord and spend time with my family. Now, I'd also like to mention two incredible people in my riding who passed away this summer. Léon Bergeron, who we knew for his bread, but also for his wealth of knowledge. Also, Normer Lemire, a relative of mine who was a painter, an incredible painter. And if you ever see some of his work, you'll notice he had a very unique style. Mr. Speaker, I'm very happy to be back in the House. And I'm very happy to speak to Bill C-3, which would remedy an injustice to children of Canadians who were born abroad. This will help lost Canadians get back their citizenship. This bill follows a ruling by the Superior Court of Ontario, which ruled that some aspects of the Citizenship Act went against our rights. A couple of Canadians working for the Canadian government abroad who had a child in another country, let's call this child Caroline, and even if Caroline lived and worked in Canada, if she ended up living abroad and had a child abroad, then her child would not be a Canadian citizen. Now, of course, these situations are quite rare, but they can happen. This is an injustice, a mistake, and we must remedy it. This bill would remedy the mistake. It would allow parents to pass on their citizenship if they can demonstrate that they have a substantial connection to Canada. Having lived in Canada for 3 years, 1,095 days continuously or not continuously. This will be helpful to diplomats. Diplomats have to live abroad. Abroad, they represent Canadians and Quebecers. Now they will be protected from possibly experiencing this injustice. The bill would also help other types of lost Canadians, including Canadians born between the 70s and the 80s. The Citizenship Act was amended in 1967, and Canadians who wanted citizenship by descent had to apply for it before the age of 21. And if the person did not proactively apply before 21, they could lose their Canadian citizenship. But that rule of applying before age 21 was little known, which made it such that many people lost their citizenship. Imagine finding out all of a sudden that you're no longer a Canadian citizen, even though you've been living in Canada for generations. These individuals became stateless They had to go through a long, complicated process to demonstrate that they were indeed Canadian. This important bill would also allow Canadian women who married non-Canadians before 1947 to get back their Canadian citizenship. And in fact, Mr. Speaker, they lost their citizenship upon marrying non-Canadians. This resembles the situation many Indigenous women in Canada have experienced. The Canadian government has legislated on that in the past, so that Indigenous women who had married non-Indigenous Canadians could get back their Indigenous status that they had lost upon marriage. This bill remedies an injustice and is also a step in the direction of gender equality, which is important to the Bloc Québécois. This would also remedy the status of children who are adopted abroad, whose parent has passed away, and who were not granted citizenship. These changes will be positive. These changes will remedy absurd provisions and absurd rules which come from another time in Canadian history, which are now obsolete, outdated. In fact, it would be a good idea to fully examine this bill in the future, because there are still many puzzling and difficult situations which can arise from this bill. Now, in the past, we have remedied injustices where Canadians lost their citizenship due to outdated or discriminatory provisions. In the past, we fixed a provision that a Quebecer who was born abroad had to mandatorily spend their 24th year in Canada. So if that individual came to Canada at age 25 rather than age 24, they would lose their citizenship. We have also made it easier to access Canadian citizenship, but some provisions of our legislation have led to very unfortunate situations. As I mentioned earlier, Canadians who obtained citizenship by descent needed to ensure proactively that they would keep their citizenship by the age of 28. We fixed that. And we will fix something that we forgot to do last time we amended this. I would like to congratulate my former parliamentary colleague, Millie Faye. She and the Bloc Québécois undertook the major project of drawing up a list of all Quebecers affected by this in Quebec. They worked with a team of some of the best experts in Canada to study some of the cases and situations that members had raised here in the House. I'd also like to commend Brenda and Don Chapman. They worked very hard so that many Canadians and Quebecers could get back their citizenship. They demonstrated that General Romeo Dallaire, one of the greatest Canadians, greatest Quebecers, who we are very proud of, he was a Canadian senator, but he didn't even have Canadian citizenship at the time because of all these nebulous and complex rules. Many reforms were adopted to fix issues caused by the Citizenship Act. There were changes in 2005, 2009, and 2015. All of this means that the Citizenship Act, first drafted in 1947, had not been substantially overhauled since then. What is more important to a country than citizenship? The world has changed since 1947. Yes, amendments were made to the Citizenship Act in 1977, but we should sit down and thoroughly examine this bill to really ask ourselves what we want citizenship in Canada to mean. Citizenship is the very core of our nation. Canada has a responsibility to everyone here, be they Canadian or Quebecer, or whether they're living in foreign countries. Our office worked very hard to repatriate people from my riding who were stuck in other parts of the world, because our role as members of parliament is, first and foremost, to support and assist our constituents. I'll conclude by saying that this bill is very important to our parliament. This may not be the most glamorous, exciting topic, but it is a question of our rights, a matter of our rights, our identity, and who we are. The Bloc Québécois will be supporting this bill because this bill will give citizenship back to Canadians and Quebecers who have lost their citizenship. We hope that this debate will be a first step on the path to rehauling our Citizenship Act, and we should do so consensually and peacefully, as we've had enough squabbles recently.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and welcome back to all members. You know, during the summer, one of the experiences that I had was regarding legislation in general, whether it's Bill C-3 or other pieces of legislation. What I have found that whether it's members of the Conservative Party, other political entities, that there's a great sense that the government has to work with the opposition. Opposition needs to work with government in passing legislation in order to ensure that we're doing what's in the best interest of all Canadians. I'm wondering if he could provide his thoughts going into the fall session in terms of the expectation that his constituents have in regards to looking at legislation objectively and looking at ways in which we can deliver for Canadians by cooperating more this fall.
The Honourable Member for Abitibi-Témiscamingue. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm so happy to be able to engage with the member for Winnipeg North right off the bat. His question was rather off topic, but I'll accept the question, and I accept the hand extended to me by the colleague so that we can work effectively. An important announcement was made. The government promised that 1,000 prefab homes would be built. That's great. But it seems that once again, the Liberal Party will focus on urban areas. There's nothing in a riding like mine, Abitibi-Témiscamingue. Our housing needs are dire, are significant, so I encourage the government to think in a less political way and to consider places outside big cities.
Nice to see you again. To my colleague on the substance of Bill C-3, I know that language rights are very important to him. Does he believe that this bill should reflect the fact that anybody obtaining citizenship through this bill would have to reach the same level at a minimum of language proficiency than somebody obtaining citizenship through a different path, that those language requirements should be harmonized?
The Honourable Member for Abitibi-Témiscamingue. Thank you, Madam Speaker. How lucky am I to be debating again with the member for Calgary-Nose Hill. Now, of course, equity and fairness are very important in any society. Now, if we are asking ourselves the broader question of what citizenship should be, well, of course, all power over immigration should be held by Quebec, and Quebec should be able to legislate on language requirements. Now, in my riding, there were dozens and dozens of people who were stuck by the system, who were blocked. There were foreign students and foreign workers. There are really long wait times for immigration. There are many people who want to live in my riding, to live alongside us, but the backlogs are significant. And of course, language is very important. There should be a certain language level so that we can all work and live together. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. It's great to be back here after the summer. Today we're debating and discussing immigration. Of course, we have a significant problem with unemployment in Canada right now. Our party feels that the Liberal Party's policies on immigration are inefficient and ineffective. We feel that that contributed to rising unemployment. I would like to hear the Bloc Québécois' thoughts on problems with immigration created by the Liberal government and unemployment in Canada right now. Thank you, Madam Speaker. The Honourable Member for Abitibi-Témiscamingue. Madam Speaker, I thank the member for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan, for his question. My time is limited, but I'm happy to answer the question. Quebec has done more than its share when it comes to welcoming refugees and intake. We should ensure that all provinces receive an equal, similar number of newcomers. And I think the Conservatives should be careful in tying immigration issues to unemployment.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and it's great to be back after some time with family and in our own ridings, and it's wonderful to see everybody. So our Canadian identity is rooted in our shared values and our deep connection to this country. And with our Canadian citizenship, we are granted rights and responsibilities. Our Canadian citizenship guarantees fundamental freedoms like conscience and expression. It ensures democratic rights, mobility rights, and legal protections. But citizenship is not just about the rights that we inherit. It is also about the responsibilities we accept, respecting the laws of this land, contributing to our communities, and upholding the values that make Canada strong and free. As members of Parliament, it is our duty to strengthen and uphold the value of Canadian citizenship, to ensure it remains a privilege earned through a genuine connection to this country, which in turn fosters a lasting commitment to Canada. Unfortunately, Bill C-3 in its current form does not safeguard or strengthen the value of Canadian citizenship. In fact, by creating an endless chain of citizenship passed down without meaningful connection, it risks devaluing what it means to be Canadian. And to be clear, granting Canadian citizenship to adopted children of Canadian citizens born abroad is a positive step. It ensures that adopted children are treated equal to biological children, as they should be. That is a principle that I have been quite vocal on, and colleagues in this House who served in the previous Parliament will recall that I put forward a bill to ensure equal access to EI parental leave for adoptive and intended parents. It is an inequity that unfortunately remains unresolved as this government continues to drag its feet on the issue. Likewise, restoring citizenship to lost Canadians is a necessary correction. These are individuals with deep, undeniable connections to this country, many of whom were raised in Canada. They went to school here, worked here, paid taxes here, and built lives here. But because they have failed to apply to retain their citizenship before the age of 28, their citizenship was stripped away. In many cases, they did not even know it happened, as the requirement was never properly communicated. While the previous conservative government repealed that rule in 2009, a small group born between February 15, 1977 and April 16, 1981 were left behind. By any reasonable measure, these individuals are Canadians, and this should be corrected. A previous Conservative bill from the other place sought to do exactly that, a targeted, measured solution to restore citizenship to lost Canadians. But rather than pass that bill, the Liberal government delayed it. They then introduced a flawed and far broader bill, C-71, which now has been recycled and presented as Bill C-3 in this Parliament. Bill C-3 in its current form reopens the door to Canadians of convenience. It creates a pathway for unlimited, multi-generational citizenship to individuals with no meaningful connection to Canada. It does that by removing the first generation limit and replacing it with an incredibly weak, substantial connection test. The first generation limit was a safeguard that was introduced by the previous Conservative government. It ensured that citizenship could not be endlessly passed down to generations born and living outside of Canada with no real ties here to the country. This policy was not introduced without reason. It followed the 2006 Lebanon crisis when thousands of people with little or no connection to Canada suddenly claimed citizenship to be evacuated. That effort cost taxpayers $94 million, not including other benefits accessed after. Most of the evacuated returned to Lebanon shortly after. They had no lasting ties to Canada. That incident raised serious concerns and legitimate questions about the integrity of our citizenship and what responsibilities the Government of Canada should uphold. The first generation limit was a reasonable and necessary measure to address the issue of Canadians of convenience. It ensured that those inheriting Canadian citizenship have close ties to Canada that are not far removed. It helps prevent people from claiming the rights and the privileges of citizenship without accepting its responsibilities. Significant ties to Canada can show a strong connection to our country. But the bill's requirement of just 1,095 non-consecutive days in Canada before the child's birth weakens the guarantee of a strong connection. Under this change, families can live outside Canada for generations and still pass on citizenship as long as the parent has spent about 3 years in Canada at some point. This so-called substantial connection is not substantial at all. It also does not require a criminal background check for those claiming citizenship, opening the door for dangerous individuals to gain it automatically. This policy change devalues the significance of Canadian citizenship. And let's not ignore the fact that this bill creates a two-tier immigration system. On one side, there will be foreign-born individuals who have never lived in Canada, many of whom may have no intention on living in Canada or contributing to our country. Yet they could gain citizenship simply because a parent spent a few months here and there in Canada years ago. On the other side, hard-working newcomers who actually live and work in Canada face strict requirements. They must follow timelines, meet residency rules, pass language and knowledge tests. They certainly must pass the security assessment, which we all know can be quite a lengthy process, and they must prove their commitment to Canadian society before they can become citizens. This proposed policy change is unfair. This is chain migration without merit, and it is a two-tier immigration system. One, where those who have no attachment to Canada gain the same rights as those who worked hard to earn their citizenship. This undermines the value of citizenship and the efforts of genuine immigrants. Another major concern is that we have no clear idea how many people would become eligible under this policy change. A massive influx of new citizens would put significant strain on government resources and come at a cost to Canadian taxpayers. The government has not done a clear cost analysis on this policy. What impact will this have on our already strained social services? Canadians are rightly frustrated that public services like healthcare, pensions, and housing could be further stretched by a surge of new citizens living abroad who have never contributed to our country. Not to mention the extra workload that this will create for government departments processing citizenship applications. This will once again disadvantage those applying to Canada who have shown a genuine and legitimate connection to this country. Again, Madam Speaker, Canadian citizenship must be fair, secure, and meaningful. It should be earned through genuine connection, responsibility, and respect for our country. Becoming a Canadian citizen means more than just receiving rights and privileges. It requires a deep commitment to Canada's future and the responsibilities that come with citizenship. As parliamentarians, we must oppose policies that cheapen the value of our citizenship. We must stand firm for integrity, security, and a responsible immigration policies. While this bill includes some important elements like restoring citizenship to lost Canadians and ensuring equal treatment for adopted children, it is not a measured nor targeted policy. Instead, it opens the door wide open for our citizenship to be abused as a citizenship of convenience. It is reckless. The lack of a required security screening is deeply concerning. The potential cost to taxpayers is significant, and the added strain on an already overstretched government resources and public programs is alarming. This bill requires significant amendments. Yet it's hard to believe that that will happen, given this government has failed to make these necessary changes before reintroducing it to this Parliament. The integrity of our Canadian citizenship and our national identity cannot be taken lightly. As elected members of this House, it's our responsibility to uphold and strengthen what it means to be a Canadian citizen. Thank you.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Deputy Leader of the House. Yes.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. It's very nice to see you back in the House, and I welcome my colleagues as well. I also just want to take this opportunity to ask my colleague, based off of her comments, she did talk about the measures that were adopted in 2009. Many of these measures were deemed unconstitutional by the Ontario Court of Justice. So this is not the first time this bill has come to this House. It has come back for reasons that there had to be some changes made to the bill. We have made those changes. They supported those changes. Why are they misleading Canadians, once again, Madam Speaker, on what we're actually talking about? We told lost Canadians, they told lost Canadians in the last session that they will pass this bill. So why are they arguing this to be something that it's really not?
The Honourable Member for Battlefords Lloydminster.
Battlefords Lloydminster Meadow Lake, Madam Speaker. I have a name change. Thank you for that question. So what I did mention was that this bill had been reintroduced. Liberals had rejected the amendments that were proposed by Conservatives in the previous Parliament. This bill was reintroduced by the Liberals unchanged without taking any of those amendments into consideration. And I would say, just given the very first question that opened this Parliament by the member for Winnipeg North, who talked about working collaboratively, this would be a great example of, if this happens to go to committee, that amendments are taken seriously, that they are debated, and that they are voted on to strengthen this bill. Thank you.
Honourable Member for Caribou Prince George.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. It's great to see you in the chair. It's great to be back. Madam Speaker, it's always interesting. You know, the Liberals break something and they blame everyone else for the accident and breaking it. Madam Speaker, to our honourable colleague, I want to thank her for her thoughtful presentation and intervention today. A question for her, maybe two questions I have. Does the government have any idea how many people will be automatically granted citizenship if the legislation is passed? And do they have any, have they put forth any suggestions or details regarding the information that will, and the evidence that will be required to prove the 1,095 days cumulative physical presence in Canada? Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Battlefords Lloydminster Meadow Lake.
Yeah, it's a lot of syllables. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and thank you to my colleague for that question. So, as I mentioned in my remarks, there's been no cost analysis. They do not know the scope, so we don't know how much this is going to cost the government, aka the Canadian taxpayers. We also don't have the information on the 1095 non-consecutive, so 1,095 non-consecutive days is what is being proposed. This is the opportunity where we can provide amendments to make sure that we can strengthen the bill if we believe, which I argued, that we need to have a deep, meaningful connection to Canada.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for La Pointe-à-L'Île. I'd like to congratulate my colleague for her speech. Earlier, another one of her colleagues talked about language issues, and I'd like to know that given that Quebec is a nation, we've already brought forward a bill to obtain citizenship in Quebec so we can require knowledge of French. I'd like to know what my colleague thinks of that.
For Battlefords, Lloydminster, Meadow Lake.
Merci pour la...
I'd like to thank my colleague for his question.
Yes, thank you for that question. So as I spoke in my remarks, I believe that this is going to create a two-tier immigration system. I think that we should have an even playing field. If there are language requirements that are required during or through other streams of immigration, that should also be applied. So absolutely.
L'honorable député.
The honourable member for Trois-Rivières? Thérèse de Blainville, sorry. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Welcome, everyone, back. And I'm really happy to hear our Bloc colleagues to talk about identity, Canadian identity and citizenship, and to also hear my Conservative colleagues talk about the importance of our Canadian values. So with this in mind, I'd like to strengthen the fact that, yes, Canada has to work hard. We need a safe environment, and we also need equality, so that solidarity, both for our both official languages. Well, can we really count on the Conservatives to underscore this, and also solidarity here in this House?
Battlefords, Lloydminster, Meadow Lake, a very brief answer.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you for that question. On the spirit of collaboration, absolutely. I would expect that when amendments, if this passes to committee, be brought forward, they would be debated thoroughly and voted in a nonpartisan manner. Absolutely.
Prise du débat.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Madawaska-Restigouche. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I'm very pleased to be back here in Ottawa for the start of this fall parliamentary session, representing the beautiful riding of Madawaska-Restigouche. After spending the summer in the field with my constituents, I'm delighted to resume legislative work with a team that is determined to deliver concrete results for Canadians quickly and to build a strong Canada. Today, we are addressing an issue of great importance with the study of Bill C-3. Canadian citizenship is not just an administrative status. It is a powerful symbol of belonging. It confirms fundamental rights, such as the right to vote or travel with a Canadian passport, while embodying civic responsibility, a common identity, and a deep connection to our country. Being a Canadian citizen also means being part of a collective project rooted in democracy, equality, diversity, and freedom. Under the Citizenship Act, there are 3 ways to acquire Canadian citizenship: by birth on Canadian soil, by naturalization as an immigrant to Canada, or by acquiring Canadian status or by descent if a person is born abroad to a Canadian parent. In this last option, citizenship by descent, this is at the heart of our work today. Since 2009, the fundamental right to citizenship by descent has been unfairly restricted. Thousands of people with a genuine and lasting connection to Canada have been denied this right. An amendment to the Citizenship Act under Stephen Harper's Conservative government introduced an arbitrary rule, commonly known as the first-generation limit. This provision means that only children born abroad to a Canadian parent born in Canada can automatically obtain citizenship. In other words, if 2 successive generations are born outside the country, even if the parents are active Canadian citizenship, the child may not be recognized as a citizenship. This rule has severed the legal and symbolic link between Canada and many children of Canadians living temporarily abroad. Canadian families have found themselves in a situation of legal uncertainty, even exclusion, upon discovering that their children are considered foreigners by their own country. These are not theoretical issues. They affect children growing up in Canadian homes abroad, families who want to pass on to their children not only a passport, but also a cultural heritage, Canadian identity, a sense of community and security. Denying this recognition sends a message of exclusion to people who feel deeply Canadian. It's denying the richness of our diaspora and the reality of a country where family and civic ties often transcend borders. In December 2023, the Ontario Superior Court of Justice ruled that this first-generation limit is unconstitutional. It violates Sections 6 and 15 of the Canadian Charter of Rights and Freedoms, infringing on freedom of movement and the right to equality. The Canadian government did not appeal this decision, and it recognizes that the law has unacceptable consequences. Instead, our government chose to propose a responsible and balanced legislative framework. I sincerely believe this is the right decision. Today, we have the opportunity, and I even say the duty, to correct this historic injustice. C3 aims to extend access to citizenship by descent beyond the first generation. It was designed with a clear objective: to restore the rights of Canadians who were stripped of their citizenship while establishing a more equitable framework for future generations. Once passed, C3 will automatically grant citizenship by descent to all persons born abroad to a Canadian parent before the Act comes into force. This means that the descendants of Canadians who were unfairly excluded will no longer be so. First, children born after the Act comes into force, there will be citizenship passed on beyond the first generation if a Canadian parent can demonstrate a substantial connection to Canada, defined as 1,995 days of cumulative physical presence. This requirement ensures that children who receive citizenship have a genuine connection to the country without arbitrarily excluding individuals based on their place of birth. Some may wonder why this substantial connection criterion does not apply retroactively. The reason is that it would be unfair to impose conditions on people who were born before the law came into force, when these criteria did not exist when they were born. This bill therefore takes a forward-looking approach, establishing clear, transparent, and fair standards for the future. I would like to emphasize that since the court has declared the first-generation criteria from 2009 unconstitutional, it can't be maintained. However, the court has granted us an extension to allow C3 to complete its parliamentary process. If this bill is not passed before the suspension of the declaration, there will no longer be any limits on citizenship by descent for many people born to Canadian citizens abroad. People could thus pass on citizenship to their children in perpetuity without need for them to have a substantial connection to Canada. C3 aims to strike a balance between setting reasonable limits on automatic citizenship by descent and protecting the rights and privileges associated with citizenship. The introduction of the substantial connection criterion strikes a reasonable balance. Citizenship by descent remains possible, but it is rooted in real and tangible connection to Canada. This criterion ensures that future generations will not receive citizenship without a real connection to the country. It reflects our desire to preserve the value of Canadian citizenship without unnecessarily restricting it. There is therefore a modern, balanced, and responsible framework, and it would be more rigorous than simply abolishing the first-generation limit. It protects the integrity of our citizenship while correcting flagrant injustices. Madam Speaker, I'd like to take this opportunity to remind everyone that behind the legal and administrative considerations that we're discussing today, there are real people with personal stories, life experiences, and genuine ties to Canada. We must remember that decisions we make in this House can shape the destinies of individuals and entire families. I also urge us to exercise caution and rigor in the tone and content of our dialogue, particularly when it comes to issues as sensitive as access to citizenship. Shock slogans or simplistic formulations designed to inflame social media have no place in such debate, and we are here to legislate responsibly and not to polarize public discourse. As legislators, we have a duty to preserve a healthy social climate and to reflect on our impact our words can have in the public sphere. We have seen elsewhere in the world that excesses that debates on citizenship can have, and I would add immigration can lead to when they're exploited, social division, stigmatization, and intolerance. Canada must not follow this path. Of course, as elected officials, we must make choices, difficult ones, and draw lines. But in this process, we must never forget the human aspect of our decisions, nor the aspect of our words. Bill C3 is based on a reasoned and balanced approach, allowing us to meet our constitutional obligations while preserving the integrity of our citizenship. In closing, I'd like to emphasize that Canadian citizenship gives us all a deep sense of belonging to this diverse, democratic, and inclusive country that we are proud to call our own. Our government will continue to protect the value of Canadian citizenship by ensuring that the process remains fair, transparent, and based on sound principles. C3 strikes a necessary balance. It corrects past injustice to Canadians who were stripped of their citizenship while ensuring that the future of citizenship by descent is based on genuine ties to our country. I therefore invite my colleagues from all parties to work together to move this important bill forward. It's an opportunity for all of us as legislators to set aside partisan divisions, show leadership and vision, and reaffirm our commitment to a citizenship that is fair, inclusive, and representative of our shared values. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions, comments? The honourable member for Caribou Prince George. The honourable member for Calgary Nose Hill.
Madam Speaker, somebody who is seeking citizenship through naturalization must show proficiency in one of Canada's official languages. Citizenship by descent, which is what's being proposed in this bill, doesn't require a language proficiency test. So this bill doesn't require somebody seeking citizenship through citizenship by descent to obtain proficiency in one of Canada's official language. Given that my colleague is from Quebec, and given that the focus of, he's a francophone, so I'm assuming that he supports French language skills. Why is he supporting a bill that doesn't require people seeking citizenship to have proficiency in one of Canada's official languages?
The honourable member for Madawaska Restigouche. Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I am proud to represent Madawaska Restigouche, which is a 90% francophone riding outside Quebec. Today, we're debating C3, which aims to correct a historic injustice. And the Supreme Court declared the previous system unconstitutional. So we need a balanced system so that people with a genuine link to our country are not unfairly deprived of their citizenship. So there are two things. There's naturalization, which has its set of criteria. But what we're talking about here is citizenship by descent, which is the ability to pass one's citizenship down to their children. And this will help us arrive at a balanced and fair immigration system. The honourable member. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm very happy to be back here. This is like back to school day. So that said, today we have a topic which makes us ask ourselves as bloc members. I think we need to move forward, and C3 is a step in the right direction. And I say this because in recent months, I've seen an issue where a citizen, and this was a constituent of mine, who was a victim because one of her brothers was able to get Canadian citizenship, but the two little twins couldn't get it. So I'd like to give that constituent a shout out. Now, my question for my colleague is, because obviously we're not talking about learning French to get citizenship here, but does he agree with me that I wouldn't be here, Madam Speaker, but we need to have a complete overhaul of citizenship for Canadians, and then we'll deal with the situation for Quebec later. The honourable member for Madawaska Restigouche. Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague for her question. Bill C3 is a step in the right direction. It's a long-awaited step because many Canadians have had very problematic situations because of the status quo. And I'd just like to remind everyone here that the decisions we make here today will have a real impact on thousands of people. And citizenship goes to the very heart of our identity, of our sense of who we are. So that's why C3 is so important. It's a step in the right direction. If there are suggestions about how to improve our citizenship system in the future, I think that would be great. I'd look forward to those discussions. But for the time being, we're dealing with C3, and I hope it will be passed as quickly as possible in order to correct a historic injustice. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague for Madawaska Restigouche, which has a very large Francophone population, like Quebec. Now, my question is about reforming the Citizenship Act to protect people who've lost their citizenship. But I have amendments to propose, and I have a question for my Liberal colleague. Now, is it possible that the Prime Minister has lost the key to his bulldozer, because in June It wasn't the time to study bills. It was time to move quickly. And C3 has important changes in it. The Honourable Member for Madawaska Restigouche. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Bill C3, I think, is one of the first bills that was introduced by the new government at the very start of the parliamentary session last spring. And that shows how important it is to the government. Now, obviously, time is a factor with C3 because there's the Supreme Court decision that struck down the first generation requirement. And the court gave the government up until November to correct the situation. So obviously, we're going to have to cooperate here to get this bill through.
The Honourable Member for Regina Louvain.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and I'm happy to be back in the House of Commons and representing the people of Regina Louvain, as most people around, if I have some leeway. Obviously, we had the summer to go back to our ridings and talk to our constituents and find out what are some of the main points and main topics they'd like us to discuss here in the House of Commons on their behalf. And we did a lot of some barbecue circuits, lots of events in Regina Louvain. It's a busy place, and some of the things that came up were affordability. We're facing an affordability crisis in the country. We're facing a housing crisis in this country, an inflation crisis in this country, Madam Speaker. And those tie into some of the questions I have regarding the Bill C3 when it comes to what the Liberals are going to do with this bill. We want to get to committee and have some amendments put forward to strengthen the bill. We agree with some parts of this bill, but there's others where we really want to know what the value of our Canadian citizenship looks like with these Liberals, Madam Speaker, and how that is going to be passed on from generation to generation. I think about adding I think the number is about 115,000 people, Canadian citizens, Madam Speaker. Right now, in this climate in our country, do we know how many would come to Canada? Would there be homes for these people if they came to Canada, Madam Speaker? These are some questions I have when I first take a glance at Bill C3. Also, one question that I would love a Liberal colleague to answer, maybe the member from Winnipeg North would have an answer for this. Did they consult the provinces on this bill? Was there conversations? Because a lot of times there are unintended consequences to some of the legislation and policies that the Liberals bring forward. So if people are coming back to Canada, if they have citizenship, what does that look like to the healthcare system? Have they thought about that? Is the healthcare systems across provinces are all under strain right now? What would this bill do to the healthcare system in Saskatchewan, in Manitoba, Madam Speaker? So when you take a bill like this and look at it, there are a lot of, I would say, potential unintended consequences to adding that many citizens to this country. I know that we put a bill like this forward from, as my colleague said, the other place, Madam Speaker, a Conservative Senator put forward a bill, but this bill broadens that scope substantially when it comes to birthright citizenship, Madam Speaker. So we have questions by expanding that scope. How much pressure does that put on some of the programs and some of the systems that we have in our country that are already on the verge of not handling the influx of people that are going to access those systems? Like I said, healthcare, education, Madam Speaker. So when we look at this bill, we will really want to make some amendments, and I believe some colleagues have talked about a new session and working collaboratively to make sure we have good piece of legislation going forward for Canadian people. So that's something that we look forward to doing, is putting forward some amendments. Bill C3 is the latest attempt by the Liberals to overhaul Canada's citizenship laws. Originally introduced as Bill C71 in the previous Parliament, it builds on Conservative Senator Yonah Martin's Bill S245, which targeted a narrow group inadvertently affected by the 2009 reforms under the Harper government. So, Madam Speaker, this is something that we have had our eye on and a focus on to make sure there is some fairness when it comes to people that were affected between in 2009. But rather than maintaining that focus, as I mentioned earlier, the NDP used their alliance with the Liberals at committee to push forward sweeping changes well beyond that bill's intent. When S45 stalled, the Liberals reintroduced the expanded version of C71 last Parliament, and that bill is now C3. 2023. This legislation drastically broadens access to citizenship far beyond what you can support. It includes measures responding to December 2023 Ontario Supreme Court ruling that struck down the first generation limitation on citizenship for children born abroad. That was not appealed by the federal government. Under Bill C3, citizenship is extended to those born outside Canada with at least one Canadian parent who has lived in Canada for 1,095 non-consecutive days. That also asks several other questions: is how is that going to be regulated? Who's going to oversee and make sure that criteria is met? Because we know, Madam Speaker, that the immigration system is at a breaking point. People are working. In my office in Regina Louvain, we have a very diverse community, and I'd say about 80% of all cases that we do has something to do with IRCC immigration. So are they going to hire more people to ensure that this criteria is met? Or where is that who's going to take on that extra bureaucracy to ensure that the criteria that is laid out in this piece of legislation is met? That'd be something that perhaps a member from across the aisle could answer for us, as well as we know there are long wait times within IRCC. Is this just going to add more to those wait times of people that have been waiting years sometimes to get answers from IRCC? Like my colleague from Lloydminster, North Battleford, Meadow Lake mentioned, that this kind of puts in place a two-tier system where some people that have been waiting for years and years for an answer from IRCC, the queue's going to get jumped by people that are just going to be given citizenship without some of the criteria like we have outlined. There's been a conversation around what's that language criteria look like. That's also something that's not in this bill. Also, no criminal record check for people that are going to become Canadian citizens. Is that something this House is prepared to move forward on? You don't want to know if people that are becoming Canadian citizens have a criminal record. I think that's something that really has to be delved into at the committee level as well, because I think these are all pretty understandable questions and questions that people would have if I would be in support of this piece of legislation. Have you asked those questions? Is that something that you have, on our behalf, made sure that those checks and balances have been taken into consideration? And I really would like one of the members of the Liberal Party to stand up and talk about the consultations that you had with provincial immigration ministers about this piece of legislation. Was there consultation done that this is something, a policy put forward that the provinces would agree with as well? Because as my remarks were earlier, that is a lot of these programs that may be accessed fall to the provincial jurisdiction, and it's a lot more burden on them. Healthcare, Madam Speaker, for sure be one of them. Are people going to come back if they have Canadian citizenship for our healthcare system? I don't know the answer to that, but have the Liberals thought about that potential strain on the system? Are more people going to come back to Canada that have citizenship to access education? That's another question that would be asked, Madam Speaker. So the question that I would have is, what is the total number? I think I've heard around 115,000. Has that grown in the last couple of years? Is that more or less? And when it comes to our systems, that's something that really needs to be answered. And just don't take it from me, Madam Speaker. These are questions that lots of other people are asking as well. Someone that has a much broader knowledge of the immigration system than me, Sergio Cara, said in 2024, he's the principal of immigration law professional, and he said, introducing tens of thousands of new citizens without a robust integration plan is reckless. Our social infrastructure is buckling, and healthcare is under severe pressure. The lack of clear strategy for accommodating this potential population surge only heightens concerns. So it's not just me asking these questions, Madam Speaker. There's lots of other people that would have some similar concerns about this piece of legislation. Another person who I'd like to read in the record is Krisha Dhaliwal, immigration lawyer, Canadian Immigration and Citizen Law. At this point, details have not been provided regarding what kind of evidence will be required to demonstrate the 1,095 cumulative days of physical presence in Canada. I mentioned that earlier. So who's going to be the arbitrator of that? Who's going to make sure that that criteria has been followed, and how robust will that be? So those are some of the questions that we would like answered at the committee level, Madam Speaker. And I think this does something that we as Conservatives take very seriously, and it puts into question the value of Canadian citizenship. And with other countries, this is not the case where you can have next generation birth citizenship. A lot of our peer countries have much different criteria for their citizenship, Madam Speaker, and that's something where we should look at best practices around the world and what they do and how they make sure their citizenship is valued. So that's why we have those questions, Madam Speaker, and like I said, Canada is a beautiful, welcoming country, but we have questions around the criteria and what this legislation will actually look like, putting strain on the system of our provincial partners as well.
Questions and comments. Questions et commentaires, the Honourable House Leader.
So thank you, Madam Speaker. I appreciate the concerns that the member has actually expressed. One of the things, when it comes to consultation, sure, there's consultations that is always done on government legislation. The issue that I have, and I put it to the member in this sense, here we have legislation in which we've had a couple of Conservatives actually stand up and speak, and they say that there are individuals that should be receiving their citizenship. There is no reason whatsoever why we've had now hours and hours of debate on this legislation to see the legislation actually go to committee. It's a minority government, meaning the government can't ram it through a committee. It takes members, a majority, in order to pass an amendment. If the Conservatives are so confident in the need for changes, why wouldn't they then see it go to committee? Conservative voters themselves want to see more cooperation on the floor of the House of Commons.
That's right.
A member for Regina Lua.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And with a new session, there's a new demeanor. I appreciate the calm demeanor from my colleague from Winnipeg North. Sometimes he gets a little bit robust in his debate, but I find it interesting. The member who probably speaks the most on the floor of the House of Commons has an issue with us standing up and putting our concerns on the record for our constituents. So I think a little bit of debate and having people address the concerns they hear in their riding is a good part of democracy, and I feel like this is the proper process. And when we do get to the committee level, we're looking forward to putting forth amendments that will make this piece of legislation better and see if those are accepted by the other parties in the House.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Caribou Prince George.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I love the comment from our colleague across the way. Don't worry, it'll all get sorted out. Liberals will work with everybody to make things better. When I've been here for 10 years and I have yet to really see any of that take place. Madam Speaker, through you, I just want to thank our honourable colleague for the comments that he mentioned. In my riding, Caribou Prince George, in my office, the immigration cases that we have are, they far outweigh any of the other cases that we do. And they are absolutely heartbreaking. You have, Maya, a case that we dealt with, a lovely lady from Syria who came to Prince George to take her master's. She was by herself, left her husband behind, and worked for years to get her husband into our country. And another gentleman by the name of Mal, he worked desperately to get his wife and children from India here. Now, these are families that are separated, torn far apart, and it is absolutely heartbreaking when you hear their stories. So, Madam Speaker, through you, my question to our honourable colleague is, do we know if other peer countries like the United States, Britain, Italy, France, do they follow suit with this same practice of passing citizenship on to children that are born abroad?
The Honourable Member for Regina Lua.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I appreciate the hard work he does for his constituents in Prince George Caribou, and I do appreciate the fact that that question is something I mentioned in my speech. I'd say this is not the standard practice in the United States, Britain, France, Italy, or a number of our peer countries, which, with the rare exception, they have capped passing on citizenship to the first generation born outside of the country. So we are definitely not in line with our partner countries, Madam Speaker.
Le député de Laurentides-Labelle.
The Honourable Member for Laurentides-Labelle. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. We are debating this bill today. This bill is about human beings, people, families. The Bloc Québécois will, of course, support this bill. We don't only want to help Quebecers. We want to help people. Behind all this injustice are people who've experienced this injustice, which has been described as unconstitutional. Now, substantial reform of the legislation is necessary. These elements are very necessary, and then I hope we will move on to more necessary change.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I appreciate that. And I would agree that reforms are needed, especially when it comes around some kind of language criteria. I believe my colleague would agree with that. So I think those are some of the adjustments that need to be made at community level. But following the process and ensuring that people do get to speak on the House of Commons about legislation is a good part of the process. And I think people do have comments they want to put on the record to reflect the desires and the opinions of their constituents.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Carlton Trail, Eagle Creek.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I am pleased to rise in the House this morning to speak, or this afternoon to speak, to Bill C-3, an act to amend the Citizenship Act. This proposed bill has three pieces to it: to address issues related to citizenship by descent, lost citizenship, and the status of born abroad or adopted children of Canadian citizens. The stated aim is to ensure that individuals born or adopted outside Canada to Canadian parents have a path to obtaining or retaining Canadian citizenship. Canada is a beautiful, sovereign, and distinct nation with a rich history and free democracy, with values and an identity that have been built and have existed longer than just our lifetimes. Canadian citizenship, as defined by former Minister for Citizenship, Immigration and Multiculturalism, Jason Kenney, states, is more than a legal status, more than a passport. We expect citizens to have ongoing commitment, connection, and loyalty to Canada. And former Liberal Minister for Citizenship and Immigration, Lucienne Robillard, said, we ought to share a citizenship with those who want it and work hard to deserve it. While the Liberal government claims it is trying to right historical wrongs by loosening its connection test to our country, it is proposing to remove safeguards and allow citizenship to be granted without the need for connection, engaging civically, or contributing to the society safety nets that exist in Canada that many rely on. In other words, to share our citizenship with people who, in the words of former Liberal minister, do not want to work hard to deserve it. This bill contains elements in it that could undermine trust at a time when Canadians are seeking to unite amidst uncertainty. This bill, however, is also nothing new. It was tabled by the previous Liberal government as Bill C-71, and before that as a Senate Bill, S-245, which was heavily altered by the Liberals and New Democrats. Yet another classic example of Liberal Band-Aid-like solutions to a problem without considering the consequences. Citizenship is a connection to a home. It's loyalty to one's country. Canadian citizenship comes with a promise that anyone from anywhere can achieve anything if they are willing to work hard. By reducing the requirement to obtain citizenship, it threatens to undermine the millions of Canadians who have come for decades, fleeing persecution, violence, and war, or for those seeking to give a better life to their children than they had. It required a process, and it requires effort. It required planting roots in Canada and involving oneself in their community and engaging with their fellow Canadians. Each province within Canada has unique needs, has unique interests and identities, culture, and some with their own distinct language. One provision in C-3 requires you to live in Canada for 1,095 days. However, it doesn't require the 1,095 days to be consecutive, meaning that Canadian citizenship may not require participation or a love for their province and this country. My riding is rural, and families from Saskatchewan have had roots planted in their communities for generations, caring and working for the success of one another. It takes time and commitment, resulting in a way of life loved and respected by those around them. The West was settled by pioneers, people who risked everything, leaving the comforts of what was known to build a life elsewhere that could be better. The key here is to build a life. It's important that this experience is also shared by those seeking Canadian citizenship. Justin Trudeau spent years devaluing and trying to erase what makes up the Canadian identity, referring to Canada as a post-national state. Measures like the one set out in C3 devalue the importance of choosing Canada as a home with shared duties and responsibilities. While the Liberals had no clue and were unable to even guess as to how many people this change could affect, the Parliamentary Budget Officer estimates that if this bill passes, more than 100,000 new people will be granted citizenship in 5 years. At a time when Canadians feel that the healthcare system and our economy are more fragile than ever, the Liberal government wants to issue new citizenships without requiring that these people pay taxes, just to reside in Canada from time to time over the course of their lifetime, with no requirement that it be consecutive or accomplished within a time frame. And for those of descent, it can be passed to those who have never lived in Canada. Conservatives will always support positive changes that seek to correct issues to current legislation. That is why it is so difficult to support the bill in its current form. At the time this bill was introduced, not even the parliamentary secretary had read it until that same morning. Shame. This legislation seems to create more challenges than it solves. We owe it to both Canadians and newcomers to handle this fragile system with the utmost care. I fail to see that is what is happening with the last-minute communications from a minister to a parliamentary secretary when it was introduced. For example, let's talk about the backlog in citizenship applications. The backlog in citizenship applications is in the hundreds of thousands, while the government has failed to meet its own metrics for processing applications in spades. And there are no details that outline what background checks will look like, or even if they'll occur at all. Canadians should be able to expect that their elected leaders would consider their safety ahead of rushed solutions. The Department of IRCC has nearly 1 million total applicants outside of acceptable processing times, and that's on top of the more than 1 million they claim are applicants who are waiting for their applications to be resolved. What is the plan to solve the new influx of citizenship applications if we're going to add 30% more in just 5 years? Adding more seems like a plan to fail more than a plan. I hope for the sake of Canadians that this bill isn't an example of how this government plans to enact changes by simply rushing the process instead of fixing the deep-rooted issues they have spent the last 10 years creating. Conservatives know that it is not just the legislation that is the issue. It is that the Liberal government continues to put bandages over a broken immigration system. Canadians are looking for change from this fourth-term Liberal government, change that delivers on the promises they made in the last election, rather than the same old Band-Aid solutions that may cause even more damage. While we are a generous and compassionate nation, Madam Speaker, citizenship must be valued, and immigration should work for the betterment of Canadians and Canada. Conservatives will always stand on the side of a fair and robust system that doesn't disenfranchise or potentially risk the safety of Canadians. That is why Conservatives, through Bill S-245, sought to correct the very changes the Liberals are now claiming to fix, but without creating more problems for our already overburdened immigration system. The members opposite me are using this bill that the Conservatives brought forward to put forward their own ideological biases. They changed it and then stalled it in the Senate. They've never given an account to Canadians and those they claim they are trying to help for why they delayed the solution we brought forward and why they put their own interests first. I think that's shameful. While they say this is because of an Ontario court ruling from June 2023, a ruling which they never appealed, it's now an emergency only because they haven't been able to propose a decent piece of legislation and get it passed in the last 2 years. Canadians deserve and should be able to expect better from their government. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government has to.
Yes, Madam Speaker. The member uses the word broken, and this is something that Pierre Poilievre likes to talk about. To give a false impression, he's not.
He is. The Honourable Member knows that he should not mention other members. The Honourable
Well, my apologies,
Secretary.
Madam Speaker. I thought we could use his name as long as he hasn't been brought to the bar. Why the former member from the Carleton is not and consistently talks about Canada being broken. Now he's talking about immigration being broken. Yet he sat around a cabinet table where it took years to be able to sponsor a spouse, where the Minister of Immigration deleted literally hundreds of thousands of files of people that were in a process for years. Yes, there are issues within immigration. Yes, there could even be issues of concern in regards to Bill C-3. But even Conservative speakers have indicated that there is a need to pass elements of Bill C-3 in order to provide justice to individuals to be able to receive their citizenship. One of the first steps in achieving that justice is recognizing that even Conservative voters want to see more cooperation on the floor of the House of Commons so that we can give that justice. My question to the member is, would she not agree that they can talk and debate even in the committee stage and bring forward amendments, and all they need to do is get the support of a majority? After all, it is a minority government. So if their arguments are that strong, surely to goodness they would be able to pass it at the committee stage. Would she not agree?
Member for Carleton Trail Eagle Creek.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and I thank my honourable colleague for the question. And I believe not only myself, but others who have already spoken to this piece of legislation this morning have indicated that we believe in a strong and fair and meaningful Canadian citizenship. We believe in that. We also support restoring citizenship to lost Canadians and equal treatment for adopted children. But as we've stated, this bill goes far beyond that, cheapening the value of Canadian citizenship by creating a new system of unlimited chain migration, which only serves to undermine our national identity. I look forward to watching what happens in committee, and I trust that based on what that member has said, members of the Liberal caucus who serve on that committee will be more than open to the amendments that we bring forward.
The Honourable Member for Abitibi-Témiscamingue. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I thank my colleague for her speech and for her tone. Now, I'd like her to go a little further. Which amendments would the Conservatives move in committee to improve the bill? Most of all, she mentioned a loophole in immigration. I want to understand what she's saying. Could she expand on that? What is that loophole?
Well, Madam Speaker, I thank my honourable colleague for the question, and I would not presume to preempt what the members on the committee that will be reviewing this piece of legislation may choose to bring forward, and what they may choose to bring forward based on the testimony that they may hear in regards to this piece of legislation. I believe that, as in the past, we have a case here of some deeply flawed legislation being proposed. We've already indicated some of the things that we have difficulty with. This government does not know the number of people that this will impact. They don't know what the costs are, and they haven't been able to confirm processes that need to be put in place in order to follow up with their 195,000-day requirement. Thank you.
Honourable Member for Caribou Prince George.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And, our honourable colleague from Winnipeg North stands up once again and says that, points fingers and says that all we say is it's broken. Well, Madam Speaker, this file is broken. And the truth is the Liberals broke it. Our country was built on the backs of immigrants. Immigration is so important to our country. Yet they have broke it. They lost track of over 1 million immigrants into our country. We know that from the last session. Madam Speaker, through you to our honourable colleague who I have the deepest respect for, I know she's heard some of the same stories that I have in my constituents. I'm wondering if she could share just yet another story of a constituent in her riding that has some deep fears about this piece of legislation.
Member for Carleton Trail Eagle Creek.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. And I'm not sure that I think I'd have difficulty choosing just one because, as you pointed out, I'm sorry. As my honourable colleague pointed out, this immigration issues consume a lot of our time in our ridings. I will say this, Conservatives will continue to support a system that is one of integrity, security, and responsible, that is based on responsible policy, and that we will continue to support.
Unfortunately, I have to resume debate. We are way over time. The Honourable Member for Niagara South.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. It's good to be back in this place after a very eventful summer, and it's nice to see my colleagues, and welcome back to you, Madam Speaker. It's always a pleasure to rise in this House and speak on behalf of the constituents of Niagara South. Today we are debating an important piece of legislation that seeks to make amendments to the Citizenship Act that for a third time is up for debate in this chamber. For those that haven't been following Bill C-3, it's the third iteration, which started as S-245 in the other place, introduced in the last Parliament. The original iteration of the bill was commendable and received bipartisan support from this chamber. In it, the bill sought to achieve two key changes, with the first relating to adoption. Currently, if parents adopt a child from abroad, once the adoption is completed, they are required to file permanent residency application on behalf of the child. The financial cost associated with this can be quite high, often requiring the services of an immigration consultant or lawyer, and the process can be incredibly stressful and time-consuming for the family seeking to adopt. That bill and Bill C-3 do away with that process entirely and instead allow for the adopted child to obtain citizenship as if they were born in Canada the moment the adoption itself is finalized. This is a positive change and one that Conservatives support. The second component of the original bill dealt with the issue of lost Canadians, a topic with which I was unfamiliar prior to arriving here. This deals with restoring citizenship to a group of people born between 1977 and 1981 who had lost their citizenship as a result of a glitch in our immigration system. Again, Conservatives supported this provision. So what is the issue that our side has with this bill? Well, the problem lies with the third component of this bill, which didn't exist until the Liberal NDP coalition hijacked the original bill at the committee stage in the last Parliament. During clause-by-clause review, and by way of last-minute changes, the Liberals inserted a controversial clause creating multi-generational citizenship, which went far beyond the original intent of the bill. Ultimately, because of this last-minute change, which sought to fundamentally alter the way citizenship is passed on in Canada for citizens living abroad, this bill got bogged down in committee and ultimately died on the order paper. The government then proceeded to reintroduce the bill as a Government Bill C-71, which also failed to pass. Today, the government is trying again for a third time, introducing what is effectively the same bill with the same controversies, and are somehow expecting it to have a different result. So let's take a moment to look what multi-generational citizenship is and what issues we have with it. Currently, passing on Canadian citizenship to children born abroad is applied to the first generation limit introduced by the Harper government in 2009 through Bill C-37. The first generation limit states that only the first generation of children born abroad can automatically claim and obtain Canadian citizenship. A Canadian citizen can pass on their citizenship to their child born outside of Canada, but the next generation, also born abroad, would not automatically receive it. This new bill changes this by creating a substantial connection test. Specifically, if a parent wants to pass citizenship to their child, they must prove that they have spent at least 1,095 non-consecutive days physically present in Canada or at one point in their lives before the birth of their child abroad, subject to some conditions. This means citizenship now is multi-generational, as parents no longer have to be born in Canada. This can translate into having a family permanently living abroad with multiple generations born outside Canada gaining citizenship. To assist those watching, imagine this scenario. A second-generation Canadian parent who has been living abroad for nearly their entire life could, in theory, send their kids to school in Canada for 3 years at a discounted rate, and that would make that child eligible for Canadian citizenship. Now, this person would never have to file a T1 in Canada or be required to speak any of our two official languages. Yet that person would be eligible for citizenship given the simple fact that at one point in their life they spent 3 non-consecutive years visiting Canada. And that child could in fact repeat the process for their children and pass on citizenship onto yet another generation. This is akin to generational citizenship in perpetuity. The only requirement is the 3-year stay in Canada. Madam Speaker, I'm proud to be Canadian, and I ran for public office to better the lives of the people in my community, bring investments to the Niagara region, and advocate for the issues that the people in my community care deeply about. Individuals that are born abroad that have spent their entire adult life, don't pay taxes here, and don't have any real connection to that sense of community that makes us Canadian, should not be eligible for citizenship, in my opinion. To allow these individuals who have never truly lived here but can enjoy all the benefits that come with being a Canadian citizen, including health care, government pensions, voting, protection from our government while abroad, or even the privilege of running as an elected official, seems wrong to me. Frankly, in my opinion, and that of many of my Conservative colleagues, these amendments diminish the value of our citizenship and turn what otherwise would have been a very good piece of legislation into a piece of bad legislation. And if members opposite took the time to speak to some of the permanent residents in their riding who pay taxes, contribute to our communities, and are building lives here with their families, I would believe you'd find they too would agree with the Conservative position and would be frustrated with how these people with such inconsequential connection to Canada could obtain citizenship. Most importantly, Madam Speaker, this legislation assumes the government would be able to properly manage it. Because of the success and implementation of these changes, are based on whether IRCC or CBSA will in fact verify when Canadians arrive and when they leave, to determine whether they're eligible to meet the substantial connection test of 1,095 days. This is a monumental task when one considers there are over 4 million Canadian citizens who currently live abroad, according to Stats Canada. This opens the door to yet another enormous bureaucratic burden and cost. The staff in my constituency office have been flooded with requests and complaints this past summer regarding IRCC's poor handling of immigration casework and the backlogs they face. So pardon me for not having faith in this Liberal government who can't even seem to deliver passports on time, let alone track the movement of millions of citizens abroad. Lastly, Madam Speaker, I'd like to comment on the view that the Conservatives were obstructionist at this legislation at committee in the last Parliament. First, the concerns regarding fundamental changes to multi-generational citizenship are quite legitimate. And debating the issue of whether individuals with few ties to Canada is indeed a valid concern worth significant discussion. Some of these individuals, who may have spent their entire life abroad except for 3 short non-consecutive years, is not substantial enough and is like counting vacation days to qualify for citizenship. Citizenship is the most valuable asset one can enjoy in Canada. Knowing and learning our values, our history, the very fabric of our nation is not something that should be discarded or replaced simply over an 1,100-day stay in Canada. To that end, Madam Speaker, I look forward to working with other members of the committee to dive deeper into these issues in good faith so we can move forward with what otherwise would have been a very good piece of legislation. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, so thank you, Madam Speaker. I use it as a hypothetical example, but just to be able to try to illustrate something. Someone that's, let's say, a third-generation Canadian, born, raised, and everything here in Canada, has a child, and that child, upon hitting 5 years old, moves with the family, let's say, to any European country or any other country in the world, and lives there for 30, 40, 50 years, and then makes the determination that they want to be able to come back. Would that member apply the very same principles that he's espousing today in terms of not having that connection? The 1,095 days that the Conservatives continues to talk about, that is something in which qualifies an individual that becomes a permanent resident to Canada. In order to be able to qualify to become a citizen, there are some requirements. Depending on the age, there might be an English requirement or a French requirement. There's a 1,095 day. Is the Conservative Party suggesting that we should be changing the 1,095 days? The Conservative Party needs to recognize that, yes, they might have some ideas that are good to have some debate on, but let's respond to what Conservative voters are saying, and let's have a more robust sense of cooperation in getting legislation to committees where they can have that kind of debate that the member seems to want to have. Would he not agree it's time that we allow legislation to actually go to committee as opposed to talking endlessly in regards to it, so that Canadians will get what they want, robust opposition, wanting to cooperate just like the government?
Member for Niagara South.
Well, there's a lot to unpack there, Madam Speaker, but let me say this. We have concerns about this legislation. There's 2 of the 3 components we agree with, and we're quite happy to dive into this at committee. But what I'm not in favor of, and what our party is not in favor of, is this citizenship in perpetuity that would be given to people that may not have ever set foot in Canada to become Canadian citizens. That is, to me, is absurd. So yeah, we will debate this, dive into this legislation at committee, and we will put forward amendments to improve it. I don't see what's wrong with that, and when the member suggests that we are talking endlessly at this, this is what we do in this place when legislation is presented at second reading. We do debate it, and we do present our opinions on the record. So I look forward to having this sent to committee and reviewing it and looking for improvements from this side of the House.
The Honourable Member for Abitibi-Timiskaming. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague from Niagara South. If I'm not mistaken, I think this is the first time I've seen him in this Parliament, and I'd like to know more about the Conservatives' position. It's as though we had the feeling this morning that the Niagara Falls could become the new Roxham Road, that it could be see such a surge of immigrants. I don't feel this. What is the thing that would lead to hundreds of thousands of people flooding Canada's border seeking citizenship in perpetuity? What is their simple, pragmatic solution for the Conservatives that they're going to present to solve this issue? Thank you.
For Niagara South.
Thank you to my colleague for the question. His reference to Niagara Falls is actually quite timely. I was in Niagara Falls the other day with the mayor of the community, and we were walking down Niagara Falls Boulevard, and he was pointing out all the hotels that are full of people waiting to have their refugee applications dealt with at hundreds of millions of dollars of cost to the taxpayer. Now, this goes to the heart of part of the reason why we have an issue with this bill. The backlog at IRCC, in some cases, is up to 2 years to have files dealt with. That's one of the issues that will be developed with this, that could be created with this bill if it passes in its current form. The backlog and the burden on IRCC and CBSA is going to be overwhelming, and it's going to be very costly to the taxpayer. So, look, this is not, Niagara Falls is not the next Roxham Road, but I can tell you there are serious issues that are affecting that community now because we can't get a handle on our immigration cases.
Honourable Member for Nanaimo Ladysmith.
Madam Speaker, I'd like to welcome back both my honourable colleague and all those who returned to this House with the goal of making Canadians' lives better. The honourable member rightly points out that this bill is about fixing an infringement to the rights of a group of people with a substantial connection to Canada who, through an accident of fate, didn't fit certain technical rules that were enacted with good intentions by a previous government. The courts have challenged us to work together to repatriate these lost Canadians while preventing those without a real connection to Canada from treating our country as a passport of convenience. The world is a volatile and scary place for so many right now, and Canada remains a beacon of relative calm in that storm. Can the honourable member point to any measure in Bill C-3 that will ensure that the lax 1,095 days non-consecutive day test doesn't take us full circle right back to the abuse of Canadian passports that created the need for the first...
I have to give the honourable member for Niagara South some 15 seconds to answer the question.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you for the question. Look, the 1,095, this 1,095-day provision is very strange to me. Look, Canadian citizenship is a valuable asset for anybody who wants to be part of this country. And I just can't connect the dots between that number of days and being able to qualify.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Promoty.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and it's a pleasure to rise this afternoon and to speak to the Bill C-3. Canadian citizenship is one of the most important things our country has to offer. It's not just a document or a passport. It is a commitment to Canada, its people, and its values. It carries rights and privileges, but it also carries responsibilities. And that is why citizenship must be defended and upheld. It cannot be treated casually, and it must never be handed out without limits. Bill C-3 undermines that principle. People who may never set foot in Canada, who have not contributed to our society and have no intention of living here, could be granted Canadian citizenship. That is to destroy what it means to be Canadian. Canadians understand that our immigration and citizenship systems are already broken. Adding a vast open-ended pool of new applicants without any planning or clear limits will only make things worse. The government has not released how many new citizens Bill C-3 could create. Numbers, cost, and the implementation plan are clearly lacking. This lack of accountability matters. Citizenship must and does mean more than a piece of paper. It represents a real and substantial connection to Canada. That means living here, contributing here, and being a part of a united Canadian society. Conservatives believe in a citizenship system that is fair, reasonable, and rooted in accountability, and that puts Canada first. We will not support policies that so badly skew the meaning of being a Canadian citizen, and we will not put Canadian workers and families at a disadvantage. Conservatives will continue to fight for policies that protect our sovereignty, ensuring citizenship retains its value and keeps our country strong for generations to come. Canada deserves no less. Conservatives cannot support this bill. It's an attempt to cheapen citizenship and make it less valuable. Conservatives stand up for integrity, security, and responsible immigration. As many here know, Canada's immigration policy used to be the envy of the world. This bill potentially radically obscures a common vision of the value of being a Canadian. Handing out Canadian citizenship to people with little or no connection to Canada is insanity. To give a bit of a background, this is a recreation of a previous bad bill that the Liberal government last attempted to overhaul Canadian citizenship laws. Going back to December of 2021, 23 applicants from 7 families filed a constitutional challenge. The subsequent ruling by the Ontario Superior Court of Justice declared that the first generation rule in the 2009 Citizenship Act was unconstitutional, giving federal government 6 months to respond. And instead of appealing the decision, there have now been 4 extensions, currently requiring that a response be legislated by November 20th of this year. So the clock is now ticking, and Bill C-3 represents the new version of the Liberals' unpassed Bill C-71 in the last sitting. But just because the timer is on doesn't mean that we should pass bad policy. All we need to do is to respond what needs to be fixed. But instead, Bill C-3 opens the door to abuse, dramatically broadening access to citizenship, and this is primarily done by eliminating the requirement for strong ties to Canada. Where this bill could have maintained a focused and targeted approach like Conservative Senator Martin's Bill S-45 did, this Bill C-3 proposes sweeping changes that dramatically impact the face of citizenship. To give a bit of context on this, back in 2009, the Conservative government at that time addressed concerns about Canadians of convenience. That is, Canadians who hold Canadian citizenship, who live outside the country and do not participate in Canadian society. Consequently, Bill C-37 amended the Citizenship Act to limit citizenship access down to 1 generation. In other words, non-resident parents could pass on citizenship down to their children, but grandchildren would not automatically be granted citizenship. From this legislation, we became aware of lost Canadians, who are people who either had Canadian citizenship and lost it, or thought that they were entitled to Canadian citizenship but never received it. Senator Martin's Bill S-245 could have been addressed to these concerns. Instead, this government is trying to rush through a bad bill while so many other factors need our immediate attention. Because not considering factors like housing, inflation, home building, job security, natural resources, crime, and even our drug rate is not being honest to any newcomers to Canada. When people come to Canada, we want to extend the Canadian promise that envisions hard work being rewarded, food and home being affordable, streets being safe, borders being secure, and all people coming together united under a proud flag. And that's why getting this legislation right is so important. Right now, we have the 2nd highest unemployment in the G7, the worst household debt, and in some regions, the highest house prices. And to top it all off, our food prices keep going up and up. Through this election, we were promised that we would build, baby, build, doubling home building, and instead, we're being told home building will fall by 13%. Already in Toronto and the GTA, home building has fallen by half. Now I know there were announcements made on the weekend by this Liberal government, but as far as I know, announcements so far are not translating into shovels in the ground. Either way, we simply do not have enough home for Canadians. In the previous version of this bill, the Parliamentary Budget Office revealed that 115,000 new Canadian citizens could immediately be added to Canada at a cost of $21 million just for the processing. That being only one estimate, Ryan Tumilty of the National Post wrote that, in fact, this government has no idea how many people will automatically be granted citizenship if this legislation is passed, because there is a retroactiveness to the current legislation. Note that this is all happening after we were promised less spending during the election, and from what we know right now, deficit spending looks to be 100% bigger than what we were promised. This is important because the proposed cost implications of Bill C-3 to Canadians related to health care, related to pensions, related to education, aren't even considered a factor. And that was discovered in the technical briefing. Canada is already challenged economically. Again, the election promises were that we would have more investment, but just last week, we discovered that $62 billion of net investment has left the country since this Prime Minister took office. The National Bank says this is the biggest net outflow in any 5-month period in Canadian history. Unemployment, cost of living, the cost of home building, tariffs, and crime are all up. And worse yet, the CIBC says that unemployment matches levels that are typically only seen during recessionary periods, and our youth are the ones that are suffering the most. Over 17% of students are returning to school this fall, having failed to secure a summer job. For younger students, aged 15 to 16, unemployment rose to a rate of over 31%. We have some catching up to do, which is one of the reasons why Bill C-3 is just not doable in its form. Ministers have expressed that they are open to edits and changes, but this bill has massive flaws. There's an old proverb that reads, "Plans fail for lack of counsel, but with many advisors they succeed." Conservatives want to see better legislation. We want to see legislation that will be passed and that will be successful. Just imagine, the Liberals are proposing that we streamline multi-generational foreign residents to claim citizenship with minimal presence in the country. Imagine that we are extending multi-generational access, generation after generation, when a parent has to only spend 1,095 non-consecutive days in Canada and with no criminal record check. One immigration lawyer asked the question, what kind of evidence will be required to demonstrate one's physical presence in Canada? Citizenship is not about having minimal connection to Canada or like joining a club for convenience. Citizenship is a commitment to Canada, to its people, its values, and it carries rights and privileges, but it also carries responsibility. Finally, it's about people coming from different backgrounds, different languages, and different countries and cultures, all uniting meaningfully with common vision for the country we love. God keep Canada, the true north, strong and free.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Deputy House Leader.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I would like to welcome my opposite colleague back to the House of Commons. There's a lot of things that were said in the colleague's speech that I don't want to blame my colleague for misleading, but it's very misleading to Canadians. When we connect crime and jobs and housing to Bill C-3, it's very misleading to Canadians. It's not, I think it's important to remember what the bill is about. And the Conservatives have on multiple occasions voted for this bill. They've told, I've met lost Canadians who, some of them are family members of service members of our country. Why are we misleading Canadians? To make them think that this is a new bill, that this is something that it's not, in connecting crime, housing, and all other issues to a bill that we have made a promise to Canadians who have served our country, that we will bring them back to our country, give them the citizenship that they deserve because they are members of our country.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you to the member from London West for that question and for asking for clarification. This bill is about providing citizenship to multi-generational people that have never lived here, that have no intention of living here, and that have never been in Canada. A person to become a Canadian citizen under this bill does not require to have spent a day in Canada. The parents are required to spend 1,095 days here over their lifetime, but a parent could conceivably, in its current form, receive Canadian citizenship without ever having spent a day in Canada. And yet they could use their Canadian citizenship for travel purposes, for coming here in the event of a medical emergency, for cheaper education, or to take advantage of our social system here because they would be a Canadian resident. This bill has seriously been flawed, and the members should actually take notice of that.
The Honourable Member for La Pointe de l'Île. Yes, I'd like to give my colleague a shout-out and congratulate him on his speech. There are some cases where the act appears to be unjust. For example, when the parents are citizens here and they go work abroad, they have a child abroad, and when they come back, they have to apply again for the child's citizenship. And if that child goes abroad too, there can be problems getting citizenship for their child. So could the member mention a specific case, a very clear case, where he finds that it's unjust for people to get their citizenship through C3? The Honourable Member for Provencher.
Thank you to a member from Pointe-Laville. I have a great respect for that member and for the work that he does in this Parliament, so thank you very much. So the question is very good. Where would Bill C3 not be fair to someone? Bill C3 extends citizenship to people whose parents have only been here 1,095 days and who they themselves may never come here and may never want to come here and will never contribute to our Canadian society, never be part of our communities, not even necessarily know either of our two official languages, and yet they could be full Canadians. Right now there is a group of people called the Lost Canadians who were previously affected or who are affected by previous legislation, which this bill also captures, but it could do it with a lot less broadening than in its current state. And I think the bill, if it's not defeated entirely and something better brought forward, needs some significant amendments at committee that will really refine the scope of the bill to include Lost Canadians, as is the intent.
Member for Calgary-Noshill.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I want to be very clear here. What the Deputy Government House Leader suggested was that the first day back in the House of Commons after, Liberal prorogation, leadership race, election, that somehow we shouldn't be debating a bill on immigration after the Liberals have broken Canada's immigration system. And we know that the Liberals have increased immigration levels to an extent, while the economy has shrunk, right, that immigration levels can't keep up with housing supply. They can't keep up with jobs, and they can't keep up with health care. There have been reports and news articles to the contrary. I think it's really important to set that record straight. So of course Parliament should be looking at any bill that the government is proposing with regard to immigration. So my question to my colleague is this. There are amendments that this bill needs with regard to language proficiency, the length of time somebody has to be in Canada, and likely other things like criminal record checks. Does my colleague think that the Liberals will work collaboratively and pass those amendments?
Very brief answer from the Honourable Member for Province.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I want to thank the member from Calgary-Noshill for all the tremendous work that she's done in Parliament over the years, and especially on this piece of legislation. She's really showed her expertise in this area and on this file, and she's absolutely right. Our immigration system has been severely broken by the Liberals, and they aren't taking into consideration the reality that we live here in Canada and that many things are broken that need to be fixed, and our eyes should be on that.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Selkirk. Selkirk, Interlake, Eastman.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and it's indeed a pleasure to be back after our summer back in our ridings. I know all of us worked really hard and seen our constituents. I know that through the summer, on top of meeting with constituents at the office and across the riding, I attended every weekend multiple fairs, festivals, parades, rodeos, and it was just great to get out there and see as many people as we did. And then spent the last 2 weeks before coming back here meeting with my municipal councils across our large riding, the Selkirk Interlake Eastman, meeting with farmers and talking about the challenges that we have right now in the riding. And I can tell you there's a lot of things that came up, and that's why coming back here, I'm glad to see that our priorities as Conservatives are going to be dealing with the cost of living crisis that has been created by this Liberal government. We're going to deal with this job loss crisis, which and particularly are hitting our youth, including in our riding, and the crime crisis that is right now because of this catch and release that has happened under the Liberal government, the previous one and this one, continues to terrorize our communities and is the #1 issue I'm hearing. And of course, there is a lot of concerns about how immigration has been left to go without any strategy and plan to actually support Canada, to support our economy, as well as plan ahead in how we deal with housing, education, healthcare, and other social infrastructure that we need to deal with the burdening cost of having a population that has just boomed over the last 10 years because of unbridled immigration. And we're going to propose solutions to that as Conservatives. We're going to make sure that everybody can have a stronger paycheck, that they can make sure that they can afford these higher costs, but we want to look at how we can cut back on inflation and create more jobs. We want to make sure our streets are safe, and there's going to be lots of legislation that has been proposed by our Conservative Party that will make our communities and our streets safer and keep the criminals behind bars. And we're going to want to make sure that we secure our borders as well by hitting the brakes on immigration and anything that's doing, such as the temporary foreign worker program that is suppressing local jobs and creating high youth unemployment. And I'm looking forward to when we table in the House here our Canadian Sovereignty Act. We'll open up Canada for business. That's going to create a pile of jobs, cut government taxes, and improve the approval times of all major nation-building projects. Not creating bureaucracy, but cutting the red tape and the regulations and the bad legislation that came in under this Liberal government. Now, I'm here to speak on C3. And I can tell you that, there's a reason why the government is doing this. There was a court decision that was made. But I have to say that the system that we have, and I was in the Harper government back in 2009, when we had to deal with a crisis because of Canadians of convenience. And we created the first generation limit on citizenship to ensure that Canadians who claim citizenship have a direct connection to the country. They value that citizenship, and they plan to utilize it in a responsible manner. So if somebody was born in Canada and went abroad and had a child, that child would still be a Canadian under the current legislation, under the first generation limit, but the grandchildren would not be, without any direct connection. And so we're saying that, Canadians have to have that direct tie and value the Canadian citizenship, and will use it responsibly. Now, the Ontario Superior Court ruled that that was unconstitutional, and they asked the government that by June 2004 to bring in place a way to fix that. And here we are with a new deadline. This has been extended about 4 times by the government because they haven't been able to get this done. It's November 20th, 2025 that this bill would have to pass. But there is things in this bill that we have to change, and there's things in this bill that we are very, very supportive of, Madam Speaker. So we are supportive of the changes in the adoptive section for children that are adopted from abroad, that as soon as they're adopted, that they would be considered Canadians so the parents can bring them home and start raising them. I have had stories of heartbreak in my writing over the years from constituents who have actually gone and adopted children in other countries, and then it took years to get them back into Canada because Citizenship and Immigration Canada put up roadblock after roadblock after roadblock. This process would take away all of that red tape, all of that bureaucracy, and allow those children that are adopted legally abroad to come to Canada immediately with their parents and start their lives here in Canada. And I do applaud the government for doing this, and it's something that we really do support. The section in Bill C3 I support, which is the lost Canadians. That lost Canadians has to be rectified. From 1977 to 1981, roughly 50 months, a lot of people that were born here even, but had Commonwealth citizenship, no longer could claim Canadian citizenship. And that happened in my writing as well. I've had constituents come in that they don't have a citizen, they can't get a passport, they can't get access to health care, they don't have the ability to travel or vote. And so, you talk about the inherent rights of citizenship has been taken away from these individuals who have lived and worked and paid taxes here their entire lives. So, yes, we support this section of the bill and want to see it passed quickly. Potentially 20,000 Canadians fall underneath the Lost Canadians mandate. But the problem that we're dealing with is trying to address the issues of Canadians of convenience, which we have witnessed going back to 2006, that we tried to rectify in 2009. The courts have claimed was unconstitutional. And now we have the government coming forward with a very weak substantive connection test for people that want to claim Canadian inheritance. 1,095 days, roughly 3 years, is all you have to stay in Canada to claim Canadian citizenship. If you come from somebody that has a Canadian citizenship, you can claim it, and then your children will automatically get to claim citizenship as well, who may have never lived in Canada. And, you know, this does create a problem with multi-generational Canadians who have never lived in Canada, or never ever called it home. I'll use an example. You know, there's a lot of Canadians who move, like about 20% of Canadians living abroad live in the United States. And they move there because they want to pay lower taxes. They don't like the situation in Canada and haven't for generations. So they've moved to the United States, they work in the United States, they've taken on U.S. citizenship but maintain their Canadian citizenship. And now their children and their children and their children, if they come back to Canada every year to holiday in my riding along the beautiful Lake Winnipeg or Lake Manitoba and have a cottage there, their children can stay there for 3 weeks of the year. And by the time they're 52 years old, since this isn't consecutive, this can be spread out over time. At the age of 52, they can come back and claim citizenship. And then if they have substantive health challenges going forward, well, then they get access to our healthcare system without ever paying a dime, a tax or anything to Canada, and access our healthcare system. And once they hit age 65, they then can claim the right, they can move back to Canada without ever paying any taxes up until that point in time and start participating in GIS and OAS, our old age pension system, without ever paying a tax. 20% of Canadians living abroad are in the United States, and this will also apply to them as well as anyone else. So this potentially can include tens of thousands or hundreds of thousands of people who want to claim this right of citizenship because of this erroneous section of Bill C-3. This is going to create 2 new major administrative burdens on the Government of Canada that they are going to have to deal with, which includes proof of citizenship, issuing passports, tests on the substantive connection test that has to happen. The Parliamentary Budget Officer says in the first 5 years it's going to cost at least $21 million. So we know, Madam Speaker, that this is something that really will undermine the value of Canadian citizenship. We believe in a strong, fair, and meaningful Canadian citizenship, one that we can all be proud of, one that we come, you know, you talk about the two-tier system. There's those of us that are born here and get to enjoy the benefits, and then there's those that come and claim Canadian citizenship by working here, living here, connecting here, raising their families here. And now we're going to make it easy for others to come who have no connectivity to this country in any way, shape, or form. Let's stop the two-tier immigration system that C-3 starts, and let's support the amendments that the Conservatives are bringing forward.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like the member to appreciate and take a look at, let's say, a hypothetical situation, which is a positive reflection of reality. And that is, you have many Canadians, generational Canadians, that actually will move to another country. And after living in that country for 50 years, 60 years, maybe even much more than that, they will actually come back to Canada. Applying the same principles, would the member then say to those individuals that they too should not be entitled to OAS, GIS, Canada Health Services? Would he apply that very same principle? The bottom line, Madam Speaker, is I believe that yes, there are some concerns. Let's bring it to the committee, as opposed to trying to filibuster legislation. Listen to even what conservative voters are saying. That's right. They want to see more cooperation amongst all parties inside the House. Would you not agree?
The Honourable Member for Selkirk Interlake Eastman.
Well, Madam Speaker, I'll just say this, that the member from Winnipeg North, if it's a filibuster, why is he up talking? You know, he always gets up and debates all the time. And I'd just say this is my first chance to actually talk on Bill C-3. And we just got back. You know, let's try to, you know, work across the aisle here and see if we can actually make some headway. But I just want to put in a couple of quotes here about Canadians living abroad. And, you know, so essentially, Sergio Caris, who is a principal of Caris Immigration Law Professionals Corp. He says, many Canadians born abroad live in low-tax countries and regard Canada as an insurance policy if trouble ensues, but have no intention to pay exorbitant Canadian taxes. Introducing tens of thousands of new Canadians without a robust immigration plan is reckless. Our social infrastructure is buckling and health care is under severe pressure. The lack of a clear strategy for accommodating this potential population surge only heightens concerns. We have to address those concerns first before we open up citizenship to everybody around the world.
The Honourable Member for Abitibi-Temiskaming. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I've been listening to the Conservatives today, and I say, geez, should I have even come to Ottawa today? Should I have stayed home till the end of the week? But luckily, what they're proposing hasn't been passed yet. But my question is, how many potential terrorists among the Canadian women who were married to Canadians before 47, like, what are they afraid of? How many of those people are potential terrorists? How many people between this date and that date are of concern? Or what's the big gap here that I'm missing, the big danger for children born abroad to a Canadian parent who's deceased? Like, and those people have already been through the process. They've been to come to Canada. So this covers cases where people whose pasts are already known. And so what is the big danger to security here? That's my question.
Madam Speaker, I appreciate the comment and the question, and I can tell you that, I don't think at this point in time we know what that number is. But we do know that in Bill C-3 that people can qualify for Canadian citizenship under this law without ever going through a criminal records background check, without ever looking at whether or not they're appearing on anything like a terrorist list. And so if they aren't, if they're a Canadian citizen under this legislation, they could be 2-3 generations removed from anyone ever actually being a Canadian and claim the right to return using their citizenship, including if they were under a terrorist watch list. That has to be changed, and right now, Bill C-3 is not support. I can't support it in its present form.
The Honourable Member for Sherwood Park for Saskatchewan.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker. I thank my colleague for an excellent speech, and I just wanted to get up and comment on what the member for Winnipeg North said, because I'm looking at the clock here. It's 1 o'clock, right? Parliament has sat for 2 hours, right? And this is maybe the 20th, 21st day in 2025 that Parliament is sitting. And we're trying to have a serious conversation about an important issue around immigration. And the Parliamentary Secretary, the only Liberal to speak at all as far as I've seen today, says 2 hours of debate, it's too much. It's too much. I've had enough. I've had enough. Can I suggest, Madam Speaker, that if he's had enough, maybe he can go do something else and let others participate in the conversation. But in the meantime, this is literally our job, is to discuss important issues before this House. And if he doesn't want to do the job anymore, that's up to him. But we need to actually talk about major public issues facing the country. That is our job. That is the purpose of this, the People's House.
Honourable Member for Selkirk Interlake Eastman, a very brief answer or comment.
Madam Speaker, I got to say I agree completely with my colleague from Sherwood Park for Saskatchewan. And again, here we have the member from Winnipeg North who's been here forever.
We have to resume debate. The Honourable Member for York Centre.
Here, here.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm pleased to rise to debate this proposed legislation for the first time in the House of Commons. What makes this debate even more special to me is that it is about citizenship. And like many of us in this House, I am a citizen in Canada who has not acquired it by virtue of birth. I gained my Canadian citizenship only later in life when I was almost 20. Gaining Canadian citizenship is like winning the lottery. And even though I do not recognize our country after 10 years of the Liberals, I still believe that Canada is the best country in the world. And holding Canadian citizenship is a remarkable privilege that should not be afforded loosely to anyone who wasn't born in Canada. The bill will confer Canadian citizenship on children of Canadian citizens who weren't born in Canada, not children born to Canadian-born Canadians living abroad. That's already law. But to children whose parents are Canadian but were not born in Canada, and their children, and their children's children, in perpetuity, if they meet the substantial connection test. If a non-Canadian born Canadian demonstrates that they were only present in Canada for 3 years in total, not consecutively, their non-Canadian born children would also be eligible for Canadian citizenship. My fear, Speaker, is that C3 seeks to diminish, devalue the value of Canadian citizenship. It is an irresponsible position, Speaker. Last week, along with my family, we celebrated our 30th Canadiversary. 30 years of blissful existence in Canada. That's why, Speaker, I have a unique perspective on this piece of legislation, as it touches directly on one of the greatest things in the world, one of the most precious documents one could ever imagine, and that is a Canadian passport reflecting Canadian citizenship. My story isn't unique. It's been experienced by many Canadians and many members of this House. The story of coming to Canada. You see, Speaker, 30 years ago, Canada was in need of chemical engineers. My father was a chemical engineer. We applied, passed a medical check, passed a criminal background check, and within a short time were invited to immigrate to Canada as landed immigrants. The system worked. And I remember the night we came to Canada. It was on September 5, 1995. It was in the middle of the night. We landed at Pearson Airport in Toronto. We drove to North York, to Sheppard and Bathurst, inside the heart of the riding that I'm now blessed to represent in this House. And I looked out the window and I saw Earl Bales Park and the Don Lands. And on the other side of the park, Yonge Street, beautiful lights and towers, the great riding of Willowdale. And I was in love from day one. And we didn't have a cent to our name. And I remember what true poverty was like. My dad initially sold ice cream off those yellow Dixie bicycles. My mom was an unemployed teacher, but it didn't matter because I always had a job and I always had this incredible joy because all you ever needed to succeed in Canada is just work hard and be nice to people. That's it. That was the Canadian promise that the Conservatives, that my fellow colleagues and our leader seek to restore. And since then, I've had every blessing this country has to offer: to study, to work, to succeed, to practice law, to start a small business, and eventually to be elected to this House to represent the very constituents that welcome me as an immigrant. And I also remember the day we became Canadian citizens. It was on March 16, 2000. We went to a federal building at St. Clair and Yonge, and I remember taking the oath of citizenship. And I remember my new fellow Canadians with me taking the oath of citizenship. It was a beautiful thing. It's very, very sad that some of these requirements to attend in person, to take oath, have recently been diluted by the Liberals. It's shameful, Speaker. I remember the judge who smiled at me. I remember her smiling at me as we were leaving the room after my oath. This is why it was so very important to me to speak about this bill, because I do not want to see this value diminished. Canadian citizenship gave rise to future generations of Canadians who helped build this country, pay taxes, participate in civil society and national conversations. New Canadians who represent Canadians. Many of my friends in this House are new Canadians who represent Canadians in the respective constituencies. And that is why myself and my colleagues oppose what Bill C-3 will accomplish, in essence, which is to devalue Canadian citizenship. We already had Justin Trudeau devalue the Canadian passport, eliminating images like Terry Fox in favor of a picture of himself, presumably at Harrington Lake. You wouldn't expect that kind of behavior from a leader of a democratic country. And now the current Prime Minister seeks to devalue our citizenship by offering it in perpetuity to children not born in Canada. Speaker, the Liberals propose that all you need to do is spend 3 years in Canada on and off, could be a year, could be over a decade, could be dozens of summer vacations, and that would be enough to establish the substantial connection test to pass it on, to pass on our precious Canadian citizenship. One could even have a criminal record and still be eligible for a Canadian citizenship, as long as one of their parents spent 3 years in Canada on and off. No residence, no property, no Canadian employment, no Canadian education, nothing. I submit respectfully that to qualify for Canadian citizenship, one must establish roots in Canada, contribute to our society, get a job, go to school, buy property at the very least, instead of a short-term stay on and off. And also, Speaker, we already have enough crime and chaos on our streets because of Liberal bail and sentencing policies. We rightfully insist that anyone with a criminal record should not be admitted to Canadian citizenship. Canadians and future generations of Canadians will thank us. I'm incredibly grateful for the opportunity to rise in this House to debate this very, very personal piece of legislation. I invite all of us to remember why we stood for office, why we got elected. We got elected for Canadians. We got elected to defend our country, to preserve its culture, its security, its safety, its well-being, its economic well-being.
Absolutely.
What this legislation does is it undermines all of that. We look forward to reviewing it at committee, and we hope that our friends across the aisle will sincerely consider some serious amendments to beef up the substantial connection test. Future generations of Canadians will thank us. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Hull-Elmer.
I would like to thank my honourable colleague who is a Canadian citizen. Now, Madam Speaker, we must avoid a situation where we criticize things that are untrue. I'd like to share an anecdote. I'm wondering how my colleague feels about a constituent of mine. He is a son of Canadians who worked in development in Africa. They were born outside Canada, and their son decided to work abroad as well. He worked in many countries. At some point, he settled down in the United States and married an American. His parents are now sick. He has come back to Canada to take care of his parents. But the problem is that, sadly, his children cannot have Canadian citizenship. His children do not threaten Canada's national security. They are 4 and 6 years old. Here's what I would like to know. Why does the colleague feel that we should not fix this problem and help those who wish to contribute to Canada?
I thank the Honourable Member for his question. We absolutely feel that there is room to look and to afford those who were born to parents outside of Canada, to parents that are Canadian citizens who were not born in Canada. We should certainly look at ways to let them become Canadian. The disagreement on this side of the House is with the substantial connection test and with the de minimis requirements that Bill C-3 prescribes. I hear from my friend opposite is that the Canadian or the non-Canadian is now living in Canada, I hear from my friend that his parents are living in Canada, and he is here, in fact, to help them, which is very commendable. But sounds to me as if that particular residence has some roots in Canada, which is all we're asking for. Devise a framework where non-Canadians can become Canadians, not by virtue of doing the minimum, showing up for a couple of summer vacations, but by living in Canada.
We have to go to other questions. Questions et commentaires, l'honorable député d'Abitibi-Témiscamingue.
The Honourable Member for Abitibi-Témiscamingue. Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I thank the new member, the member for York Centre. It's great to hear how proud he is of the immigration process he experienced. It's hard to understand why he is hesitant to support others becoming Canadian as he did. As a lawmaker, I want to understand what Conservatives are proposing. Now, we've discussed the perpetuity connection and also the substantial connection. I want to know, please, what amendment Conservatives will move in committee to address that. The Bloc Québécois will have the balance of power in committee, so we need to understand what will be brought forward if we are to fix this bill, which is apparently so disastrous.
I thank my friend for the question. I reject the proposition that I'm in any way not in favor of other Canadians or non-Canadians, but residents obtaining Canadian citizenship. In fact, I specifically said that new Canadians contribute to our country, pay taxes, work, go to school, contribute to our culture and heritage, and even get elected. And I'd like to preserve that privilege for future generations of Canadians instead of diluting the right to become Canadian, as this legislation seeks to do. Conservatives will offer various options at committee. We will look at asking the government to amend the Act to provide for additional years. We will ask the government to provide for some consecutive terms, something that will enable the establishment of roots in this country instead of come and go, as the Liberals propose.
Yes. Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Kamloops, Thompson Nicola.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. It's always a pleasure to rise on behalf of the people from Kamloops, Thompson Nicola. Before I begin, having been away for the summer, I want to welcome everybody back. It's always a pleasure here to have the honor to speak on the floor of the House of Commons, something that so few Canadians get to experience. So I welcome everybody back. I welcome you, Madam Speaker, back to the chair. Before I begin, though, I recently got some sad news. And, Madam Speaker, that was that a childhood friend of mine, a friend that I went to school with from, I believe it was grade 3, maybe grade 4, Dennis Doyle, passed away tragically and unexpectedly. He leaves behind his father, Peter Doyle, his mother, his sister, Leanne, and his fiancée, Ashley Sumner. This was completely unexpected, Madam Speaker. I went to high school with Dennis. He was such a character. Whenever he walked by, everybody would give a good-natured sound effect. So if you know, you know. To Dennis, I'm so sorry. To Dennis's family, I'm so sorry to hear of his loss. And if you know, you know. I'm going to say one time for Dennis, in commemoration of his life, Bah! Madam Speaker, I also wish to recognize the life of Marilyn Van Doggen. Madam Speaker, Marilyn Van Doggen was somebody who was so devoted for the community of Kamloops, Thompson Nicola. Her family were active participants in the Alzheimer's Walk. She was afflicted with this horrible disease, the disease that ultimately took the life of my grandmother. Marilyn leaves behind her husband, Casey, for whom I awarded a Queen's Platinum Jubilee Medal to. She also leaves behind her daughter, Diane, son Ken, another son Neil, and daughter Sheila. Neil and I actually went to kindergarten together, so this is a family that I've known for about over 40 years. Their contributions cannot be understated. I see Neil and Sheila frequently in the community, and want to recognize Marilyn's life. May perpetual light shine upon her. Madam Speaker, we're talking about immigration today, and I often speak about this topic in the House of Commons. It actually came up in my first speech. It's something that's really close to my heart. People are probably tired of hearing about my family story, but I'm going to say it again because I'm able to say it again. When I talk about how proud I am to walk here onto the floor of the House of Commons, I mean that every single day, just take it in. In fact, the night I was elected, September 20th, 2021, my mother, who came to this country as an immigrant, said, "What would your grandfather, her father, think if he saw this today?" This simply wasn't an option to be in the House of Commons. My mom tells a story about how he had to borrow money for a chicken so he'd have a chicken on Christmas Day. Those are my roots. That's where I came from. My mother came, she followed her father who came, didn't have the money to bring the whole family. He came to Canada to work because he came from a very poor part of Italy. My mother followed him in 1957. My father came with his family in 1959. They met in Canada. My dad actually didn't finish high school. He went to work. He went to work at a place called Balco, now Tolco, a huge employer in British Columbia. And he worked there until he literally could not physically work there anymore. That was the Canada they came to. My mom spent her time as a homemaker. She went back to school when I was 10 years old, became a legal assistant. So on the one hand, we had a mill worker. On the other hand, we had a legal assistant, and they had 3 children, my sister Rosie, my other sister Ellie, and then me. My sisters both became teachers, a very noble career. My parents lived that Canadian dream, and now I am living that. And to me, that is what this place embodies. That is what Canada embodies. So, what do we have to say about that? I owe everything I have to immigration. I would not be standing here were it not for immigration. Now, they came to a very different Canada, and places change. When my parents came to Canada, when my dad came to Canada, you showed up, you got a job. If you worked hard, you kept that job. That was the promise of Canada. That was the Canadian dream. And he worked very hard. I know that because I spent a summer working at the sawmill that he worked. And after 2 shifts, I never had more respect for my father, knowing the backbreaking labor that he did for over 30 years. And here I was, 19 years old, thinking, I don't know how my dad has done this, but they sacrificed so much. In return, they gave back to Canada so much. I can't tell you how many hours of volunteerism, how proudly patriotic my family is. This all comes back to immigration. So I owe Canada, we as a family owe Canada a tremendous debt of gratitude. And it is against that backdrop, Madam Speaker, that I speak about Bill C-3, about a bill on immigration. Frankly, I've heard a number of falsehoods, things that I vehemently disagree with from our friends on the Liberal side. Just heard a question, why aren't we prepared to welcome Canadians? Nothing could be further from the truth. In fact, Madam Speaker, I received a message from somebody the other day. I had worked with her on a few things. We worked together on one thing in particular. And she said, Frank, I just got my permanent residency. And she went through it the right way. And what I said in response, I wrote a note back and I said, I cannot wait to sign your citizenship certificate someday. This idea that conservatives are not welcoming, this notion that it is a carte blanche no to immigration could not be further from the truth. We are a welcoming party, an inclusive party, and if you look around, even in the House of Commons right now, you will see people like me who are first-generation Canadians, who owe everything they have to immigration, or who themselves, like the member who just spoke before me, who themselves immigrated. Now, against that backdrop, we have to ask ourselves, how do we deal with this? How do we deal with immigration law going forward? And we have Bill C-3 here before us. Madam Speaker, this bill eliminates the first-generation limits and grants citizenship to those born abroad if one parent spends just 1,095 non-consecutive days, no criminal record checks. So I want to kind of dive into that. I know I've spoken a lot about my background, but I think it's really important. I wish I had more time to speak about it. Maybe the member from Winnipeg North will pass a unanimous consent motion that I could keep on talking. The reality is, though, 1,095 non-consecutive days, so about 3 years here, somebody can divide their time up, okay? How much time are we talking about? How many of those 1,095 non-consecutive days are we looking at? Where are the checks and balances to determine whether the person has actually spent that much time? And what we're talking about is what the courts have called a substantial connection. And substantial is one of these legal words. I come from a legal background, as most people hear way too much about. But the reality is that substantial, these like legal buzzwords, what does that actually mean? Can you have a substantial connection to a number of places? Do I have a substantial connection to the place where my parents came? Or where my parents landed, for instance, when they first came to Canada, where they settled, other places. So I question whether somebody can have a substantial connection to a number of places. The reality is that conservatives are completely open. We want to show an angle of compassion and an angle of just immigration, appropriate immigration. I am completely open to that. In fact, I welcome it. I want people to live and experience what I've lived and experienced. And Madam Speaker, I cannot wait to welcome these people with an immigration system that is just, that is appropriate, and that reflects Canadian values. Thank you.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Deputy House Parliament Secretary to the Government House.
Yes, Madam Speaker, you've been here all morning. You've been listening to conservative after conservative stand in their place and say that there is some just cases that will be enabled to have their citizenship if we pass this legislation. Members on all sides of this House recognize the value of it. So if the member says, well, as a Conservative Party, we want to be able to show progressive forward movement on such policy, one of the things that they could do is recognize that there's been hours and hours of debate. Back in June, we were debating this legislation. There's no reason whatsoever that we cannot continue this debate in second reading, and let's see the amendments that the Conservative Party has. It's a minority government. That means all you have to do is convince a majority of MPs to be on side with you. Opposition has a majority membership on the standing committee. My question to the member is, if he's convinced of the amendments that they apparently have, why not allow it to go to committee?
Member for Kamloops Thompson Nicola.
What I appreciate about the member from Winnipeg is not what he says, but how loud he says it, Madam Speaker. I have watched here all morning, and I have seen countless Liberals, many women standing behind him, who don't get to ask a question of this government, of us here, and all the while, he stands and speaks. If this is going to be a discussion, and this government is going to put their money where their mouth is, This is the reality that there is one member who speaks on behalf of the government. So I do take issue with the fact that he is asking all the questions on behalf of the government when there are countless individuals, some newly elected, who would love to participate in this debate, and they have to take a back seat to that one member, Madam Speaker. Thank you.
Can I just remind the honourable member that actually it is not correct. There have been other members asking questions, and it is not the tone of the debate also to remark on who asks the questions. Questions et commentaires.
Questions and comments, the honourable member for Abitibi-Témiscamingue. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I find it interesting that this member is moralizing us about the tone and volume used in this House. Nevertheless, it's the tone and the volume that will be given for the next session. That's what we're noting. But in concrete terms, I think there's a question that remains, and it was raised by the member for Winnipeg North. What will they bring to committee? I need to know what they're going to bring forward. I can't imagine that the government won't be checking their antecedents, and they have to be specific and go deeper in the legislation to make sure we have these verifications in place. But we don't want to have propaganda of fear saying that we're going to open the floodgates and threaten our security. I don't find that correct. I want to know from my colleague what amendments will be brought forward by the Conservatives at committee. Thank you.
Kamloops Thompson Nicola.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I thank my colleague for the question. I don't believe that we as Conservatives have spoken about propaganda and fear. In fact, I spoke about the Canadian dream and how amazing it is to be here speaking about this. At the end of the day, Madam Speaker, we want an immigration system that is just, that is appropriate, and that reflects that those who should be coming to Canada, those with an appropriate connection, will actually be here. So the reality is that when it does come to consideration at committee, we should be looking at a number of different things. We should be looking at the substantial connection. How much time does that really mean? How many generations beyond the current generation are we actually looking at? Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions et commentaires. Questions, comments, the honourable member for Calgary Nose Hill.
Provides a system for people to obtain citizenship in a way that the government cannot even estimate how many people would be eligible over a set period of time. Problem one. Problem two, it doesn't have any language requirements for people obtaining citizenship by descent, whereas we have those language requirements for citizenship by naturalization. The third thing, it has no criminal record check. The fourth thing, as my colleagues have already talked about, the presence in Canada test is probably not adequate. But I think what's important to understand here is that the Liberals in their debate are trying to move away from the fact that they have broken Canada's immigration system. Can my colleague talk about how Conservatives have been putting forward common sense proposals to fix the immigration system that the Liberals have broken and restore order and fairness to a once great system that served our country well?
A very brief answer from the honourable member for Kamloops Thompson Nicola.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I thank my honourable colleague for her intervention. I believe that it was Senator Martin who put forward a bill that would rectify so many of these issues, and yet the Liberals, as I understand it, voted against it. So when we're talking about who's on what side and where and how we're doing it, there was a Conservative member or Conservative senator who put forward this bill, and it was voted against, and that should be remembered. Thank you.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Bowmanville, Oshawa North.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise today to raise very serious concerns about Liberal legislation, Bill C-3. This legislation proposes to create a new system of unlimited chain migration into Canada at a time when Liberal immigration policies have already skewed the population growth to the point where public services are under great strain. This is not only bad policy, but, Madam Speaker, I believe this is immoral policy. Liberals would like to make it easier for people who have never stepped foot in Canada to obtain Canadian citizenship. And it is absurd. It is outrageous. The population growth they have already inflicted upon our country has put us in a vulnerable position on many fronts. And the reality is that they want to hand Canadian citizenship out like candies at the counter. By treating Canadian citizenship this way, Liberals will further increase the number of people who are trying to access social programs, housing, and health care. And this is already a growing problem where we have more people than we have services available for the people who are here. The quality of life for Canadians is threatened to be further eroded with Bill C-3. It will make many of the problems in our country even worse. Madam Speaker, I am particularly concerned about the implications this has for our healthcare system, which is already in a state of degradation because of the surge of population growth across the country. We do not have enough hospitals, we do not have enough beds, we don't have enough doctors, and we don't have enough nurses. And the prospect of Liberals wanting to bring even more people into Canada is truly concerning to many. I would like to share with you a story to illustrate just how population growth is lowering the quality of life for Canadians across this country. And it is a personal story of my family dealing with the hospital system last week. On Monday of last week, my dear mother, love you, Mom, by the way, my dear mother went into the hospital for a hip replacement surgery. And like has become the norm across Canada, she had to wait far too long for her surgery date. In fact, by the time she went in to get her surgery done, the surgeon had said the damage to her hip had reached the point of 10 out of 10. That means that my dear mother was dealing with a lot of pain for a long period of time while waiting for the chance to have a surgery that everybody in the healthcare system acknowledged she needed much more urgently than it was provided. But the state of our healthcare system becomes even more clear with the experience we had in the hospital itself. Now, the morning of the hospital, everything went smooth. I was with my mom, the surgeon was awesome, the nurses were awesome, they took great care of her, and we are very thankful for the excellent work that they did. We are also very grateful to be in a country where you don't have to go into debt in order to see a doctor. Very good experience in the morning. I was with my mom in the afternoon and in the evening. Around 10 p.m., I decided that I was going to go home and get some sleep. So I hit the 401, I'm driving east on my way back home, and I get a phone call from my mom, frantic and upset. Now, my mother, Madam Speaker, is a very calm, cool, and collected lady. She does not get upset easily, but she was freaking out, all right? And she was freaking out because she awoke from her rest while recovering from surgery to the sounds of hospital staff moving a male patient into her room. Now, I appreciate that some people in this House might not see that as a big deal, but a lot of people across Canada do. You know, when you are recovering from a surgery and you're in a hospital gown, you're in a physically vulnerable state, you can barely move, the idea that a hospital would move a dude into my mom's room in the middle of the night with no notice, no acknowledgement, don't even recognize this is kind of a bizarre and weird action to take to begin with, it made my mom quite unhappy. And the male patient who was moved into the room was also very uncomfortable with the situation. The only thing dividing them being a thin curtain pulled between hospital beds. And so naturally, when my mom is upset, it's like the bat signal going up, right? I get off the highway, get back, head westward, and I'm back at the hospital. And I go and I speak to the supervising nurse. And after some persistence, I think, Madam Speaker, you know me well enough to know what my persistence might look like. They did move my mom to a new hospital room with a female patient. But I asked the supervising nurse, what is the hospital policy that allows you to have a male patient and a female patient forced to share a room without their consent? And so they printed it off and they handed it to me, and I looked at it, and it was a policy that said, due to overcrowding and under-resourced hospitals, the hospitals in Toronto had taken the decision that they were going to have to give themselves that power. Now, I'm not of the belief that that makes it a good choice for them. I don't like the policy, but you could see very practically what population growth has done to our hospitals in that moment. And I did some research, Madam Speaker, and I found this has become a common practice in hospitals all across Canada, giving themselves the ability to pair male and female patients in the same room against their will because they just don't have enough space. So now a week later, Madam Speaker, I come back to Ottawa after that whole ordeal, and what is the first thing on the legislative calendar? The Liberals want to make it easier to bring even more people into our country. increase the demand even further on our healthcare system, and continue to demonstrate a quite objectively observable pattern of policymaking that would indicate they would rather bring new people into this country than take care of the people who are already here. My mom and seniors like her built this country, paid taxes in this country for decades, on the promise that they would be looked after when they needed it. And we have a series of policy choices being made continuously by this Liberal government to make life harder and harder for people like my mom. And forgive me, but I just can't get down with that. It's not right. Now, I appreciate that the Liberal MPs on the other side of the House may want to dismiss this and deflect. They might want to say this is a provincial issue. Why don't you take this to the provincial government? And claim that they have no responsibility. Well, my response to that would be, maybe that's a message they could deliver to the Prime Minister. He's the one having fireplace chats with the Premier of Ontario. It's not me. He's the one sipping Chardonnays by the fire with the man who's in charge of the provincial government in this province. And if they want to make healthcare funding an issue, by all means, encourage the Prime Minister to do so. But I'm not able to I don't get invited to the fireplace, Madam Speaker. I don't think you do either. Most Canadians don't get to go to the fireplace. What do we have control over here in this House? In this House, we have the ability to control what we vote for and what we stand for. We get to represent our constituents and say to them, we are going to take a stand for what is right and what is good for the people of this country. And with Bill C-3, they cannot even tell us how many new people they are going to bring into the nation. They cannot give us an answer, and yet they expect us to be able to just rubber stamp their legislation when basic information required to know how this affects our families, our communities, the people who send us here to Ottawa, is not being provided by the Liberal government. It is unacceptable. It's an unacceptable way to do business. And the reality is that they're going to continue this approach of valuing bringing more people in instead of taking care of the people who are already here. We will all lose. That's what happens. We all lose in that situation. So my request to every Liberal MP who is here, every Liberal MP who might hear my words, is please do your job. Please take care of the people of this country. Join the Conservatives in pointing out how reckless your policies are in growing our population. Join the Conservatives in pointing out that at minimum, the Canadian people deserve to know how many new people will be entering this country. Because my mother did not deserve what happened at the hospital. I don't think your mother would deserve it. I don't think anybody's mother deserves it. And I think that's a good enough reason to say this legislation just isn't good enough. Thank you.
Questions et commentaires, questions and comments. The honourable member for Vaudreuil-Soulanges.
Merci beaucoup.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker.
Marks. Madam Speaker, he chose to spend his time talking about the healthcare system, and that's the honourable member's right to do so. He shared a story about his mother, and I appreciate that because I too have a story with my mother recently being in the hospital for emergency surgery. My mother and I actually both had a similar conversation about the state of our healthcare system, and I was able to explain and share with my mother that I was very proud of the fact that I voted in favor of providing even more money for transfers to the provinces, $200 billion record funding that we know is going to have a very positive impact on that healthcare system, Madam Speaker, and I'm just wondering if my honourable colleague can say the same.
The honourable member for Bowman-Oshawa.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. For every dollar they claim to be spending, they are bringing more people here. This is a pretty basic way of understanding how math works. You add money into a system, but they also add demand to that very system, and then expect to get better results. It's illogical, it's immoral, and it's dishonest to pretend their immigration policies are not adding to the burden of our healthcare system and making it harder for Canadians to get the healthcare they deserve.
The honourable member for La Pointe de l'Île. Madam Speaker, I'd like to know, if you look at the Citizenship Act as a whole, I think the bill one of the positive things about this bill is that it corrects some injustices. There are probably some more changes that need to be made, but when you look at it as a whole, it's a puzzle. Does my colleague agree that we really need a full overhaul of the Citizenship Act? The honourable member for Bowmanville.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Look, I don't understand why the first question everybody isn't asking is how many people? This is the primary point I am trying to make here today. We don't have basic information on how many people, and we can make this more complicated and dress it up in political language if they like. All I want to know is how many people are they planning to bring into our country so that when we go back to our constituents, we can at least say we made an informed decision. I would encourage my honourable colleague from the bloc to be asking that very same question and make that the #1 priority in this conversation. How many people are coming here, and how many hospital beds, how many jobs, how many houses are not going to go to Canadians because of this legislation?
Member for Calgary Nose Hill.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I just wanted to ask a follow-up question on something that my colleague said about the spending of healthcare dollars and the number of people coming into the country. I'm looking at an article from December 12th, 2024 that said Canadians face the longest ever healthcare wait times in 2024. Study finds. So we had one colleague get up here and say, oh, we're spending all this money on healthcare, but at the same time, we have a vertical hockey stick increase in the number of people that came into the country. And this bill, the government can't even say how many people it will allow into the country through this bill. So they're trying to claim that they're spending enough money on healthcare while exponentially juicing the immigration numbers. It's not an immigrant's fault for wanting to come to Canada. It is the Liberal government's fault for burdening our already broken healthcare system with numbers of people that our country can support. Does he agree?
Honourable member for Bowmanville, Oshawa North.
Absolutely, I agree. Thank you.
Questions et commentaires, questions and comments. L'honorable député de Madame.
The honourable member for Madawaska-Restigouche. Madam Speaker, as I said in my speech, it's important to be serious in the proposals that we're making. And I think we need to avoid exaggeration and simplifying things and using shocking headlines. I think we should really study Bill C-3 and see how it will change citizenship. And I'd like to know from my colleague opposite, what are the amendments his party would like to make to this bill? The honourable member.
We have yet another example of a member of parliament saying that he's concerned about information and studying the legislation. He really wants to make an informed decision, elevate the discourse. And then when I ask basic questions of how many people are you bringing into our country, that's crossing a line somehow. This is basic stuff, Madam Speaker. People deserve to know, with the scarce resources our country has, how many people is the Liberal government going to bring in to further divide what is a finite pie of resources and opportunity. This is a basic element of managing a country, managing an economy, managing a healthcare system. And they want to make it more complicated than that, but it is very simple. Thank you.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Edmonton Southeast.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, it's an honor once again to stand in the House and speak on the first day of session, back in session. First, to all my colleagues, I want to say welcome back. After a summer spent in our constituencies, I'm certain we are all excited to be back doing what Canadians elected us to do. As a new MP elected just under 5 months ago, it has been a busy summer in Edmonton Southeast, talking with people, studying their issues, building new office that will faithfully serve them. I want to thank you, people of Edmonton Southeast, once again putting their trust in me and to be their champion in Ottawa. Edmonton Southeast people are upset. They're upset with rising crime. They're upset with the chaos in immigration system. They're upset with cost of living crisis. They're upset with the old Liberals who have done nothing under Justin Trudeau and who have done nothing under current Liberal MP, Prime Minister. Edmonton Southeast, I'm here I'm listening. I'm eager to bring your voice to the House and fight for you. Bill C-3 is just another liberal upset. This bill, Amendment to Citizenship Act, does little but cheapen what Canadian citizenship is. Right now, Canadians living abroad will pass Canadian citizenship to children. However, if the family continues to live outside of Canada, it won't pass on the next generation. It's a one-generation limit. There are reasons that a one-generation limit exists. Introduced by Stephen Harper in 2009, it was a reasonable and necessary measure to stop Canadians of convenience. This liberal bill will throw that out. All that will be required for a foreign-born Canadian is to spend 3 non-consecutive years of their life in Canada, and they can pass on the citizenship to their children. This creates a repeating cycle. Generation after generation, foreign-born people can maintain Canadian citizenship without even living in Canada. People who have never been in Canada will get citizenship because their parents spent a few months in Canada, and their parents spent a few months in Canada, and so on. It's a chain migration. This isn't a small number of people either. We are talking about 100,000 new people who will become eligible to get Canadian citizenship if this law passes. No background check, no security check, no need to contribute to Canada. And this is on top of already backlogged immigration system, which cannot even keep up the number of people applying for citizenship who are living and contributing to Canada. I'm an immigrant, like many in this House, like many across the country. I worked to become a Canadian. I contributed to Canadian society. I built my career. I'm raising family here. I'm representing my neighbors and community here in our sacred democratic institution. I, like many Canadians, chose to invest myself here, become part of this country, great country, because I believe in it. Because Canadian citizenship comes with value, with responsibility, and something we Canadians truly love and believe in. Being Canadian is something many people seek. There are many people who have invested their lives, built businesses, raised families in this country. So many of these people are still waiting for citizenship. There are many good people taking right step out of love for this country. It is a long process and has many hurdles. You have to prove your commitment to this country. It has always been a privilege to be earned by birth or by contributing and living in this country. It has never been up for grabs so easily with so less of an effort in the Canadian history. If Bill C-3 passes as is, you will have 2 tiers of foreign-born Canadian citizens. You will have those like me who worked hard to proudly call themselves Canadians, and you will have those who raised abroad and have grandparent or grandparent once born in Canada. Neither of these groups were born in Canada. Only one needs to believe in Canada to get citizenship. Only one needs to prove themselves to get citizenship. Only one truly needs to contribute to get citizenship. Don't mistake me for believing that foreign-born Canadian relatives don't deserve Canadian citizenship. There are Canadian families who live much of their life abroad and who have children abroad. But we need to have a reasonable measure in place. This legislation comes with major risk in Immigration Department as well, the IRCC. When this bill was proposed last Parliament session as Bill C-75, it was an estimated that over 100,000 people will get Canadian citizenship. At the moment, IRCC is completely dysfunctional. There is a massive backlog that has pushed back the decision-making ability of IRCC way past the acceptable timelines. Just in few months I have been elected. Over 400 constituents have come up to me with their concerns and delays with IRCC applications. Papers are misfiled. They are not responded back. On average, it takes 18 months to 2 years for people who are living in Canada, who are investing in Canada, who are building in Canada to get their citizenship complete. The status quo is not okay. People's life plans, their futures, their families are being messed up because of IRCC can't timely process their applications. Imagine if over 100,000 citizenship requests are added to the system tomorrow, what will happen to the system? I wonder if Minister would consider the practical organizational effects of this legislation. It would be a nightmare for the department. A great Canadian, Dr. Jordan Peterson, once wrote, "If you want to change the world, start making off by your bed." If the immigration minister wants to change the immigration in this country so badly, perhaps she should start making her bed by fixing the absolute embarrassment of Immigration Department, IRCC, and their backlog. There are goods in this bill, and Conservatives will support those goods. Conservatives will want this bill be amended. There is a room for compromise. But what is clear is the requirement of 3 years or 1,095 days non-consecutive spent in Canada to pass on citizenship to next generation. That is unacceptable. There must be stronger ties, at least 5 years of time. The person who invested, then we would know that they have invested in Canada. They have children who have ties with Canada. Not just because of the technicality convenience that one would pass the immigration on or the citizenship on. On the record, Honorable Minister of Immigration said, we are open to amendments. To the Honorable Minister, I hope you keep your words. This bill can be properly studied in Immigration Committee and real safeguards can be put in place so that Canadian citizenship is not weakened and abused. Those who were born here and those who worked hard like me or millions other Canadians who worked hard become Canadian citizenship. In closing, I want to see this bill fixed. I want to see this goes to Immigration Committee. Conservatives want proper safeguard in place. We want stronger requirements for passing down citizenship. It's clear that Conservatives are once standing up for strong and fair Canadian citizenship. My hope is that my colleagues' eyes across the aisle will be opened and the need to protect Canadian citizenship and we amend this bill. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. You know, the 1,095 that we often hear about from the Conservative benches, that's not just a number that's pulled out of the House. Today, if you look at it, it takes 1,095 days in order to be able to qualify for a citizenship when you apply if you're a permanent resident. So that applies to a lot of people today in Canada. Madam Speaker, what I consistently hear from the Conservatives is they got amendments. They have amendments. But when they're asked to share amendments, they magically disappear. The Conservative voters themselves want to see more cooperation on the floor of the House of Commons. A lot of the debate that we've seen in the last 3 hours could be taking place in the committee stage where we can actually do what in part the Conservatives want, and that is to provide citizenship for some individuals that are there today that should have this citizenship. My question to the member is, does he not agree that we should be listening to Canadians, be more cooperative, and at least allow legislation to get to the committee stage without having to use time allocation?
Member for Edmonton South East.
Thank you again, Madam Speaker. As I said in my initial speech, Conservatives need this bill be amended. There needs to be strong changes made. Mere non-consecutive 3 years or 1,095 days are not enough to claim citizenship down the road after third, fourth generation. It's not enough. There needs to be more genuine connection with the country. This this citizenship is not up for easy grab. You have to prove your genuine ties, your intent to the country to grab this citizenship, and Conservatives are in agreement with that.
A very brief question from the Honourable Member for Cariboo Prince George.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And to our honourable colleague from Winnipeg North, Conservatives are listening to Canadians. Canadians have concerns that we are already facing hospital closures in our province of British Columbia. There is not enough doctors, there's not enough nurses to be able to fulfill the duties and the services that we need right now. The Liberals can't tell us how many people that they're going to bring into our country to our honourable colleague for his speech. How is that compassionate? When we bring Canadians in or new entrants into our country, we want to be compassionate. There's no compassion in showing that the Liberals cannot tell.
Give the honourable member 30 seconds for a brief answer from the honourable member for Edmonton South East.
As I said, Conservatives will propose that this bill goes to committee for proper review, for proper safeguards to be put in place so that Canadian citizenship is not misused, it's not abused, and it's equally valued by the hardworking non-born Canadians like me, like millions other, so that they also feel appreciated. There should be no two-tier test for immigration.
Thank you very much. Statements by members, déclaration des députés. The honourable member for Kootenay-Alberni.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to recognize the extraordinary courage and resilience shown in my riding during the devastating Wesley Ridge and Mount Underwood wildfires that struck our communities this summer. At the heart of the response were career and volunteer firefighters, men and women who put their lives on the line, working around the clock with bravery and determination on the front lines. Their skill and sacrifice protected homes, livelihoods, and lives in dangerous and unpredictable conditions. I also want to thank First Nations, local governments, and the many neighbours, volunteers, church groups, service clubs, and local businesses who rallied to support families, opening their doors, caring for animals, and ensuring that no one was left behind. These fires reminded us that in the face of danger, we are strongest when we stand together. I ask all members to join me in expressing our deepest gratitude to the firefighters and to every person whose courage and compassion carried us through these increasingly frequent and devastating wildfires.
L'honorable député d'Honoré.
The honourable member.
L'honorable député d'Honoré.
The honourable member for Honoré-Mercier. Mr. Speaker, I hope that you and all of my colleagues had a nice summer. Welcome back and best wishes to all for the parliamentary session.
Recognize International Day of Democracy. Democracies around the world are facing strong headwinds. Misinformation, disinformation, foreign interference, growing polarization, political violence, declining trust in institutions, hyper-partisanship, and the increased inequalities are rising significantly. On this International Day of Democracy, I urge us all to remember why Canada is the best nation. And I urge that we strengthen our democratic institutions through honest dialogue, participation, transparency, and trust. Together, to ensure a peaceful and inclusive future for generations to come, we should all work to build a stronger democracy. Thank you.
The honourable member for Carlton Trail, Eagle Creek.
Mr. Speaker, it's an honour to rise in this place on the first day of the fall session to resume the important work we should have been doing over the summer. At a time when Canadians were promised a government that was here to meet the moment and to accomplish things at speeds not seen in decades, the Liberals went on vacation, posed for photo ops, and signed empty agreements. This is more of the same. The same Liberal ministers, the same Liberal MPs, delivering the same old results. After spending the majority of the past 9 months in the riding hearing from constituents, they want to see this tired government held to account for their inaction and empty promises. Canadians want a government that meets their issues with the same urgency they themselves feel. Conservatives are ready to do the work and continue to hold the Liberals to account to deliver more than just empty promises, but real results for Canadians.
The honourable member for Davenport.
Mr. Speaker, tomorrow, September 16, is Mexican Independence Day, and I rise to recognize this momentous occasion. For over 80 years, Canada and Mexico have built a strong partnership rooted in shared values and mutual respect. We collaborate across countless fronts, from cultural exchanges to substantial investments that strengthen both of our economies. The current challenge of U.S. tariffs presents an unprecedented opportunity for Canada and Mexico to deepen our relationship. As our Prime Minister emphasized in his discussions with President Sheinbaum, our governments are committed to strengthening trade ties and exploring new economic cooperation. The Mexican-Canadian community has nearly doubled over the past decade, bringing tremendous energy and expertise to our economy. These hardworking individuals contribute immeasurably to Canada's success, enriching our communities through their entrepreneurship, innovation, and cultural vibrancy. I look forward to an even brighter future of collaboration, prosperity, and friendship between Mexico and Canada. Viva Mexico and Viva Canada! Thank you.
L'honorable député.
The Honourable Member for Thérèse de Blainville.
Maybe going to start over.
Yeah.
Center more by Communist China.
I'll allow the honourable member to start over. There was a problem with the mic, which was the result of a mistake I made. I went one person too quickly. So go ahead, starting from the top, the member for Foothills.
Right now, Foothills farmers are in the middle of what looks to be a bumper canola crop. But instead of celebrating what looks to be one of the best harvests they've had in years, they are being crushed by canola tariffs of 75% or more by Communist China, blocking them out of their second largest market. This Prime Minister said that he was a master negotiator that would be there when Canadians needed him most. But instead of results, Beijing has added higher and more tariffs on canola farmers. Now our pea producers, canola, pork, seafood, beef are all being blocked out of a critical market. The Liberals' response to this? Higher loans for farmers. But canola growers are adamant they cannot borrow themselves out of this crisis. Canada's Conservatives are committed to finding real solutions to this crisis. But Canadian farm families know they have a real champion in Canada's Conservatives, led by the Honourable Member of Battle River Crowfoot.
L'honorable député de Thérèse de Blainville.
The Honourable Member for Thérèse de Blainville. Mr. Speaker, it is with great sadness and emotion that I pay tribute today to René Aumier-Roy, a cultural icon in Quebec who passed away at the age of 85. For over 6 decades, he shaped our collective imagination. On the radio, on television, and in his columns, René Aumier-Roy covered our culture, literature, cinema, theatre, and artists with exceptional intelligence, insatiable curiosity, and great respect. He had a unique tone, both vigorous and warm, and that was part of day-to-day life for generations of Quebecers. He taught me about Quebec and Canadian culture. We have lost more than just a journalist or a broadcaster. We have lost a voice that brought our culture to life, giving it its rightful place and dignity. I offer my sincere condolences to his family, his loved ones, and all his colleagues at Radio-Canada and in the world of culture. Quebec and Canada mourn the loss of a man who gave us so much, and his legacy will live on.
L'honorable député.
The Honourable Member for Mégantic, l'Érable, Lotbinière. I have a message for David's friends. David is our first child, mine and Caro's. He's a son who made us proud with his heart, which is so huge. He was a protective brother to his 2 sisters, Marie-Soleil and Justine. He was a boy who wasn't afraid to say, "I love you," to his parents. David is also a young man who one day tried marijuana with his friends. He wanted to try everything, all new experiences. He experienced his first heartbreak. He spent a lot of time with his friends, and that turned into addiction. One day, he went too far. He ended up before a judge, and he vowed to the judge that he would stop using drugs. He got his life back on track. He found love again, and he became father to Clovis and Éloi. But David felt very strong. He felt that he didn't need therapy. Then he experienced a few hardships, and David found himself haunted by his old demons again, and he had kept in touch with those friends. My wife, Caro, wrote this on Facebook this month. 7 months ago today, she wrote, "My son took his own life because he didn't want to ask for help, because he didn't want to accept the hand we offered him. Today is Suicide Prevention Day. Please ask for help or accept the help offered to you by those who love you. To all of David's friends, don't do what he did. There's always someone who loves you, ready to help you. David, we love you."
Les plus sincères condoléances.
My most sincere condolences to the member.
Aaron Mills.
Mr. Speaker, it was a busy summer in Mississauga, Erin Mills. I met with constituents across my riding, listening to their concerns and their hopes for the future of Canada. I hosted my annual community barbecue where thousands of neighbors and their families came together to enjoy a meal and connect with our community. I facilitated roundtables for constructive solution finding and joined my community in their events and their celebrations. What I heard most clearly was a growing concern about crime. Families want safe streets, parents want peace of mind for their children, and seniors want security in their homes and online. These concerns cannot be ignored. We must be ready to meet the moment. Our priority must be to reduce crime, support families, and ensure that Canadians feel secure where they live. I will continue to work with colleagues in this House to deliver real solutions. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Brampton West.
Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister promised to fix the broken bail system, but he left for summer vacation without delivering, and he returns to the Parliament still empty-handed. Let me share with you how bad the crime waves are in Brampton and across Canada. Violent crime up 55%, gun crime up 130%, hate crimes are up 258%, extortions up 350%, and overdoses are tearing through our neighborhoods. In Brampton, a home invasion resulted in the death of a young Canadian. This is becoming the norm in Canada. Mr. Speaker, Canadians deserve a justice system that protects Canadians. It's time to put victims ahead of criminals, and let's put repeat violent offenders in jail, not bail. Mr. Speaker, Canadians expect safer streets and neighborhoods, not more liberal delays and excuses. It's time for action. It's time for change. I urge Prime Minister to put political games aside and protect Canadians from these everyday crimes.
L'honorable député de Belleuil-Chambly.
The honourable member for Belleuil-Chambly. Mr. Speaker, this is my first time rising this session, and I wish to thank from the bottom of my heart the man who was a sociologist, a builder of nations. He was a pedagogue, the eternal Guy Rocher. He passed away on September 3rd at the age of 101. He was the father of secularism in Quebec and also the father of our French language charter. He was a pioneer of our society. He is at the base and the core of everything that we are. On behalf of the Bloc Québécois, I wish to express my most sincere condolences to his loved ones. Without Guy Rocher, there wouldn't have been the incredible, noble project to make Quebec a country. Thank you, Mr. Rocher. You lived over 100 years, but you will live on eternally in our minds.
The honourable member for Cumberland Colchester. Cumberland Colchester. The honourable member for Cumberland Colchester.
My apologies, Mr. Speaker. My time was given to someone else.
Member for Lakeland.
Canadians still pay the price for the last anti-development Liberal decade. 6 months ago, to get elected, the Prime Minister promised to put shovels in the ground on big projects at, quote, unimaginable speeds. But what Canadians got was the same old Liberal bait and switch, photo ops and more bureaucracy because the PM is just another Liberal. They say 5 projects made their secret list so far, some already approved and some already being built. Not a single pipeline to create Canadian jobs with Canadian steel and pay for programs all Canadians want. Conservatives work to improve and pass Bill C-5, but it's not enough to get back the $60 billion that left Canada due to Liberal red tape. C-5 admits the Liberals' own laws block building. They must scrap the no new pipelines, never build anything anywhere Bill C-69, the shipping ban, Bill C-48, Canadian energy censorship, the Liberal oil and gas cap, and the federal industrial carbon tax so Canada can compete. Conservatives want to unleash natural resources to make a strong, united Canada, self-reliant, affordable.
The honourable member for Saint Laurent. The honourable member for Saint Laurent.
Mr. Speaker, on Saturday, I had the opportunity to participate in the Peace Walk in my constituency. This event is organized by the Federation for Universal Peace and other organizations in my riding of Saint Laurent to mark the International Day of Peace. It reminds us that peace begins right here at home.
On September 21st each year also reminds us of the millions affected by conflicts and wars worldwide, and that we cannot let values like empathy, compassion, and cooperation falter, at home or abroad. These are the values that make us Canadian. They are the reason we chose Canada to be our home. Dans un contexte où les incidents haineux et violents.
Hateful and violent incidents are on the rise in Canada. This is why we must build inclusive communities where each and every community member feels respected and safe. That is how we can build a strong Canada.
Our shared responsibility as Canadians and as global citizens to uphold peace every single day. Merci. Hear,
The honourable member for Leeds, Grenville, Thousand Islands, Rideau Lakes.
We all want Canada to succeed, and that's why we'll hold the Prime Minister accountable for his promises compared to the results. Do his words match his deeds? He promised the fastest growing economy in the G7, yet we've seen shrinking growth, high unemployment, rising food prices, and worsening debt. He promised he would double home building, but it's fallen, and he's adding more bureaucracy that hasn't built a single home. He promised after 10 years of Liberals driving up costs, crime, and chaos, he would be different. Sadly, whether it's unemployment, the cost of living, home building, tariffs, crime, or immigration, it's gotten worse. It's more broken Liberal promises from another Liberal Prime Minister. But Conservatives are here to help. We'll oppose the things that aren't good for Canadians, support the things that are, and propose solutions to the problems that Liberals have created.
The honourable member for Markham Stouffville.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for allowing me to tell this House about a remarkable constituent of mine from Markham Stouffville. In 2023, Adam Shah was just 9 years old when he came up with the idea of organizing Adam's Ride to Recovery, a charity event to raise money for Markham Stouffville Hospital. He encouraged his family members and friends at Wendat Village Public School to take part. Now, Adam is 11, and the Ride to Recovery has become an annual event. I was happy to be there this summer to see 150 participants on bikes and on foot. The ride is supported by the phenomenal people at the Markham Stouffville Hospital Foundation, and each year the ride has raised more money than the year before, now totaling $3,185. Adam has shown an incredible example of leadership and commitment to community service at such a young age. Congratulations to Adam and the Ride to Recovery team. Keep up the amazing work.
The honourable member for Lethbridge.
Freedom of speech is the cornerstone of a free society. It means we will hear ideas that we disagree with and express views that may be offensive. This freedom can make us uncomfortable or even hurt, but silencing voices, whether for a moment or forever, is never the answer. We must protect a society where people can hold beliefs and share opinions without fear of losing their jobs, being censored, or worse. Charlie Kirk was an outspoken advocate for faith, family, and freedom. Many disagreed with him, some were offended. Tragically, on September 10th, he was assassinated in an attempt to silence his voice. But when has political violence ever been the solution? It destroys dialogue, it undermines democracy, and it breeds fear instead of understanding. True progress comes from persuasion, not intimidation. As we grapple with our personal response to this, may we be honorable in our actions. May we fiercely defend the right of our opponents to speak freely. And may we join our hearts with Charlie's family, his wife Erica, and his 2 young children. Rest in peace.
The honourable member for Ottawa, Vanier, Gloucester.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to pay tribute to Ken Dryden, whose passing is a profound loss for Canada. I had the privilege of working with Ken and witnessed firsthand his thoughtfulness, intellect, and dedication. He was deeply committed to improving sport culture and advancing efforts to better protect athletes from concussions. While many will remember him as a Hall of Fame goaltender and 6-time Stanley Cup champion with the Montreal Canadiens, but he was so much more. He was a scholar, an author, a parliamentarian, a leader whose influence extended far beyond the ice. Ken's life left an indelible mark both in sport and in public life. His vision, generosity, and commitment to excellence continue to inspire Canadians across generations. On behalf of this House, I extend my deepest condolences to his family, his loved ones, and all those whose lives he touched. May he rest in peace. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
L'honorable député d'Hochelaga, Rosemont-Est.
The honourable member for Hochelaga, Rosemont-Est. René Aumier-Roy was a broadcaster, a cultural expert, and, as he liked to say, a professional spectator. He just passed away at the age of 85. René taught me so many things. I won't talk about you. I'll speak directly to you. I spent 10 years with you, working with you, and 40 years listening to you. I always appreciated your spirit, your unique nature, and your defense of our culture. You were never complacent. You never believed in objectivity. You always pursued truth and honesty. René, you were an excellent communicator. Listening is, of course, a talent, and that was one of yours, which you used alongside your curiosity. René, I'm sure that wherever you are, it's incredibly distracting. Goodbye, René.
Questions orales.
Oral questions.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
My mother taught me never to be late, so please forgive me for my late arrival to the session. I had some meetings with extremely important people in East Central Alberta, Mr. Speaker, after which I was honored to be elected by the great people of Battle River Crowfoot. I served in this House. I thank the great Damien Kirk who made it possible, and I thank the Prime Minister for calling a prompt by-election. I wonder if one day he might regret that decision, but in a spirit of good faith, I wonder if he agrees that our goal should be a Canada where hard work is rewarded, where food and homes are affordable, where streets are safe, where borders are solid, and where we're all united under a proud flag.
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I'm sure I speak for all parliamentarians in welcoming the member for Battle River Crowfoot back to the House of Commons. He may notice a few things have changed since he was here last. The largest women's caucus in Canadian history. And a spirit of collaboration that was shown in the opening session, including in the passage of the Build Canada Act and the Projet de loi du Bloc québécois en ce qui concerne.
And the Bloc's bill in terms of protecting supply management. I agree entirely with the sentiment and objectives of the Leader of the Opposition.
I was deliberately flexible on time because it's a special day, but now we're going to respect the 35-second limit. The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Some things never change. Monsieur le Président.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to thank my constituents of Battlefoot Crowfoot, who they we had a by-election very quickly, and sometimes the Prime Minister may regret his decision, but I think we all agree with the mission of reestablishing a Canada where hard work and affordable homes and food in safe streets and solid borders, all united under a proud flag. Does the Prime Minister agree with this?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I agree entirely with the sentiment and objectives that the Leader of the Opposition has just expressed for our great country. Thank you.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister mentioned how much had changed, and it's true. I look around this place, and when I left, there was a Liberal Prime Minister who was making excuses about breaking promises, running massive deficits, costs, crime, chaos were all out of control. And whereas today, we have a Liberal Prime Minister breaking promises, making excuses, running massive deficits with costs, crime, and chaos out of control. Mr. Speaker, when will the Prime Minister match the grand promises with the real change Canadians need?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I understand the Minister, or the Minister, promotion. Come on over. I understand the Leader of the Opposition was busy. He missed the largest tax cut for 22 million Canadians. He missed the cut on the GST for new homes. He missed eliminating all federal barriers to trade. He missed, I hope I'll have another opportunity to finish a very long list of what the Leader of Opposition did.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Dans l'esprit.
In a nonpartisan spirit, we're simply going to insist that the Prime Minister adhere to his own promises. He promised the strongest growth in the G7 for our economy, and now our economy is declining the fastest in the G7. He also promised that food would cost less. It's more, and food inflation is accelerating. He promised a budget in October, and now we'll see one maybe in November with a double deficit. So, inaudible.
Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, this government has been absolutely focused on improving affordability for Canadians. That's why the largest tax cut, 22 million Canadians, every taxpayer in this country. That's why the cut to the GST. That's why the launch of Build Canada Homes, which will reduce the cost of home building in this country. That's why we back the CRTC to get broadband costs down for Canadians. We are building the strongest economy throughout the worst crisis in our history.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
In the spirit of nonpartisanship, we are simply going to hold this Prime Minister to his own promises. He promised that he would spend less. He's already spending 8% more. He promised the budget would be in October. Now he says it will be in November, more than halfway through the fiscal year. He promised that his government would have a smaller deficit than Justin Trudeau. Instead, now we hear that it might even be double. So a trivia question. Can the Prime Minister tell us, has there ever been a Prime Minister who has successfully doubled the deficit without even introducing a budget?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
It's a trick question.
Mr. Speaker, this government is undertaking the biggest investment in protecting Canadians in the Canadian military. Doubling our investment in the Canadian military from last year when this member last sat in the House by the end of this decade. This government, there's more.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
There's a lot more debt is what there is, Mr. Speaker. A lot more debt than we ever imagined would be possible. This is a prime minister who said we'd have the fastest growing economy in the G7. We have the fastest shrinking economy in the G7. He said grocery prices would go down. They're going up faster than ever before. He promised to create jobs. He has the second highest unemployment in the G7. He's really reminding us all of that sign at the bar, free beer tomorrow. But you come back the next day and the beer is still not free, and tomorrow never comes. Mr. Speaker, why is it that all of this Prime Minister's promises of yesterday turn into today's disappointments?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I think if we are going to build the strongest economy in the G7, and we will, we need to be clear. We need to be clear about the scale of the crisis we are in. We need to be clear about the scale of investment that we need. $60 billion in new projects announced last week. $200 billion in investment announced last week. $100 billion in housing investment announced just yesterday. That's the scale of what we need.
The honourable member for Belleuil-Chambly. Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister was elected saying that he would be the best to face the tariff crisis and the trade war. Almost 4 months have gone by, and Canada is not coming out on top. At best, we can say that it hasn't been a success. Can he commit now to put an end to tariffs and an end of a trade war agreement with the United States, his true priority? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, the current situation is this. We have the best deal with the U.S. worldwide right now. We're talking about more than 85%. 85% is enormous of our exports are covered under free trade with the U.S. We have the lowest tariff in the world right now. That is a success. The honourable member for Belleuil-Chambly. I would contest such statements which would not live up to economic analysis. We would have to look at that in another forum. But the Prime Minister says we have a privileged relationship with the U.S. and it no longer exists. But this statement didn't go over very well in Washington. Can he state today that he is confident that he can reestablish our privileged relationship of trust between Canada and the U.S. administration quickly as the best way to put our trade relationship back on a right track? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, the Canada-U.S. relationship is good. Yes, we are experiencing difficulties and challenges, some setbacks, but I am proud that this government stands up for Canada, but that's true. I speak regularly with the President over the past weekend in terms of the current situation between Ukraine and Russia and China. We spoke. The honourable member for Belleuil-Chambly. The Prime Minister's rare presence in Washington, both in terms of the U.S. administration and the economic troubles. Well, his absence was noted a great deal in Washington. When did he go for the last time to Washington, and when will the PM start seriously going to the capital city of our main partner and make it a priority, rather than talking about infrastructure that won't even be put in place until the end of Mr. Trump's term? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, the U.S. President is a modern man. I speak with him regularly. We send each other text messages. But what's the most important right now for Canada is to diversify our trade internationally with Europe, in Asia, with Africa, and South America. Thank you.
The honourable member for Foothills.
Same Liberal promises, the same Liberal results. Canadians are paying the price for another Liberal Prime Minister's broken promises. This Prime Minister said to Canadians that he would be judged by prices at the grocery store. Results are in. This Prime Minister has failed. Food prices have surged 40% since the last Liberal Prime Minister broke that same promise the last time. Should this Prime Minister's promise to Canadians not be judged by food prices at the grocery store, but the number of families being forced to food banks?
Right.
Hear, hear.
The Honourable Minister of Housing and Infrastructure.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, the number one cost for Canadians is their housing, and we have taken action to make housing more affordable. Yesterday, the Prime Minister and I announced the launch of Build Canada Homes, which will be a one-stop shop for making housing more affordable across Canada. And we're launching that on 6 pieces of Canada lands, 4,000 homes that we will start building immediately. Thank you.
The honourable member for Foothills.
Canadians can't afford to put food on the table, let alone pay for the Liberals' bureaucracy when it comes to housing. But let's be clear. This was the Prime Minister's promise. These were the Prime Minister's words. This is the Prime Minister's failure. Food prices are going to go up $700 per Canadian family this year. Canned soup is up 26%, apples 14%, tuna 19%. The daily essentials have become unaffordable. Is sticker shock at the grocery store the experience that this Prime Minister promised Canadians?
The Honourable Minister of Housing and Infrastructure.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As far as promises delivered goes, this government promised to launch Build Canada Homes and make the largest investment in affordable housing in Canadian history. We are taking action where it matters most, and Canadians need support on affordable housing. Across the board, we need more support, but starting with housing, and housing first, particularly for those on low incomes and those who are homeless. We are taking action.
Here, here. Honourable member for Thornhill.
The Prime Minister told Canadians that they should judge him by the prices they pay at the grocery store. But food inflation is 70% above target. The grocery prices are up 40% in less than a decade, and all of those years the Liberals were in power. And the cost of food has risen overall more than inflation every single month that this Prime Minister has been here. Canadians should judge the Prime Minister by his words. That's only fair. But is it that he never shops for food, or is it that he thinks inflation is something that happens to other people?
Yeah.
The Honourable Minister of Housing and Infrastructure.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Again, we'll come back to the number one cost for Canadians and concern is around affordability of housing.
That's so true.
I know the Conservatives and the members opposite do not care about affordable housing. We're here to take action on it. Make life more affordable for Canadians, starting with their homes. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Good work.
The honourable member for Thornhill.
The minister cannot ignore the problem of millions of Canadians using a food bank every single month, and that hasn't changed. It happened under this Liberal government's watch, and now they're making excuses or changing the subject entirely. Canadians are getting fleeced at the grocery store, and it's only going to get worse because next year their bill will be $700 higher per family. That's another Liberal broken promise, another Liberal bait and switch by another Liberal Prime Minister. So is that the experience that he's now promising Canadians?
Yeah, we go to
L'Honourable Ministre des Finances.
The Honourable Minister of Finance.
We listen to Canadians, something that the Conservative may want to do a bit more. And what Canadians have told us, Mr. Speaker, is affordability is the first concern. The second is housing, and the third is the economy. What have we done, Mr. Speaker, while the leader was away? The first thing we did for Canadians was to reduce taxes for 22 million Canadians, Mr. Speaker. Everyone got a raise on Canada Day, Mr. Speaker. The second thing, we removed GST on first-time home buyer, Mr. Speaker. And we are going to build with Canadians, with every Canadian, the strongest economy in the G7. That's what this Liberal government is about.
The Honourable Member from Mégantic-L'Érable-Lotbinière. On the day that the Liberal Prime Minister was sworn in, he stated that Canadians would judge him based on the cost of groceries. And let's look at the results of this Liberal system. Food inflation is now 70% above target. Families are paying more, children are earning less, and this is just another broken promise by the Liberals. Does the Prime Minister admit that his own words were just another Liberal deception because the Prime Minister is now just another Liberal like the rest of them? Why is this Prime Minister making grocery shopping an increasingly painful and expensive experience for families? The Right Honourable, the Minister of Canadian Identity. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I had the pleasure this morning with my colleague, the Minister of Infrastructure and Housing, and colleagues from the Quebec government to launch a project to build 20,000 homes, including 6,000 off-market homes that are affordable to help families and people in the Montreal region. And we're going to do this across our country, Mr. Speaker. The Honourable Member for Mégantic-L'Érable-Lotbinière. Are the Liberals not ashamed that their Prime Minister did not keep his promise to make groceries more affordable? Since this Liberal Prime Minister came to power, the cost of stewing beef rose 22%, potatoes up 20%, onions 11%. Even Bolduc can no longer afford a good stew. Canadians will judge him based on the cost of groceries, and he said so himself. The verdict is clear. Another broken Liberal promise. Why is this Prime Minister just making groceries a painful and expensive experience for families? The Minister of Finance. Mr. Speaker, I'm surprised by my colleague's question. Not only did we listen to the Conservative constituents and all Canadians, they told us one thing, Mr. Speaker: tackle the cost of living. And the first thing our government, Liberal government, did was to lower tax for 22 million Canadians, Mr. Speaker. That's money back in the pockets of people in his riding, Mr. Speaker. The second thing that the Canadians asked us to do is to build affordable homes. And yesterday, Mr. Speaker, we launched Build Canada Homes to help more families. On this side of the House, we're going to work to build the strongest economy in the G7. The Honourable Member for Montmorency-Charlevoix. Merci, Mr. Speaker. When his cabinet was sworn in, the Prime Minister said that Canadians will be able to judge him based on the cost of groceries. Well, everyone in my riding talked about their concerns, and the cost of groceries are at the top of that list. The Liberal government was promising better prices, and once again, they're not delivering the goods. So since the Liberals have been to power, groceries have gone up by 40%. The PM's promise for fair price groceries is just another broken promise. The Minister of Finance. Mr. Speaker, what young Canadians and Canadians in general want is obviously to be able to have an affordable life in Canada, to be able to buy a home and an affordable home, and also to have a resilient economy for the future. Because on this side of the House, we've always understood that the best thing we can do is to build a strong economy for all Canadians. Mr. Speaker, on this side of the House, I can tell you that the Liberals will work together to build the strongest economy, to make life affordable for Canadians, build more homes, make Canada, Mr. Speaker, the best economy in the G7. The Honourable Member for Repentigny. Mr. Speaker, only one summer and 10 years back in terms of the environment, the Prime Minister adopted C5 to improved projects without social license, and they want to skip environmental evaluations for pipelines, and they're not talking about zero emissions vehicles, and even they're taking a step back in terms of the sale of these vehicles. And even went even further, they refuses to commit his GHG reduction emissions in the midst of a climate crisis. Will this government keep its own, respect its own targets for 2030? The Honourable Minister of the Environment and Climate Change. We continued to fight against climate change. We know it's important. It was important for future generations and for our economy, because when we look around the world, everyone wants low-carbon products, and that's exactly what we want to do, is to build a strong Canada, and it'll be one that will be good for future generations. The The Honourable Member for Repentigny. Mr. Speaker, let's talk about the government's big projects with C5. C5 is overreach that even affects good projects because good projects don't need to skirt environmental impact assessments or federal legislation. They don't need to snub social license. If they're doing this, then these aren't good projects. Can this government promise that all of these major projects will respect environmental norms, legislation, and the will of Quebecers? The Honourable Minister of the Environment and Climate Change. Mr. Speaker, it's always interesting to hear the Bloc talk about important projects when the Bloc leader did authorize drilling on Anticosti Island when he was the Minister of the Environment. But now we are going to build a strong economy, and that is clean for future generations. That's what we're doing, and we are going to build a strong Canada for future generations.
The Honourable Member for Parry Sound Muskoka. The Prime Minister promised to double home building to 500,000 homes per year, but today housing starts are down 13%, another broken Liberal promise. Yesterday, the Prime Minister introduced a fourth $13 billion housing bureaucracy to build, wait for it, 4,000 homes. What blocks home building is government bureaucracy, red tape, and taxes. So why does the Prime Minister believe that adding $13 billion more bureaucracy is now suddenly going to solve the housing crisis?
That's a good question.
The Honourable Minister for Housing and Infrastructure.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, I'm happy to share that there is a significant commitment, $13 billion, that will be invested in housing and leveraging private investment as well, working with private capital, with builders and communities across Canada to make sure we are building the affordable housing that Canadians need, particularly young Canadians who can't afford to get into the market. Those 4,000 units are the first start on Canada Lands and the very, very beginning of the most comprehensive investment in Canadian affordable housing.
Member for Parry Sound Muskoka. $13 billion for a fourth federal Ottawa housing bureaucracy to build 4,000 homes is not a solution. It is yet another Liberal boondoggle that will cost Canadians a fortune and will solve nothing. The Prime Minister said the core challenge present in the housing market is it's just too hard to build. It's hard to build because of government taxes and red tape. In Toronto and Vancouver, the cost of government on a new home is over 25%. Housing starts there have stopped. Why does the Prime Minister not understand that if we're going to get homes built, we have to cut the bureaucracy, not add $13 billion more? The Honourable Minister for Housing and Infrastructure.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, the member opposite and the Conservatives may not believe in investing in affordable housing. This government does. This government is making an unprecedented investment in building affordable housing in partnership with the private sector, in partnership with cities, provinces, territories, Indigenous nations. We are going to deliver with our partners like never before.
The Honourable Member for Barrie Springwater Oro-Medonte.
Mr. Speaker, under this Liberal government, lawlessness has become the norm in Canada. In many cities, children can't play safely in parks, families can't walk down sidewalks, businesses are suffering, and residents are living in fear. Tent encampments and lawlessness are taking over public spaces. This summer, Barrie Mayor Alex Nuttall was forced to take the extraordinary step of declaring a state of emergency to try and restore order back to Barrie. Wow. Canada was not like this 10 years ago. When will this Prime Minister stop this reckless Liberal agenda and bring order back to our communities?
Hear, hear, hear. The Honourable Minister for Public Safety.
Mr. Speaker, our plan to keep communities safe will keep drugs, guns, and criminals off our streets. We're partnering with police services across the country to fight organized crime. We'll make it tougher for violent criminals to get bail and impose stricter sentences to repeat violent offenders. We're hiring 1,000 CBSA and RCMP officers to add to the 10,000 frontline personnel who are already keeping our borders safe. This work will be bolstered by investing in community safety initiatives to stop crime before it starts. Mr. Speaker, we will always be there to keep Canadian communities safe.
The Honourable Member for Cloverdale Langley City.
Mr. Speaker, this Liberal Prime Minister swaggered in promising a massive surge in home building, 500,000 new homes a year.
After all that hype, Vancouver families are still staring at million-dollar price tags. That surge hasn't even made a ripple. Projects are stalled, permits crawl through red tape, and the only thing going up faster is the bureaucracy he's building. Now that big pledge has shrunk to just 4,000 homes at the cost of $4 billion, in yet another Liberal broken promise. When will the Liberals stop building bureaucracy that makes homes more expensive for Canadians?
The Honourable Minister for Housing and Infrastructure.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Liberal government focuses on building affordable housing with our partners. This is an unprecedented investment alongside a cut to the GST for first-time home buyers, which we are rolling out. We are focused on delivering solutions, on delivering housing in the communities that need it the most, and that investment was never seen from Conservative governments, certainly not in the history that I'm familiar with. We saw housing not being a priority for the members opposite. We're focused on it, delivering.
The Honourable Member for Beauce. Mr. Speaker, the Liberals are back at it again with a new bureaucracy for housing, but one that ultimately creates inflation and solves absolutely nothing. The Prime Minister promised Canadians he would double housing and construction, committing to build 500,000 units per year. But what's he actually doing? Proposing a new bureaucracy that will only build 4,000 new homes. Mr. Speaker, we know this government is back at it again with more bureaucracy instead of focusing on building more homes. Why? The Honourable Minister of Canadian Culture. We have to work together on this, Mr. Speaker. We need to work with the municipalities, with stakeholders, with the provinces. The Conservatives think you just need to insult people, but we think you need to work together, and that's what we've done this morning. The Minister of Infrastructure and Housing and myself made a historic announcement for the construction of 20,000 units. And that's just a start, Mr. Speaker. We're going to do it all across the country. We'll do that together with our partners.
The Honourable Member for Carleton.
Mr. Speaker, Canadians made it clear, in the last campaign that they expect us to deliver real housing solutions, to get more homes built faster, to bring down the cost of housing so that young people, families, those most vulnerable, and those along the housing continuum can access housing that meets their needs. Can the Minister of Housing and Infrastructure please tell this House about the government's recently announced plan to deliver affordable housing to Canadians?
The Honourable Minister for Housing and Infrastructure.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'll thank the member from Carleton for his question and for the focus today on affordable housing. And I know the member from Carleton is very concerned about making sure it's green, sustainable housing, and we will certainly focus on ensuring that energy costs are low, that these are resilient homes that get us through the challenges ahead with climate change. We will make sure they are affordable, first and foremost, and build a new Canadian industry manufacturing the best homes in the world. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Kamloops, Thompson-Nicola.
The Prime Minister said he would fix safer streets for the on behalf of the Liberals. He promised to fix the broken Liberal justice system. And yet, an 8-year-old was killed while sleeping, the place he should have been safest. Now, Mr. Speaker, the Justice Minister said this isn't the Wild West, and he's right. 8-year-old children sleeping in their homes and getting killed did not happen in the Wild West. The Liberals say they're tough on crime, but they won't repeal Bills C-5 and Bill C-75. Another bait and switch from another Liberal Prime Minister. When will these same old Liberals get tough on crime?
The Honourable Minister of Justice.
Mr. Speaker, obviously the circumstances my honourable colleague raises constitute an entire tragedy that should shock the conscience of every Canadian. But when the honourable member poses a question about repealing Bill C-75, I would suggest it is a good idea to read it first. He does not seemingly understand that bill actually makes it harder for people who are charged with intimate partner violence to receive bail. Now, I am willing to work in good faith with members of any party to help strengthen the bail system, have harsher penalties for serious crimes, and most importantly, to keep Canada safe. The only question I have that remains is whether the Conservatives will join us in that effort.
The honourable member for Kamloops, Thompson, Nicola.
Mr. Speaker, the Conservatives have been waiting for 10 years to help the Liberals create safe streets, and they have brought forward next to nothing. I spent some time with the Vancouver Police this summer. What did we see? What do we see in Vancouver? Guns, lawlessness, drug overdoses. I saw firsthand the increases of I saw firsthand the 152% increase in overdoses. The Liberals promised safer streets, lower overdoses, another bait and switch to go with their broken promises. When will these Liberals fix the justice system that they...
The Honourable Minister for Public Safety.
Mr. Speaker, I too had the opportunity to be with the Vancouver Police and to see firsthand the challenges that they're facing. I was there with their fentanyl czar, Kevin Brasseur, and we saw the incredible work of the Vancouver Police in ensuring that their communities are safer. In fact, just recently, 2 days ago, the Mayor of Vancouver indicated that the program that they put in place is working. Together with the work that we're going to be doing on bail reform and ensuring that violent criminal repeat offenders are put away, we will make our community safer, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Oxford.
Mr. Speaker, violent crime is up over 55%, and more than half of Canadians don't feel safe in their own neighbourhoods. This Prime Minister promised to crack down on crime, yet repeat offenders keep getting out on bail. Another broken promise, but Canadians are paying the price. Families are shattered, lives have been lost, and that's why my Jail Not Bail Act will put these criminals behind bars. So the question is simple. Will the Prime Minister support our bill, restore safe streets, or was that another broken Liberal promise?
The Honourable Secretary of State for Combating Crime.
Mr. Speaker, it was in our platform. We've got a mandate and we've promised Canadians that we are going to keep our communities safe. This fall, we're tabling legislation to make bail tougher, to make sentencing harder and stiffer on repeat violent criminals. We're going to make sure that these types of criminals stay behind bars and that everyone feels safe in their homes and on their streets.
Hear, hear. The honourable member for Saskatoon West.
The Prime Minister promised to fix the Liberals' broken bail system, but he hasn't delivered. Another broken Liberal promise, another Liberal bait and switch, because this Prime Minister is just another Liberal. Chief McBride, Saskatoon's top cop, says it's a struggle every day with repeat offenders. The Prime Minister says he'll get tough on crime, but since the Liberals took power, repeat offenders have fueled a crime wave in Canada, with violent crimes up 55%. Mr. Speaker, when will the Prime Minister stop breaking promises and put repeat violent offenders behind bars?
Great question. The Honourable Minister of Justice.
Mr. Speaker, it's encouraging to see that there is alignment between the Conservative opposition and the Liberal government when it comes to improving public safety, including through the adoption of stronger laws to help build safer communities. I have good news for my colleague. We will be introducing legislation during this parliamentary session to strengthen bail reform in this country, to have harsher sentences for violent repeat offenders, and to make sure that we have the support to help keep communities safe with direct investment in law enforcement. Mr. Speaker, I look forward to working with my honourable colleague and members on both sides of the aisle to advance public safety in this country.
The honourable member for King Vaughan.
The Prime Minister promised to fix their broken criminal justice system and did nothing all summer. Meanwhile, 7 shootings have occurred in Vaughan in less than 3 weeks. A father, Abdul Aleem Faruqi, was shot dead protecting his family. Families across Canada are terrified, and repeat violent offenders are still on our streets because of weak Liberal laws like Bill C-5 and C-75. another Liberal broken promise, another Liberal bait and switch, because this Prime Minister is just another Liberal. When will this Prime Minister's broken promises stop?
The Honourable Secretary of State for Combating Crime.
Mr. Speaker, the tragedy that the member refers to is one that's impacted my community greatly, and my sincere sympathy goes out to the family. We're going to make sure that repeat violent offenders are kept behind bars. Mr. Speaker, this summer I consulted with many police agencies across the country. A lot of their recommendations are going to be seen in this bill, but provinces too have to do their part to fix the broken justice system. They have to invest in Crown prosecutions, and they have to make sure that there are enough judges to hear the trials.
The Honourable Member for Calgary-Nose Hill.
The Prime Minister promised to grow the economy, but it's shrinking. And since he took office, tens of thousands of jobs have been lost. But the Liberals are on track this year to bring in the most temporary foreign work permits ever. It's so bad that a former Liberal immigration minister just said that they admitted that they let industry become, quote, addicted to temporary work. And he's right. Amid the PM's pledge to cut the public service, even the Liberals are using TFWs to fill federal government jobs. We've talked about buying Canadian. Why isn't the Prime Minister making people hire them?
Hear, hear. The Honourable Minister of Jobs and Families.
Mr. Speaker, temporary foreign worker use is down by 70% in this country. Less than 1% of our workforce is temporary foreign workers. And in fact, in Canada, Canadians come first for any available jobs. That's why the department has rigid rules for employers that are looking to fill vacancies with workers from other countries. And Mr. Speaker, if employers are abusing the program, they receive serious penalties, including banning from the use of this program.
The Honourable Member for Richmond Hill South.
Only a Liberal Prime Minister could promise to secure our border and fail in just 6 months. Over the summer, asylum claims from illegal U.S. crossings spiked dramatically, piling onto a staggering backlog of nearly 300,000 unprocessed claims. Many of these are likely bogus, yet claimants are immediately entitled to work permits, health care, and benefits on the backs of Canadian taxpayers. Another broken Liberal promise, another bait and switch, because he's just another Liberal Prime Minister. How much longer is the Prime Minister going to keep our border open and let it become a backdoor, unplanned stream of economic migration before he finally takes action? Great.
Good job. The Honourable Minister of Public Safety.
No.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. While the opposition is concentrating on, making assumptions and speaking about things that are not there, let me tell you that with the asylum system, our numbers are down 40%. We've also introduced Bill C-2, which will strengthen our border. And this legislation is in front of the House. We campaigned for, and Canadians have gave us a mandate, so did Conservatives, and we hope that the Conservatives will help us pass
The Honourable Member for Abbotsford South Langley.
Fix Canada's immigration system and broke that promise. Up to 500,000 people have overstayed their visas in Canada. Teens can't find work, healthcare is overwhelmed, housing is out of reach, and crime rates are soaring because of the Liberals' reckless policies. The Liberals continue to maintain high levels of immigration and won't even remove those who are non-citizen criminals convicted of serious crimes. The Liberals have had all summer to find these non-citizen criminals and remove them. Why didn't they?
The Honourable Minister of Citizenship and Immigration.
Mr. Speaker, I know Canadians are concerned. Our government has been working tirelessly, and we understand that we need to see a return to sustainable immigration levels that fits our capacity and that serves our growth. And that is exactly why we are focused on our levels plan with reducing both temporary and permanent residents in this country, and we are seeing results. We're bringing population to sustainable levels and decreasing the pressures on housing and services. We are focused on solutions on this side of the House, and there is legislation in front of this Parliament, and we hope that the Conservatives will support it.
The Honourable Member for Calgary-Nose Hill.
So let me get this straight. The Prime Minister promised to grow the economy, but it's shrinking. He promised he'd create jobs, but Canadians are losing it. We're in a healthcare crisis and a housing crisis, but the Liberals still issued record numbers of TFW permits this summer. They continued to let the asylum system be abused, and they still haven't removed countless non-citizen criminals. Mr. Speaker, why does the Immigration Minister still have her job?
The Honourable Minister of Jobs and Families.
Mr. Speaker, temporary foreign workers make up less than 1% of our total workforce. In fact, this is a program where employers must demonstrate that they vigorously and actively looked for Canadian workers because Canadian workers come first, Mr. Speaker. If an employer is found to have violated this program, there are severe penalties. There is also a tip line, Mr. Speaker, so that if Canadians or any member of Parliament feels there's been an abuse, this can be reported to officials and it will be investigated.
The Honourable Member for Longueuil-Saint-Hubert. Mr. Speaker, Canada is a nation of builders. That's why earlier this month, the Prime Minister announced the first series of projects for the Historic Major Projects Office. That includes projects as diverse and ambitious as the expansion of LNG production in BC, the development of SMRs in Ontario, major mining projects in Western Canada, and the Contrecoeur Terminal Container Project near my riding of Longueuil-Saint-Hubert. Can the Minister of Finance inform this House about the benefits? The Honourable Minister of Finance. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague for his excellent work. Indeed, this major project will increase capacity at the Port of Montreal by about 60%, Mr. Speaker, by providing Eastern Canada with the commercial infrastructure to ensure the flow of goods. With the creation of the Major Projects Office, we're moving from vision to action. Our government is committed to delivering transformative projects that not only create thousands of good jobs, but also connect our diverse regions and stimulate new industries. Mr. Speaker, that's how we're going to make Canada the strongest economy in the G7.
Mr. Speaker, allow me to remind this Prime Minister that on the day he swore in his cabinet, he said that Canadians would judge him by the cost at the grocery store. Well, the judgment is here, and the verdict is failure. Yep. Food inflation is now 70% above target. Wow. Another Liberal broken promise, another Liberal bait and switch, because this Prime Minister is just another Liberal.
Shame.
Add to this rent.
You're right.
6 months later, why are Canadians still being forced to choose between rent and grocery?
The Honourable Minister of Housing and Infrastructure.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, I'll once again take this opportunity to let the opposition members know Build Canada Homes is up and running as a one-stop shop to build affordable housing in Canada.
Hear, hear.
We are going to deliver like never before. We're going to ensure that particularly Canadians who are on low incomes, and there is $1 billion dedicated to transitional supportive housing for those who are homeless or at risk of homelessness.
Wonderful.
We are delivering on the affordability across the country, Mr. Speaker.
Great work.
The Honourable Member for Cambridge.
Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister said when he swore in his cabinet that Canadians would judge him by the cost at the grocery store. But with elbows flying up and down, the Liberal government didn't roll up their sleeves and bring down grocery prices. While the Prime Minister does his chicken dance, 5,000 people use a food bank in Cambridge. Canadians are getting crushed. Food prices are up nearly 40%, and food inflation is 70% above target. Another Liberal broken promise, another Liberal bait and switch, because this Prime Minister is just another Liberal. Is this sticker shock his promise to Canadians? Good job.
The Honourable Minister of Finance.
Mr. Speaker, I have good news for the member. That is a very real issue, and that's why we have a very real answer, Mr. Speaker, on this side of the House. The very first thing that this Prime Minister did for Canadians was to reduce taxes for 20 million Canadians. 22 million Canadians, Mr. Speaker, have more money in their pocket to face the cost of living, Mr. Speaker. On this side of the House, we're not about slogans. We're not about jokes. We are serious to deliver for Canadians, and we will continue to fight for Canadians at every step of the way, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Louis Saint Laurent à Kitimat. Mr. Speaker, we're talking about Canadians' daily problems. When the Prime Minister was sworn in, he said Canadians could judge him based on prices in the grocery stores. 4 months later, groceries are way more expensive. There's inflation across the board, and people are struggling even more because of this broken promise. Canadians are starting to see that the Prime Minister breaks his promises just like all other Liberals before him. Mr. Speaker, will the Prime Minister explain to Canadians why grocery prices are so much more expensive? The Honourable Finance Minister. Mr. Speaker, Canadians met with the Prime Minister, and they saw that they had a Prime Minister who listens and who has a vision, and above all, a man of action. With the new Liberal government, the first thing we did, Mr. Speaker, was to reduce taxes for 22 million Canadians all across the country, recognizing that we need to pull together to help those who are the most in need. But in doing that, Mr. Speaker, we also enabled those who wanted to buy a home to pay less GST, less tax, and at the same time, we have embarked on the most ambitious house building program in Canadian history.
Mr. Speaker, this summer, I heard from folks in my riding of the Bay of Quinte about the cost of living challenges they face. For members of the Canadian Armed Forces, this is no different. As our government makes a generational investment in our military, can the Minister of National Defence update this House on the support we're providing for our men and women in uniform?
The Honourable Minister of National Defence.
Mr. Speaker, we know that our forces and their families face challenges as they move across the country from posting to posting. That's why this summer we gave our forces a well-deserved and overdue pay raise. Our $2 billion compensation package is the largest in a generation. It means that untrained sailors, aviators, and soldiers will receive a 20% pay raise. As the brave women and men of the Canadian Armed Forces answer the call to serve, Mr. Speaker, they need to know we've got their backs.
The honourable member for Okanagan Lake West, South Kelowna.
Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister promised that he would be elbows up and buy Canadian. He broke that promise when he rewarded the Communist Chinese government a $1 billion loan to buy ferries for BC as they tariff our seafood and egg producers. That's not elbows up. It's another Liberal broken promise, another Liberal bait and switch, because this Prime Minister is just another Liberal. Newly uncovered documents show senior Liberals were only concerned about their political interests. They did nothing to cancel the contract and ensure that our shipbuilders could participate. When will this Prime Minister stop rewarding Beijing, cancel this loan, and buy Canadian?
The Honourable Minister of Housing and Infrastructure.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I think I speak for all members of this House that we are disappointed that BC Ferries made the procurement decision that they made. And, Mr. Speaker, it's really unfortunate that no Canadian companies bid on this contract with BC Ferries. That's something that we have to all rectify, and we have to change that by buying Canadian. I agree with the member opposite. On this side of the House, we are bringing forward comprehensive Buy Canadian program to make sure all of our agencies and departments are focused on buying Canadian.
Good answer.
The honourable member for Vancouver Kingsway.
Mr. Speaker, unemployment has surged to its highest level in a decade. Young people are being hit the hardest. 1 in 6 can't find work. Our economy is facing a recession, and millions of Canadians are worried about their jobs. Yet, Liberals are planning to slash services people rely on and eliminate family-sustaining jobs through an austerity budget this fall. Will this government reverse course and create much-needed jobs through bold initiatives like a Youth Climate Corps as New Democrats have proposed.
The Honourable Minister of Jobs and Family.
Mr. Speaker, last week it was a very proud moment for me to stand with the Prime Minister and the Canadian Building Trades Unions, who are training young people all across this country for great-paying union jobs that are going to build the things that will make us the strongest economy in the G7. Mr. Speaker, this government has a fantastic plan for youth. We are investing in skills training. We are investing in the provinces and the territories so that they can do this work with us. We'll make sure no young person gets left behind.
That concludes this fall session's first question period.
To the presence in the gallery of the Honourable P.J. Akiagok, Premier of Nunavut. I would also draw the attention of members to the presence in the gallery of Ms. Winnie Byanyima, Executive Director of the Joint United Nations Program on HIV/AIDS and an Undersecretary General of the United Nations. Thank you. We'll go to daily routine of business. Dépôt des documents.
Tabling of documents. The Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Public Safety.
Un instant, on va attendre
Just a moment.
quelques secondes là pour.
Let's wait a little bit to give people time to leave the chamber quietly.
Alors, si les députés peuvent quitter.
I ask members to please leave the House as quickly as possible if they are leaving.
Et en silence.
I ask members to please do so quietly.
S'il vous plaît.
Colleagues, please.
Secrétaire parlementaire du ministre de la Sécurité.
The Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Public Safety. Mr. Speaker, as I was saying, pursuant to Standing Order 32-2, it is my honor to table electronically in both official languages the treaty called Agreement between Canada and the European Union on the transfer and processing of passenger name record data done at Mirabella Eclano on October 4th, 2024.
Le secrétaire.
The Parliamentary Secretary.
The leader. The House Leader himself. Okay, go ahead. Honourable Government House Leader.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and welcome back to the House of Commons to all colleagues. Pursuant to Standing Order 32(1) and Sections 21(2) and 21(6) of the National Security and Intelligence Committee of Parliamentarians Act, I am pleased to enclose 2 copies in both official languages of the National Security and Intelligence Committee of Parliamentarians Special Report on the lawful access to communications by security intelligence organizations for tabling in the House of Commons. Pursuant to Standing Order 32(5), the report is deemed referred to the Standing Committee on Public Safety and National Security. I guess that last line was your line, Mr. Speaker, but nonetheless, pleased to table the document.
Dépôt de projet de loi émanant du gouvernement.
Tabling introduction of government bills.
Allez-y.
Monsieur le Président.
Mr. Speaker, we will get back into the swing of things.
32(1) and to Sections 21(1) and 21(6) of the National Security and Intelligence Committee of Parliamentarians Act. I am pleased to enclose 2 copies in both official languages of the National Security Intelligence Committee of Parliamentarians 2024 Annual Report for tabling in the House of Commons. Pursuant to Standing Order 32(5), the report is deemed referred to the Standing Committee on Public Safety and National Security.
And I'll take the piece of paper. The responses to petition.
The Parliamentary Secretary to the Leader of the Government in the House of Commons.
you, Mr. Speaker. Pursuant to Standing Order 36.8A, I have the honour to table in both official languages the government's response to 11 petitions. These returns will be tabled in an electronic format.
Introduction of government bills. Statements by ministers. Reports from interparliamentary delegations.
Presenting reports from committees, the Honourable Member for Scarborough Centre, Don Valley East.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I have the honour to present in both official languages the following two reports of the Standing Committee on Science and Research. The first report entitled Distribution of Federal Funding Among Canada's Post-Secondary Institutions, and the second report entitled Science and Research in Canada's Arctic in Relation to Climate Change. Pursuant to Standing Order 109, the committee requests that the government table a comprehensive response to each of these two reports. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Member for Niagara Falls, Niagara-on-the-Lake has a dissenting report.
Speaker, I rise in this chamber as the first vice chair on the Standing Committee for Science and Research representing the Conservatives. Witnesses, committee analysts, and parliamentarians from all parties contributed their valuable time and effort into producing this report in the previous Parliament, and I'm pleased to see this report being tabled today. His Majesty's opposition did submit a dissenting opinion, which is attached and included in the first report. In essence, Conservatives disagree with the recommendations in the report that called for unfunded spending. With regards to the second report, Mr. Speaker, with regards to the science and research in Canada's Arctic in relation to climate change, again, Conservatives have produced a dissenting report, and we, again, in essence, disagree with the notion of unfunded spending. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Introduction of private members' bills. Are there any private members' bills? First reading of Senate public bills. Motions.
Presenting petitions. The Honourable Member for Parkland, is it? Oh, okay, I was confused the two, I'm sorry. Mission Matsqui Abbotsford, I apologize.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Today I rise on behalf of petitioners in Mission Matsqui Abbotsford who are opposed to the drug policies in federal institutions. Correctional officers in particular are calling for an end to the prison needle exchange program and corresponding programs which give free and illegal drugs and paraphernalia to convicted felons in Canadian federal institutions. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Presenting petitions, the Honourable Member for Riding Mountain.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's a privilege to rise today on behalf of my constituents to present a petition on the rising rate of crime in our community. Mr. Speaker, I rose 58 times last Parliament for the people of Swan River, presenting petitions on the alarming increase in violent crime that has threatened safety and well-being of families all across the region. And unfortunately, Mr. Speaker, crime in my region has continued to spiral out of control under the same Liberal government. Petitioners are concerned since 2015, violent crime has increased by 55%, Mr. Speaker, and firearm crime is up 130%. Over the past year, assaults, break-ins, thefts, and by armed criminals have become regular occurrences in our area, leaving residents fearful in their own homes. This is why the people of Swan River are demanding jail, not bail, for violent repeat offenders. I support the good people of Swan River.
Hear, hear.
The Honourable Member for Kings Hants.
Thank you, Mr. Great to see you again. I hope you had a great summer. Today I rise on behalf of petitioners across the country, but including petitioners from the riding of Kings Hants that are asking members of Parliament and ultimately the Government of Canada to consider former federal assistance on the Atlantic Loop to be revisited as part of a federal grant for the HVDC transmission line corridor between Quebec and Atlantic Canada. The petitioners note that other premiers in Manitoba and Quebec and other communities have highlighted the importance of federal grants to upgrade transmission lines and would like to see the former Atlantic Loop loan revisited as perhaps a grant for transmission upgrades in Atlantic Canada and Quebec. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Kootenay Alberni.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's an honour to rise today to table e-petition 6530. This petition was signed by 781 Canadians who are deeply concerned about the future of our forestry sector. These petitioners point out that forestry has long provided good jobs in both rural and urban communities, but now face devastating challenges from wildfires and insect infestations to the ongoing softwood lumber dispute and the Trump tariffs. Mr. Speaker, they stress that forest biomass energy production presents a sustainable opportunity to power Canadian electrical grids with clean energy while creating new jobs. Yet this government's failure to implement biomass tax incentives has left the sector at a clear competitive disadvantage compared to the United States. The petitioners therefore call on the government to finally commit to passing the proposed biomass component of the Clean Technology Investment Tax Credit that was highlighted in fall economic statement of 2023 in this 2025 fall budget. This is to protect Canadian forestry jobs and strengthen our economy. Thank you.
Member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. To my honourable colleague from Courtenay Alberni, who just preceded me, I'm rising. Having travelled through my communities in Saanich Gulf Islands, I have the great honour to represent the wonderful community of Pender Island and to present this petition thinking of my friend and constituent, Leslie McBain, one of the founders of Moms Stop the Harm. Petitioners from my community are asking that we recognize the overdose crisis as a public health emergency. More than 13, I think it's now up to over 15,000 individuals have died of opioid-related deaths. We are dealing with a poisoning crisis because of fentanyl contamination in the drug supply. Petitioners ask that this Parliament declare that the opioid crisis is a public health emergency, that we reframe this crisis as a health issue rather than a criminal issue. We take a comprehensive wraparound approach to this crisis, addressing issues of addiction, poverty, housing, health care, racism, and the economic disparities and instabilities and precarious situation that drives people into a situation where their lives are at risk, and we could do something about it, Mr. Speaker. Petitioners ask that the House work on the recommendations made by frontline workers, healthcare community experts, and those directly involved in the drug-using community to decriminalize drugs in Canada. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. Presenting petitions, seeing no others, we'll go to questions on the order paper. The Parliamentary Secretary to the Leader of the Government in the House of Commons.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The following questions will be answered today. Questions numbered 3, 5, 10, 15, 16, 26, 29, 34, 39, 41 to 44, 50, 51, 57 to 59, 66, 67, 75 to 77, 81, 97, 100, 102, 103, 110, 111, 118, 120, 122, 126, 129, 130, 132, 133, 138, 148, 149, 151, 153, 158, 161, 163, 166, 167, 170, 173, 177, 179, 181, 182, 184, 190, 193, 197, 201, 207, 208, 210, 213, 215, 216, 219, 224, 225, 228, 229, 234, 236, 238, 240, 244, 246, 249, 252, 253, 263, 268, 269, 273, 275, and 276. And if I may, Mr. Speaker, furthermore, if the government's responses to questions number 1, 2, 4, 6 to 9, 11 to 14, 17 to 25, 27, 28, 30 to 33, 35 to 38, 40, 45 to 49, 52 to 56, 60 to 65, 68 to 74, 78 to 80, 82 to 96, 98, 99, 101, 104 to 109, 112 to 117, 119, 121, 123 to 125, 127, 128 to 131, 131 to 137, 139 to 147, 150, 152, 154 to 157, 159, 160, 162, 164, 165, 168, 169, 171, 172, 174 to 176, 178, 180, 183, 185 to 189, 191, 192, 194 to 196, 198 to 200, 202 to 206, 209, 211, 212, 214, 217, 218, 220 to 223, 226, 227, 230 to 233, 235, 237, 239, 245, 247, 248, 250, 251, 251 to 262, 264 to 267, 270 to 272, 274, and 277 to 283 could be made for orders of return. These returns would be tabled in an electronic format immediately.
Is it the pleasure of the House that the aforementioned questions be made orders for return and that they be tabled immediately? Agreed and so ordered. Pardon me?
That all remaining questions be allowed to stand at this time, please.
Agreed. I wish to inform the House that I have received notice of a request for an emergency debate. I invite the honourable member for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan, to rise and make a brief intervention.
Mr. Speaker, thank you for this opportunity. Canada faces a deepening youth unemployment crisis, and I'm rising today to request that the House of Commons hold an emergency debate on this crisis. Parliament has not sat since June, and in that time we have had 3 new reports from Statistics Canada that underline the dire situation facing Canadian young people. The unemployment rate has gone to 7.1% overall. For youth, it has hit 14.5%. Clearly, youth unemployment is already at recession levels, and it continues, Mr. Speaker, to get even worse. Incredibly, about 1 in 5 returning students were unemployed this summer. And in August alone, the drop in jobs, if you combine employed and self-employed, was 109,000. Effectively, that's 109,000 fewer jobs. That's just in 1 month. Mr. Speaker, that is an emergency, and that emergency calls for an emergency debate. We have been trying to get the government to take this crisis seriously. Before the summer began, we proposed a summer study at the Human Resources Committee on youth unemployment. Liberals blocked that study. When the July numbers came out, we again sought emergency hearings, but the Liberals refused to bring the committee back to work. This summer, even while Liberals refused this work, I and other Conservative members crisscrossed the country to meet with young people, employers, and Canadians of all backgrounds to gather feedback on the jobs crisis. The Liberals spent 2.5 more months sitting on their hands. But now Parliament is back, and the delays must end. Our youth cannot wait anymore. I've talked to young people, Mr. Speaker, who have put in over 1,000 applications. Over 1,000 applications, and are still looking. Liberal policies got us here. Liberal policies continue to block economic development. Liberal policies wrecked our immigration system. Liberal policies have created a cost of living crisis. They should stop dithering and start working. Mr. Speaker, many Canadians are struggling. Many are asking their employers for additional hours, and many are working 2 and 3 jobs just to get by, and this is putting further pressure on the labour market. The jobs crisis is biting more and more Canadians. So Parliament is back, and let's finally get back to work. Let's have this vitally important emergency debate. Let's confront this generational challenge so that our young people can work again. Thank you.
I thank the honourable member for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan, for his intervention. However, I'm not satisfied that this request meets the specific requirements of the standing orders at this time. I believe the honourable member for Kamloops Thompson Nicola would like to stand on a question of privilege.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's always a pleasure to rise on behalf of the people from Kamloops Thompson Nicola, though today I rise for the second time, I believe, in my time as a member on a point of privilege. And I don't know that members really relish rising on a point of privilege because it means that something has gone astray in the process. So, Mr. Speaker, I rise based on an event that occurred on July 28th, 2025. I was with the member for Cloverdale Langley City, and I visited Fraser Valley Institution, which is a women's facility in the Abbotsford area. The interference amounted to, I believe, an obstruction and interference with my ability to fulfill my parliamentary responsibilities or our parliamentary responsibilities, and therefore a breach of parliamentary privilege ensued. On July 28th of this year, my colleague and I attended the jail, a correctional facility operated by the Correctional Service of Canada, in the exercise of our rights as parliamentarians under Section 2 of the CCRA, Corrections and Conditional Release Act, which provides that, quote, every member of the House of Commons, every senator, and every judge of a court in Canada has the right to A, enter any penitentiary, B, visit any part of a penitentiary, and C, visit any inmate with the consent of the inmate, subject to such reasonable limits as are prescribed for protecting the security of the penitentiary or the safety of persons, end quote. This tour or visit had been arranged with uniformed Union correctional officers who were representative of the Union of Canadian Correctional Officers. However, on arrival, we were informed that we would be accompanied throughout our visit by the one of the institution's assistant warden, Chris Saffron. Mr. Saffron advised us that he was personally instructed by the institution's warden to accompany us throughout our visit. Now, it's important to note here, Mr. Speaker, that Mr. Saffron actually told the member and I that he is not trained in security. He is not in uniform. In other words, he has no use of force interventions that could protect anybody, including a member of Parliament. He said, I'm here because I'm told to be here, Mr. Speaker. In fact, it came back that this was a security issue at one point when we were speaking with the staff through my office. That was my understanding, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I have conducted dozens of penitentiary tours to date, and I have never been informed of a requirement to be escorted by a correctional service executive, Mr. Speaker. And I'll pause here to say this. As a member of Parliament, as a human being, as somebody whose job it is to supervise what is happening. That's why the power in Section 72 is there. I have never been treated so disrespectfully by anybody in my time as a member of Parliament as I was by Assistant Warden Chris Saffron. I could not believe the level of disrespect he showed to myself and the member from Cloverdale Langley City. I couldn't believe the condescension. He was questioning why we were there, what we would possibly have to do there, and how could he possibly be getting in the way of us doing our job. Well, I'll tell you how he was getting in the way of doing our job. When people see an assistant warden, they don't necessarily want to talk to members of Parliament. They fear talking to somebody. And this includes inmates, and this also includes staff members. We are there for the protection of those inmates. Some people may not believe it, but we actually are. We are there to watch firsthand. So somebody claiming that they have to shadow us, is this Wayne Gretzky in the playoffs in the 1990s where somebody has to shadow him at all times? Because the reality, Mr. Speaker, is the reason they want to do this, in my view, is so that they can get ahead of the next scandal that we will be breaking. I asked to speak to the warden to discuss this sudden, unexpected development. I was informed that she was unavailable. There was nothing going on in the jail that would preclude this, and I've never heard of a warden unavailable to speak to two members of Parliament. I asked for a supervisor, and we were told he didn't have their numbers. Mr. Speaker, this is obviously untenable and just an inappropriate situation. And when you couple it with the disrespect, it does amount to an intimidating environment. The assistant warden dismissed our concerns, interrogated us about the purpose of our visit, and what we were, quote, looking for. Mr. Speaker, it is not for anybody to get in the way of what a member of Parliament is looking for or not looking for or wishing to see. We need to be able to do our jobs without encumbrance, without somebody shadowing us that could intimidate staff and inmates alike. The fact that somebody did this showing gross disrespect and unprofessionalism at such a high level, it's as though this person was congratulated, Mr. Speaker, because I actually wrote a letter to the Correctional Service of Canada Commissioner. It took a very long time to get a response back talking about Mr. Saffron's behavior, and the Commissioner didn't even address it. It's as though this person did the right thing by being disrespectful to members, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Saffron admitted that there were no safety concerns posed by our visit, which were not adequately addressed by the scheduled presence of 2 uniformed officers. In other words, the assistant warden's presence was surplus to requirements. The discussion with staff and inmates, which I'd hoped to have, among other things, inform my work as official opposition shadow minister for public safety, including the preparation of oral and written questions here in the House of Commons, the development of motions for studies at the Standing Committee on Public Safety and National Security, and researching lines of questioning of witnesses appearing at committee. However, the assistant warden's unprofessional behavior, aggressive tone, authoritarian demeanor, and lack of cooperation seriously led me to believe that there may well have been something at the institution which the Correctional Service of Canada senior leadership do not want us to see and did not want us to see on July 28th, or wanted to know what we might see so they could get ahead of these things, Mr. Speaker. Certainly, the presence of a senior institution executive on our time at the jail put a damper on the flow of conversations we had during that visit. In short, Mr. Speaker, the assistant warden was there to mind us, to inhibit and to intimidate the free and candid views of staff and inmates being shared with parliamentarians from the official opposition. This conduct amounts to obstruction and interference to fulfill my parliamentary duties. House of Commons Procedure and Practice, 3rd edition, at page 111, explains that, quote, a member may also be obstructed or interfered with in the performance of his or her parliamentary functions by non-physical means. In ruling on such matters, the Speaker examines the effect of the incident or event had on the member's ability to fulfill his or her parliamentary responsibilities. It is impossible to codify all incidents which might be interpreted as matters of obstruction, interference, molestation, or intimidation, and as such constitute a prima facie case of privilege, end quote. On February 20, 1984, Mr. Speaker, Francis found a prima facie case of privilege concerning allegations that official in the office of the President of Canada Post informed an employee of Albert Cooper, the official opposition critic for Canada Post, that questions about Canada Post asked in the House of Commons had to be cleared through the President's office, or else any future assistance or cooperation for Mr. Cooper would be withheld. At page 1560 of the debates, the chair stated, quote, a threat emanating from any government department or public corporation to withhold information or cooperation from a member of Parliament would undoubtedly hinder that member in the fulfillment of his or her parliamentary duties and therefore constitute a breach of privilege. By the same token, an offer of favorable treatment on condition that questions are first cleared with the same office, with the office concerned, would also violate privilege in an equally fundamental way, end quote. I believe that the circumstances in my situation are sufficiently analogous, Mr. Speaker. I would also address an earlier ruling on July 15, 1980 at page 2914 of the debates, where Madam Speaker Sauvé ruled that a distinction must be drawn between the parliamentary work which members of Parliament conduct and the many political and constituency-related duties we undertake. To be sure, Mr. Speaker, my visit and the interference which I experienced fell squarely in relation to my parliamentary duties rather than those of other categories of an MP's work. Parliamentary Privilege in Canada, second edition, explains at page 222, quote, "For just as the member is protected in what he does during a proceeding in Parliament, so must the member's parliamentary work or work relating to a quote, proceeding in Parliament be alleged to be improperly interfered with before the Speaker may find a prima facie case," end quote. As I mentioned earlier, Mr. Speaker, I'd hoped to inform my work this autumn in the House of Commons as the official opposition's lead spokesperson on issues related to corrections, among other topics, and as a member of the Public Safety Committee of this House, work which indeed would lead to a proceeding in Parliament. I stress this point, Mr. Speaker, because it is an important aspect to distinguish from the matter which was before Mr. Speaker Lamoureux when he ruled on April 29, 1971, at page 5338 of the debates concerning members' access to penitentiaries, a subject which, at the time, I should add, was addressed only through directives of the Commissioner of Penitentiary as the position was then known, rather than an Act of Parliament as it is today. I had access to Fraser Valley Institution on July 28. That is not in dispute. My question of privilege, rather, concerns interference with my parliamentary work related to proceedings in Parliament. The concept of proceedings in Parliament lacks a clear-cut, black-and-white definition of its scope. Bosk and Gagnon, for their part, explain at page 90 that, quote, "there is no statutory definition in Canada." End quote. In turn, the authors refer to how the concept has been fleshed out in our sister parliaments. The United Kingdom's leading authority, Erskine May, explains at paragraph 13.12 of the 25th edition, quote, "The term proceedings in Parliament has received judicial attention, bracket, not all of it in the UK, or in the United Kingdom, sorry, close bracket. But comprehensive lines of decision have not emerged, and indeed it has been concluded that an exhaustive definition could not be achieved. The primary meaning of the proceedings, as a technical parliamentary term, which had at least as early as the 17th century, is some formal action, usually a decision taken by the House in its collective capacity. While business which involves actions and decisions of the House are clearly proceedings, debate is an intrinsic part of the process which is recognized by its inclusion of the formulation of the article of the Bill of Rights, 1689, close bracket. Not all proceedings require debate. A motion for an unopposed return on which there is no debate is held to be a proceeding. An individual member takes in part a proceeding, usually by speech, but also by various recognized forms of formal action such as voting, giving notice of motion, or presenting a petition or report from a committee," end quote. Further down in that paragraph, we continue to read that, quote, "On a number of occasions, the House of Commons or committee has endeavored to elucidate this very broad understanding. The Selection Committee on the Official Secrets Act in 1938-39 argued that, quote, proceedings, end quote, covered both the asking of a question and the giving of a written notice of the question. After considering the scope of the protection, the committee concluded, quoting, cases may be easily imagined of communications between one member and another, or between a member and the minister so closely related to some matter pending in or expected to be brought before the House that, although they do not take place in the chamber or a committee room, they form part of the business of the House, as, for example, where a member sends to a minister the draft of a question he is thinking of putting down, or shows it to another member with a view to obtaining advice as to the propriety of putting it down or as to the manner in which it should be framed," end of the indented quote. The conclusions of this committee were later agreed to in the House, end quote. More recently, the UK Parliament's 1999 Joint Committee on Parliamentary Privilege wrote at paragraph 12 of its first report, quote, proceedings are broadly interpreted to mean what is said or done in the formal proceedings of either the House or the committees of either House, together with conversations, letters, and other documentation directly connected with those proceedings, end quote. At paragraph 113 of the same report, the Joint Committee assessed that, quote, drafts and notes frequently precede speeches and questions, and members often need assistance and advice in preparing them. By necessary extension, immunity accorded to a speech or question must also be available for preparatory drafts and notes. For instance, from a research assistant, it would be absurd to protect a speech but not in a necessary preparatory material. This principle must also apply to drafts of speeches, questions, and the like, which in the event are not used. A member cannot always catch a speaker's eye, or he may change his mind, end quote. Many of the conversations which I'd hoped to have at Fraser Valley Institution on July 28th were or would have been directly connected to my potential parliamentary proceedings this autumn. The individuals I interviewed during my visit were providing me with assistance and advice in relation to matters I had under consideration at that time. And Mr. Speaker, I would pause here to note that even previously when I've gone to penitentiaries, when they didn't know I was there, when the management didn't know, they literally, through ATIP, I found out they followed me with their cameras to see who I spoke with. What are they hiding? What are they so afraid of? And what are they trying to get in front of or deal with here, Mr. Speaker? Elsewhere, Australia has legislated its parliamentary privileges and assigned the following definition to proceedings in Parliament at subsection 16, sub 2 of the Parliamentary Privileges Act 1987. Quote, all the words spoken and acts done in the course of or for purposes of or incidental to the transacting of the business of a House or a committee, and without limiting the generality of the foregoing includes sub B, presentation or submission of a document to a House or committee, sub C, the preparation of a document for purpose or of or incidental to the transacting of any such business, end quote. More recently, New Zealand also legislated on parliamentary privileges, following a court decision which related to the extent of parliamentary privilege available to public servants supporting ministers with question period preparation. New Zealand mirrored Australia's statutory definition at subs 10 and sub 2 of its Parliamentary Privilege Act 2014. Mr. Speaker, the reality is that we as members of Parliament have to know what's going on. And the presence of management, especially when there's an acrimonious relationship that's well documented between guards or correctional officers and their managers, or with inmates who may not want to be anywhere near a manager, inhibits my ability to speak with that person. We need to be able to do that completely in private and completely respected. The uniformed correctional officers have always been completely respectful in that regard, given us just the ability to do our jobs. It's no surprise that Mr. Saffron acted the way he did. I've watched the work of Commissioner Ann Kelly, who didn't even respond fulsomely to that letter. And we've seen that we have been stymied, that I have been stymied in doing my job as a critic, and more concretely, as a member of Parliament, just as anybody on the government bench would be permitted to do. At the end of the day, we need to do our jobs without harassment and without anybody following us and watching what they can see, so that the government, be it the minister, be it Commissioner Kelly, or be it Mr. Saffron, can know what we're up to. In summary, Mr. Speaker, the assistant warden of Fraser Valley Institution, at the instruction of the warden, who wouldn't talk to us, if not more senior management in the Correctional Service of Canada, obstructed and interfered with my ability to prepare fully for proceedings in Parliament this autumn. That amounts, in my view, to a breach of the established privilege to be free from obstruction interference, intimidation, and molestation. Should you agree, Mr. Speaker, I would propose a motion to refer the matter to the Standing Committee on Procedure and House Affairs. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
I thank the member for his intervention, and I will come back to the chamber after studying what he has said today.
I'd like to inform the House that the volume of the earpieces will now be reset.
Orders of the day, ordre du jour, government orders, government bills, commons. Resuming consideration at second reading of Bill C3, an act to amend the Citizenship Act 2025.
The honourable member for Vancouver East.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I'm delighted to join in the discussion and debate about Bill C3. This morning, this bill was debated, and I was listening intently to the debate back and forth, primarily from Conservative members. And you know, Mr. Speaker, I actually didn't even hear from the members that stood up to talk about what is the purpose of the bill, why are we here, and what is the remedy that Bill C3 is proposing. So let me start with that. Why are we here, and what is Bill C3 all about? First, on Bill C3, this is a piece of legislation that is attempting to correct a wrong. It is attempting to make Canada's citizenship laws charter compliant. In fact, Canada's citizenship laws have not been charter compliant for decades. And why is that? Because we have a set of archaic immigration citizenship rules. And somewhere through that history along the way, and in fact more specifically pertaining to this piece of legislation, back in 2006, the Conservatives under the Harper administration saw fit to take away citizenship rights for those who are second generation born abroad. So that is to say, those individuals who are Canadian citizens, but they were born second generation they are first generation born abroad. That is to say, let me rephrase all that. That is to say, in 2006, what the Harper government did was to take away the rights of Canadian citizens who are first generation born abroad to pass on their citizenship to their children who are also born abroad. So that is to say, if I'm an immigrant and I've become a Canadian, and if I were to have a child outside of Canada, I cannot pass on my citizenship to my child. That's what that means. And so that citizenship right was stripped away for Canadians by the Conservatives. As a result, this rendered many people having to separate themselves from their families, and some children were even born stateless. Canada is a global country. We go abroad to work, to study, we travel, and guess what? As life would have it, sometimes we fall in love. Sometimes we marry people abroad. Sometimes we have children abroad. But if that happened to you, and you happen to be a second generation born abroad child, you will not have Canadian citizenship right. And that matter was actually challenged in the courts. The Ontario Court, Superior Court, actually ruled that it is in violation of your charter rights. And the government had to actually remedy that. And so in the last Parliament, there were several attempts to try and fix this. In fact, Senator Yonah Martin brought in a Senate bill to try to fix this. Through much debate, much effort, much collaboration, I, as the immigration critic for the NDP, raised this matter and worked with the government to bring forward amendments to fix the bill, to fix the charter violation. And we did. We went through a whole series of discussion, lengthy debate, and committee work, and came through with a number of amendments, which passed. But then it never got back to having third reading pass in this House Why? Because the Conservative filibustered the debate and actually used a whole bunch of rules and tactics that delayed that debate, and they never came back. In the midst of all of that, I said to the government, if you want to make sure Canada's citizenship rules are charter and compliant, you need to bring forward a government bill. And they agree. And Conservatives, by the way, at that time had actually said that if the government brought forward a bill, they would actually support it. So the government brought forward a bill, and what happened? There were more games played. The Conservatives again filibustered the House, and then we never actually got Bill C-71 passed. So here we are, again, Bill C-3 for the third round, still trying to fix the situation that the judge had ruled that Canada's citizenship laws is unconstitutional. It is not charter compliant. And the court actually had to give the government multiple extensions to fix this situation. And that is why we are here today, Mr. Speaker. The first generation born abroad Canadians, if they decide to go abroad and have a child, they cannot pass on their Canadian citizenship to their child at all. And of course, they run the risk of rendering their child stateless. The Berquist decision held that the second generation cutoff violates Section 15 by discriminating against first generation born abroad women more particularly. And I quote, disadvantages pregnant first generation born abroad women who are living abroad when they get pregnant by placing them in the position where they have to make choices between their careers, financial stability and independence, and health care on the one hand, and the ability to ensure their child receives Canadian citizenship on the other. Women's reproductive autonomy and family planning are extremely time sensitive, and the Conservatives' legal impediment to exercising this freedom comes at a human cost to women, parents, and children. So now, this is the reality. And an estimated of 170,000 women born abroad who are in the age range when people often start families are being affected by the current law. The Justice said in her June decision that these are not, quote, theoretical or minor constitutional violations, but ones that could lead to, quote, children being stateless. They can lead to women having to make choices between their financial health and independence on the one hand and their physical health on the other. They can separate families. They can force children to stay in places that are unsafe for them. They can interfere with some of the deepest and most profound connections that human beings both enjoy and need, end quote. That is why we are here today. This is what we're trying to fix. And Mr. Speaker, what I heard the Conservatives talk about was that the connections test, that, somehow these Canadian citizenship rights are deemed not to be rights. They somehow treat it that you have to earn your citizenship back. But if you're a Canadian, you have Canadian birthrights that's being passed on. These are not immigrants per se, Mr. Speaker. They are not trying to get their citizenship through an immigration process. These are their birthrights. If they were and the connections test in this remedy is that you have to establish and show that you have a connection to Canada. And that substantial connections test in this legislation requires that you have had some connection in Canada, having been here for 1,095 days. Not consecutively, because people travel, because people move and work abroad. And so therefore, you have to show a connections test of 1,095 days, not consecutively. I've heard the Conservatives say, well, there should be a criminality test. Well, would you apply a criminality test to Canadians who were born in Canada to say if you offend, then you lose your birthright to be a Canadian? No, we have the judicial system to go through to deal with that. That if there are criminality issues, a person will then go before the judge and the process will follow as they should. So, Mr. Speaker, it is time for us to fix this problem once and for all, for Canada's immigration citizenship laws to be charter compliant. Respect the right of women and women who have children abroad. Respect the right of all Canadians who travel abroad because we're a global citizen, because we work and travel abroad. And it is time that we honor all of our rights as equals in Canada. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. The Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And, you know, I've been able to listen throughout the debate today on what I believe is a very important piece of legislation. I know the member opposite in the past has been very supportive of individuals that should be having their citizenship today. In fact, that's universally felt, where we have people that should be Canadian citizens today but are not Canadian citizens because the House of Commons has not cooperated in getting the legislation passed. And I'm wondering if she could provide her thoughts in regards to the mandate that all politicians of all political parties were given, and that was to have a higher sense of cooperation on the floor of the House of Commons. Can she provide her thoughts in regards to being able to ultimately see this passed to committee?
The member for Vancouver East.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. In fact, I've been championing the work of the government to say to the government that we need to make sure Canada's immigration and citizenship laws are charter compliant. I've carried this file for more than a decade. When first the Conservatives brought it forward in 2006. So it's been 16 years since that our charter rights have been violated. And asking the government and urging the government to fix this, working through a Senate bill, working through with the government on a government-introduced bill. So we're here again doing that. And it is incumbent for all members of Parliament to work collaboratively to honor the rights of all Canadians and to treat each other respectfully and equally. All Canadians are Canadians, period.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. The member for Saskatoon West.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So I just heard the member from Vancouver East say championing the government's bill, and it made me think back to the last Parliament where the party of which she's a member continuously on issue after issue after issue championed the government's legislation. In fact, they were always supporting of it, and it sounds like even today they haven't learned much and they're still continuing to just blindly support the legislation being put forth by the government, even though they, in their party, which doesn't really even exist in the House here anymore. And so I guess my question to the member is, how is that working out for you? How and why do you continue to support this Liberal government, and how did that work out for you?
So just a reminder before I go to the member for Vancouver East, it's through the chair, not asking my opinion. The member for Vancouver East.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And I think that's exactly the kind of politics and approach that Canadians rejected. And that's why they're sitting on that side of the House, and that's why their leader even lost his own seat and had to get a by-election to win his seat back. But I'm not here for any of that. It doesn't matter that the NDP only have 7 seats in the House. I am going to do what is right for Canadians, and I will continue to champion the rights of all Canadians. A Canadian is a Canadian is a Canadian, and we should all be treated equally, not in the way in which the Conservative wants to strip away the rights of women. That's what they've done in 2006, and it's been ruled by the courts to be unconstitutional. That's why I'm here to champion this and to make sure that this gets fixed.
Questions et commentaires. Le député de
The Honourable Member for Mulcadam. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague for the timeline that she laid out and the different steps behind this bill. These are points that have already been discussed here in the House, and they're things that were discussed when they were passed in principle. And if it hadn't been for the election and the systematic blocking of the House last year, probably this bill would already have been passed. The Bloc Québécois would like to see a more wide-ranging reform of immigration. because it's not a service that is performing well right now. However, it's clear that we support this bill. My colleague, I'd like to ask her, how does she explain that right now we're still discussing this bill at this point, even though it's already been adopted and passed in principle? I have to interrupt the honourable member to give time for the honourable member to reply.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And I want to thank the member for his question. He's absolutely right. The NDP work collaboratively with the Bloc, and they're absolutely on side to respect the constitutional rights of all Canadians, and particularly women. And we have debated this matter. In fact, this very issue went before committee for 30 hours. We debated the matter at committee at length. We debated in this House not one round, but 2 rounds already. So this should be made law. There's no...
Resuming debate, reprise de débat. The member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I want to begin my remarks by thanking the honourable member who preceded me. It's one thing for a member to say, I've championed this bill, C3, and repairing the rights for lost Canadians. But as a leader of a different party, I want to say that the honourable member for Vancouver East is absolutely right. She has championed this and not stepped back for 1 minute. It's not been easy. We've had various versions of this bill come to us. We had a court decision that made it very, very clear that our citizenship laws are not charter compliant. She, like I, have worked with a citizen who has championed this, Don Chapman, who has brought forward the concerns. He wrote a book on it, on lost Canadians, to get people to see what has happened when citizenship, which used to be seen as a right passed down from parent to child, this is not new. I learned this in conflict of laws in law school, as I'm sure, Mr. Speaker, you may recall. These kinds of things are not innovative. It's just very, very strange and disturbing for Canadians when our citizenship laws get contaminated with innovations and not treating citizenship as a right. That's one piece that's missing in Bill C3. Should we have an amendment in C3 that says citizenship is a right? But there have been a lot of partisan jabs across the floor, even in the brief time that we've been debating this since question period. So I want to take some of those up because I think it's important for Canadians to know. And so another person not in my party that I want to thank and make it really clear to our friends across the way in the Conservative Party, another champion for this bill, mentioned by my honourable colleague for Vancouver East, is a Conservative, Senator Yona Martin. She tried really hard to fix this bill. She has Korean ancestry. She's been a champion for the Canadian-Korean community in many ways, including those who suffered through the war. She's a friend of mine, too, so I'll admit that. But Senator Yona Martin brought this forward as a private member's bill out of the Senate to try to fix this. And as the honourable member for Vancouver East mentioned, there was a nonpartisan effort between the NDP members, the Conservative members, and Liberal members,
and the Bloc,
and Green to get this thing done. We were so close. When Bill C-71 was tabled for first reading in June of 2023, now, oh my, yes. June of 2024. We gathered in the foyer with the former Minister of Immigration and members of families deeply affected by the unfairness of the way our citizenship laws are currently drafted. We were very, almost euphoric and grateful to the former Minister of Immigration who took this forward, who made the difference to have C-71 brought forward. We weren't just, as an honourable member earlier mentioned, propping up Liberals or cheering whenever Liberals did something. Again, this was the ultimate nonpartisan effort led by a Conservative senator, supported by an NDP member, and supported by all of us on all sides of the House. We thought we had it solved. And then, unfortunately, 25 bills died on the order paper, January 6, 2025. Now, it would have been nice to see the current government pick up on a suggestion I made in a written communication to the Prime Minister to please recover those bills, especially the ones that had broad, nonpartisan support, that had gotten this close to the finish line. The amount of waste, I imagine it's millions of hours of work that went into those 25 bills, many of them so close, like C-61 on First Nations water sovereignty, or C-33 on rail safety and ports. But let's celebrate this, that the former deceased Bill C-71 is back as C-3. Let's hope we can have collaboration now. I have to say that when the Liberals here in this House today celebrate the collaboration they had in June, I'd like to say that wasn't collaboration. That was the Greens, the Bloc, and the NDP being bulldozed with a new person driving the bulldozer in our new Prime Minister. That was a very, not just say unpleasant experience, it was an anti-democratic experience that was deeply troubling. And it was bulldozer driver, it was a new coalition, the Liberals and the Conservatives, driving through a piece of very anti-democratic, the process particularly anti-democratic. I hope we won't see that again. So back to Bill C-3. If we're going to see this bill pass, and I hope we will, I hope we will see it passed expeditiously. I want to deal with some of the substantive charges that have been made in the House today in debate and put them to rest, I hope, forever, so that we can return to our purpose in this place to restore justice, to act for our constituents, and to make sure we do the right thing. C'est pas une question partisan.
It's not a partisan issue. It's a question of doing what's right immediately. Now, we have a new bill, C-3. It's the same or almost the same as the former bill, C-71, which died on the order paper because of the decision to prorogue Parliament on January 6th.
When we speak of things dying on the order paper, it's nice to see that every now and then we can have a resurrection. So we've got Bill C-3 back, and it's close. I would love to have proper hearings and make sure that concerns that are being raised are dealt with by experts with the ability for Canadians to see that we don't pass things with a gun to our head. With Bill C-5, no committee was in place when Bill C-5 went to second reading on Monday, June 17th. Oh no, June 16th. Monday, June 16th, it went to second reading. No committee was yet started. Tuesday, June 17th, the committee was put in place at 3:30 in the afternoon. All amendments were due the next day, June 18th by noon. And concerns from groups like the Canadian Cancer Society couldn't be heard before amendments were due. We were in a hurry. This place should be about getting things done efficiently, but not being in such a hurry that we don't do our jobs. So let's have a proper committee review of this legislation, which I think will put to bed some concerns. For instance, the idea of costs. These are Canadians who just through peculiarities of mistakes made in the legislative process have been denied their citizenship. Most people, and we can get through this and get the actual numbers through a committee hearing process, most of these lost Canadians live in Canada. They're not coming here as new people just off a boat and we wonder who they are. Most of these people have deep ties to Canada. Most of these people are already paying taxes in Canada, getting their health care in Canada. They've just been denied citizenship through the most egregious set of quite obscure and bizarre mistakes in law. We can fix those. We can fix them now. We can fix them for good. So the remaining question, I suppose, is do we want to add an amendment that says citizenship is a right? Normally, you wouldn't think you'd have to say this, but when you look south of the border and hear that Donald Trump would like to take away Rosie O'Donnell's citizenship, I think maybe we ought to be concerned and make sure that we in Canada assert what is internationally understood law, that citizenship rights are rights. People who are citizens can't have their right taken away to be a citizen because someone in power has an obscure whim. Never mind. Citizenship should be a right, and under Bill C-3, we will be redressing the mistakes of many years and responding to the requirement of the court that we fix our citizenship laws to be charter compliant. With that, Mr. Speaker, I know I still have about 90 seconds on the clock. I just want to make sure I plead with all of my colleagues, regardless of party, take a step back, look who the champions of this bill have been. A leading Conservative senator, a leading NDP member in this House, and all of us together, Green, Liberal, Conservative, Bloc, New Democrat, still a party in this House. By the way, check the seating chart. We are here to do the right thing and do it together. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments, questions et commentaires. The Honourable Deputy Government House Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It is great to see you back in the House, and I want to thank my honourable colleague for her comments and the fact that she really did make some reasonable comments around what it means to be a Canadian. Mr. Speaker, maybe earlier, I'm sure that the member has heard a lot of the dialogue that has been going on, and there has been a rhetoric around connecting this Bill C-3, which is intended to restore Canadian citizenship to lost Canadians, and not anything else. But other colleagues have been talking about crime, trying to demonize this bill, trying to demonize immigration. Can the member comment on why we shouldn't frame immigration, citizenship in the way that has been framed today in the House?
Member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
And thanks, my honourable colleague, and congratulations for her position in this place, representing the government as a Deputy House Leader, if I've got the title correct. It's wonderful to see a member who represents such an important part of Canada, young women in Parliament. Look, I think it will be very, very wise for all members to reflect on our words. And as members of Parliament, I urge you, all of you, regardless of party, don't listen to the boys in the back room. They really need a lot of psychiatric help. Their main goal is power, power for its own sake, no matter what. This is a time for us as members of Parliament to do the right thing, not look for the gotcha moment, but do the right thing moment. Thank you.
Questions and comments. The member for Penelope-Didsbury.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Notwithstanding the member's speech, which is conflating S245, which only deals with lost Canadians, with exactly what C3 is, which is much broader than dealing with lost Canadians, I have a hypothetical question for her. According to my interpretation of this legislation, a person who comes to Canada from another country, gets their citizenship, then decides to return to the country that they originally came from, which is a perfectly legitimate thing to do, then has a child. That child comes to Canada under some pretense, gets convicted of a crime for which they serve at least 1,095 days in a federal penitentiary, and then they return back to whichever country they come from once that's served, is now eligible to have their children automatically become Canadian citizens. Did I hear that right?
The member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. To my honourable colleague across the way, you'll have a perfect, I'm sorry, Mr. Speaker, the honourable member will have a perfect opportunity to hear from experts who have looked at citizenship law. That hypothetical was a little too much like the 3 people get on your empty bus, 5 get off, and then 3 more get on. So my question is, how old is the bus driver? So I would like to wait until to answer the honourable member's question, I'd like to have sensible, thoughtful discussions in committee, and if the bill needs amendment, then we should make sure the government allows us to do so.
Questions and comments. Questions et commentaires. Le député de Rivière.
The Honourable Member for Rivière-du-Nord. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to thank my colleague for her speech. This is a bill that we've already spoken to several times, and everyone has said that today. And once again today, we're spending another day studying a bill for which our positions have not changed. We spoke to this bill last year, and if it hadn't been for the prorogation of the House and the election, this bill probably would already have been passed. So my question for my colleague, Mr. Speaker, is instead of doing what we're doing right now, repeating the same ideas, should we not review the Immigration Act in its entirety and put forward new ideas that harmonize with the reality of 2025 in Quebec and in Canada? Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Saanich Gulf Islands. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to my dear colleague and friend, the member for Rivière-du-Nord. He is right. It is clear that there are bigger issues to be debating on immigration, but at the very least, we have C3 before us today, and he is also right in what he says. Former Prime Minister Justin Trudeau prorogued. Otherwise, this bill would have become a statute of Canada, and it would have been for the past year already. But we have a job to do today, and I do agree with my colleague.
Resuming debate, the member for Brandon-Souris.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker, and it's a pleasure to rise again in the House of Commons. First time back this fall session after a couple of interventions as a newly elected member. in the spring. It's such an honor to be here to represent the great people of southwestern Manitoba and the Wheat City in Brandon. And it's an important topic, Bill C-3. Our Manitoba Conservative Caucus just completed a couple of days of caucus retreat to make sure we were hearing from different parts of stakeholders, industry groups, etc., from the province of Manitoba to make sure we're on top of issues coming back to Parliament today. And we certainly heard a lot about immigration. It's top of mind for a lot of Manitobans right now. Manitobans always have been interested in an interesting context within the framework of the overall immigration system across the country. And, I recognize some comments from members opposite talking about immigration and that this is about a citizenship. This is a citizenship bill, which is a separate, conversation. However, I would say if this bill ends up being passed in its current form, there would be a significant amount of new Canadians as a result of it that are eligible to be Canadian citizens and all the rights and privileges that entails them to, which in effect still affects the amount of Canadian citizens that exist. And we're at a time when we're talking about, in the broader immigration context, about the fact that all of our social services, particularly our healthcare system, and without question our housing system, have not been able to compete and keep up with the amount of people coming into Canada and becoming new citizens of this country. So while the members opposite seem to want to completely differentiate this conversation and say that it has no impact in whatsoever the context of who would be impacted by this bill, I think, certainly on this side and certainly the vast majority of common sense Canadians would understand that the two are related and that these two, topics have to go hand in hand when we're talking about whether Canada is prepared to welcome these potential Canadian citizens once they have their citizenship, if they get their citizenship back into the country, and what the impact of that is going to be. Now, the member opposite also talked a lot about our colleague in the Senate, Senator Martin's Bill 245. I think my colleague from Ponoka Didsbury covered that quite well, in that very specifically dealt with lost Canadians. And that is, certainly a challenging situation that we supported as Conservatives, although I was not here, of course, being a newly elected member, but it is certainly something that we supported. Senator Martin's bill, it's unfortunate that it was stalled and delayed by Liberal and their allies in previous parliaments. It should be law by now. It should be in effect. Unfortunately, this Bill C-3 and its predecessor 71 are dramatically expanded in the terms of their scope, and we as Conservatives have some serious questions as well as some amendments to propose about what exactly we feel could improve this piece of legislation. But to be clear, Deputy Speaker, we very much support the provisions that came from Bill S-245 by Senator Martin, supporting Section 8, lost Canadians. This is something that the member for Saanich Gulf Islands mentioned was, compounding of bad legislation that should have been addressed a long time ago. We also support the equal treatment of adoptive children. In a previous role, I worked for the Minister of Families in the province of Manitoba. For those who don't have the context on that, one of the largest CFS systems in the country, very tragic legacy of the treatment of children there, and often, too often, in both federal and provincial law, adoptive children and adoptive families are forgotten about or left behind in the framework that we proceed under in terms of supporting young families and children in this country. So we certainly support that update to ensure that they are treated equally as they should be as true families. But there are lots of concerns. And I mean, the member for Saanich Gulf Island used Rosie O'Donnell and her citizenship getting revoked by Donald Trump as an example, but Rosie O'Donnell is born in the United States. So that's not a real good example in terms of the discussion we're having today, because we're talking about people who were not born in the country of Canada, and also their children who are not born in the country of Canada. And this type of discussion about the reasonable connection to the country of Canada, 1,095 days, or 3 years, and non-consecutive. I think the vast majority of my constituents anyway, on face value, 1,095 days sounds like a long period of time, but when you look at that a little more at length, if you were the child of a foreign-born Canadian citizen, so your grandparents were born in Canada, you may have had summer breaks here as a baby, as a toddler, a couple times in high school and a couple of times in your 20s, and then at 50 or 60 or 70 decide you want to go through this process that this bill seeks to put in place to become a Canadian citizen, having not spent decades in the country, because there's no time frame imposed for when the 1,095 days have to be taken. And so when is that exactly going to impact, the systems that seniors, quite rightfully, who are Canadian citizens, come to rely on? If we have thousands of people, or tens of thousands, which is estimated, that are going through this process later in life, they may not have paid tax. I know somebody across the way said, all these people that would be impacted by this bill are almost all paying taxes in Canada already. Well, I'm not sure why that would be the case if they're not citizens of this country now and they've never lived here. And the members opposite can't provide any evidence as to how many have paid into the OAS or GIS systems or to the healthcare system. In fact, their own department can't tell us how many people this bill would make eligible for Canadian citizenship at all. In fact, IRCC officials were questioned on that the last time that this bill in its previous form was up for debate, and the officials couldn't answer that question at committee. They have no idea how many people may now be eligible, if this bill passes, to claim Canadian citizenship having never lived here or having only spent at the minimum 1,095 days here over the course of their entire lives. So I'm not sure how the government can claim that they've been planning this out for years, that they've known about this for decades. Members opposite are very, aggressive about how terrible this has been and they've needed to address it. It's coming 10 years into their mandate. They have no numbers to back up how many people this may impact, what the impact on our healthcare system may be, what the impact on OAS and other income supports may be, and why haven't they done any planning? Canadians, and particularly young Canadians, are frustrated. Immigration and the fact that they cannot find an affordable home, that when they're expecting a child, they can't get into an emergency room to get the health care that they need. These are issues that are top of mind for the young Canadians and the rural Canadians that sent me here to represent them as their voice. And they do not believe a Liberal government that has failed to plan time and time again to bring hundreds of thousands of Canadians into this, hundreds of thousands of people into Canada without the proper planning. And so without that expectation, without criminal record checks being in place, without a language test being in place, my constituents, and I think many constituents of colleagues across the country, expect better planning for the Liberals. Our Conservative team is going to put forward recommendations to improve this bill so that they are, real standards for these folks to be able to prove a commitment. The member for Provencher earlier said that we believe that Canadian citizenship requires an investment in Canada. If you haven't lived here your entire life and have no intention of living here, we believe that that is not a stringent enough requirement in order to qualify for Canadian citizenship. That's our Conservative Party's position, and we look forward to further debate with members opposite on this legislation as it moves forward. Thank you, Deputy Speaker.
Questions and comments, questions et commentaires. The Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And, you know, let me acknowledge right at the beginning. At the end of the day, there's no doubt the Conservative Party of Canada has amendments that they want to make changes to the legislation. And hopefully we'll see it go to the committee sooner as opposed to later. The Conservatives seem to give the impression that they want to delay the passage to committee, which is unfortunate. Having said that, my concern is some of the wording that's being used. Trying to give the impression, for example, that our healthcare issues and problems are because of immigrants and the numbers. A member like me is from the province of Manitoba. Whether it's the Premier of Manitoba or the Minister of Immigration and other ministers, they're saying that they want not only to retain the people that are there today, but they want more. And they're also the ones responsible for healthcare. Can the member provide his thoughts in terms of what does he believe the numbers are like in the province of Manitoba today?
Honourable Member for Brandon Souris.
Well, I thank my colleague from Winnipeg North for that question. I guess we're coming at this from two sides of the issue. He seems to think we're blaming immigrants solely for the responsibility of our delayed health care. That's certainly not the case. But I think he would agree that when you increase population by 500,000 people per year for several years, or hundreds of thousands of people per year, some of those people are going to need health care. And all of those people are going to need housing. So to say that increased immigration levels are having no impact on our health care delays, and it's only Canadian citizens that are having an impact on our healthcare lag times. Yeah, healthcare wait times in Manitoba are out of control. They are totally unsustainable. The Health Sciences Centre Manitoba Hospital has been listed as a gray zone for nurses to work there by the union. So I think the member's being a bit disingenuous when he says that immigration levels are having no impact on our healthcare system.
Questions and comments, questions et commentaires. The member for Saskatoon West.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to my colleague for an excellent speech. One of the questions that had been asked of the government in the prior Parliament was how many people this bill might affect when it was in its previous form of C-71, and they didn't have an answer. They had no clue, basically. They could not make an estimate, which then leads to obvious questions. You spoke about healthcare, but the member spoke about healthcare. Sorry, Mr. Speaker. But also it raises questions about other expenses that we might incur. And so speaking on behalf of the taxpayers of Canada, what do you think about that? What does the member think about that? Should there be at least numbers of people so that there could be estimates of costs and impacts on Canada on this issue?
Member for Brandon Souris.
Thank you, and I thank my colleague from Saskatoon for that excellent question. You know, I think any reasonable person would believe that the government should have an estimate at least of how many people are going to be impacted by a policy before they introduce it into law and pass it into law and propose to implement it for Canadian citizens and the general public. So the fact that they haven't done that now, and this is, as many other members have mentioned, they've been on this for 16, 19 years. They've been ready to introduce this legislation. They've tried to impose it 2 different times. They were on recess for half this year. Parliament is at the lowest record of sitting, I think, in Canadian history since the Depression. Hopefully they've done that homework. Maybe one of them will get up today and deliver that number for us.
Questions et commentaires, questions and comments. The member for Sandwich Gulf Islands.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and welcome to the honourable member for Brandon Souris. Look, one thing I probably should have mentioned in my speech, and it hit me as the member was speaking, we're leaving out in this conversation what will happen if we don't pass C3 expeditiously. If it's not passed by November 20th, 2025, then the bar on first-generation citizenship that was brought in 2009, which has been found to be unconstitutional. We've had extensions from the court. They're not going to give this Parliament another extension. So we won't even have as parliamentarians the ability to create the kind of guidance that's in C3. It'll just be automatic. They'll all get citizenship if we don't do this as the court has required.
Brandon Souris.
Well, I think that's a fair comment from the member for Saanich Gulf Islands, and that's why we're proposing amendments to make this bill better. And I look forward to my colleagues, proposing those recommendations. I think some of them have made some recommendations as to how to improve this bill in their comments earlier today. And we hope the Liberal government decides to adopt them so that indeed we have a framework that is robust for these folks who want to apply for Canadian citizenship.
Resuming debate, reprise de débat, the Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Immigration, Refugees and Citizenship.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's a pleasure to be here again after summer in London and engaging with constituents and listening to their concerns. And I look forward very much to working with all colleagues in this House on matters of immigration, obviously, but in general terms. We have a lot to do to serve our constituents and ensure our country is on a very good footing going forward. Today, obviously, with Bill C-3, we are debating an issue that at the heart of it speaks to our democracy, and that is citizenship. It was Hannah Arendt, Mr. Speaker, the great philosopher, who said that citizenship is the right to have rights. And that's because of the fact that from citizenship, all else follows in our democracy. There are no rights. There is no sense of belonging without that fundamental value of citizenship and everything that means. We know, for example, all of us, or I would assume those of us who have been elected in previous parliaments, and those of you who are new in this chamber, Mr. Speaker, newly elected, will go to citizenship ceremonies and see how special those ceremonies are. There is something quite valuable in that, and I know there's a debate and a discussion ongoing in Canada now about immigration levels, and I think the government is responding appropriately to that. But let's not take away, and this is what I worry about, in fact, Mr. Speaker, with the whole politicization of immigration that may be going on. I hope it's not going on, but I think it might be, Mr. Speaker. When it comes to immigration, we lose the understanding, the value of immigration, the sense of how special it is when citizenship comes through that process, when that matter is politicized, Mr. Speaker. But I digress, because we know that individuals, all of us, have natural, inalienable rights: the right to dignity, the right to fundamental justice, to fair treatment. Citizenship strengthens that principle because it codifies rights. And in Canada, of course, we have the Charter of Rights and Freedoms, which stands at the heart of our democracy, making all else possible, including debates in this House of Commons, Mr. Speaker. The document expresses in the clearest terms the rights of all of us and the rights that come, again, from citizenship. Without those rights, Mr. Speaker, democracy cannot be said to exist. And so this House is now considering Bill C-3, which itself, and we've talked about this already today, I give credit to anyone who's spoken on the matter, but in particular the member for Saanich Gulf Islands, who made a spirited speech talking about court rulings of the past. I believe the NDP has put this on record. I believe the Bloc has put it on record as well, that the Ontario Superior Court Justice ruling of December of 2023 is something that cannot be ignored. They have said, or the Justice, in fact, has said, that the problem that needs to be responded to by the government is the fact that citizenship is two-tiered at the present moment. What does that mean? The court came to that decision because a Canadian who obtains their citizenship either through birth or through the immigration process, Mr. Speaker, can freely transmit that citizenship to their children. But this is not true for a Canadian that is born abroad. Bill C-3 seeks to change this, Mr. Speaker, so that Canadians born abroad can transfer that citizenship to their children if their children are also born abroad, provided there is a substantial connection to Canada that's established. And that connection is cumulative. I heard the honourable member just speak on the Conservative side, taking issue with that. One thing that he did not mention, interestingly, Mr. Speaker, and I think it's key to this whole discussion, is that the 1,095 days that stands as the substantial connection test in the legislation, and that's 3 years, in fact is not drawn from thin air, but in fact represents and takes its cue from the requirement that permanent residents have when they seek to go through the immigration process and obtain citizenship. It's also a 3-year requirement of spending time in Canada. The other point, Mr. Speaker, which cannot be lost on us, is the fact that we live in a modern age where mobility is crucial to so many jobs. Think of military officials or diplomats, Mr. Speaker, or individuals who spend their time working abroad for non-governmental organizations. They they need to be paid attention to here, Mr. Speaker. Put yourself in their position. If they are in a position, in a role where they have been born abroad and do not have this ability to transfer citizenship, even though they have a Canadian tie, then there is an issue. And the substantial connection test allows for that to be acknowledged and brought to bear in the force of law. Mr. Speaker, I urge colleagues, if they have concerns on the merits of the bill, then of course they can raise that at committee. But I do not want to see a situation where this bill is obstructed needlessly. There is a court deadline, as we just heard. That court deadline is in November of this year. It is a deadline that must be adhered to. Otherwise, we would have a very significant gap in the law. And the reality is that, Mr. Speaker, if we are dealing with, as we are, a matter of citizenship and rectifying an existing issue that exists as identified by the court, then there is a special responsibility on all of us to work together to ensure that the outcome is one that ensures fundamental justice, ensures consistent citizenship, and that meets a particular standard, Mr. Speaker. That 1,095-day period is exactly that. It is 3 years. It is, as I say, not arbitrary by any means, but draws from existing Canadian law and specifically immigration policy relating to permitted residency, and that's why I think the bill needs to be supported, and certainly our side will be getting behind it. I hear the same from the Bloc. I hear the same from the NDP. I don't hear that from the Conservatives, Mr. Speaker, but I hope that at committee their concerns will be assuaged somehow. We will have experts there to speak to the matter on a range of points that they wish to raise, but we have something I think here very substantive, and I urge colleagues to get behind it. Thank you very much.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. The member for Saskatoon West.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the member opposite for his speech. One of the things that has been raised a number of times today with the legislation as it's proposed relates to the issue of, number one, language requirements, and number two, criminal history. And so I guess, Mr. Speaker, I would like to hear from the member whether, or from the parliamentary secretary, whether there is any indication or any acceptance or agreement from the government that these things should be considered. We consider them with all other types of immigrants to Canada. We don't want to bring criminals into our country. I think that's a widely established agreement among Canadians, and the same with language. It's very important that people coming to our Canada can speak either English or French. And so I'd like to know the Parliamentary Secretary's thoughts on those two questions.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I look forward to working with the honourable member on the committee responsible for immigration. Look, the Conservatives continue to bring up matters of crime and tie it to this bill. Again, it opens the door to the argument, wide open in fact, that they are trying to politicize immigration. I know the honourable member is not trying to do that. He's a respected member of this House. So I'll focus on the other aspects of his question, only to say that there is nothing in this bill that is inconsistent with existing citizenship requirements. What it does is that simply seeks to rectify an existing and very significant gap in the law, Mr. Speaker. We need consistent citizenship, and this is what exactly C3 would achieve.
Questions et commentaires. Le député de Joliette.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank the Parliamentary Secretary for his speech. This bill is a response to the Ontario Superior Court decision from 2023, which at the time gave the government 6 months to enter into compliance. Of course, it's been more than 6 months. That's my question, Mr. Speaker. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Monsieur le Président,
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank our colleague for the question. Mr. Speaker, we're in a situation here where the courts brought their perspective to an important issue for this House. But there is a problem.
Get bogged down in what's happened in the past. I'm not here to speak about the past. We can spend a great deal of time on that, but the courts have recognized that there are that there are issues. They've put it to this House to rectify. And they've given extensions when that hasn't happened in the past. We have an opportunity to do what's right. I urge colleagues to get behind it. I know that colleague will.
Question complémentaire, questions and comments. The Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm wondering if my colleague could just provide his thoughts in terms of how we can continue to have the debate and look at even possible amendments. The members opposite have talked about the possibility of amendments, and if he can just provide his thoughts in regards to how it is we can further advance the legislation and deal with the issue of people that should be citizens not being a citizen because of a sense of unfairness within the current law that the Superior Court made a ruling on.
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Well, I want to thank the colleague who is among the most dedicated parliamentarians I've ever worked with in almost 10 years of serving the people of London Centre, Mr. Speaker. I would say to him what I've said throughout my time as an MP looking at legislation. The place to offer amendments and address concerns is not always in the House of Commons. I mean, one can do that through debate and discussion, of course, but committees enjoy a special place in the life of this democracy. And if Conservatives, as perhaps seems to be the case, getting ready to obstruct a very important piece of legislation for political reasons, I mean, that's not just wrong on substance, but there is a place for them to raise issues, not to obstruct there too. The committee level is where they can put forward amendments, they can seek to call witnesses, they can do any number of things. But let's get serious about what we're doing in this place, and obstructing important legislation is not being serious at all, Mr. Speaker. Thank you.
Resuming debate, the member for Ponoka Didsbury.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. This is the first speech that I've had since the last election that I've actually had an opportunity to prepare for. I did speak spontaneously a little bit back prior to the House adjourning for the summer session or the summer break. So I would like to use this opportunity to say thank you, Mr. Speaker, to the voters of Ponoka Didsbury. This is the 7th time that I've been sent to this place. This is the 3rd different constituency and area, even though I have a core common area that I've represented for the entire almost 20 years that I've been here. I do want to say thank you to those voters who put their trust in me for the first time, those who have put their trust in me for about 10 years, and those who have kept their trust in me for almost 20 years. Your trust will, I'll do what I can to continue to earn and keep your trust and work hard on your behalf. I also, Mr. Speaker, want to take this opportunity to say thank you to some notable campaign volunteers and people who helped me in that campaign. Larry Schmidtick, Larry I just met a little while ago, but he certainly housed all of our sign equipment at his shop and was very, very instrumental and helpful. Brenda Steenson, who isn't even from the constituency, but is from Red Deer and was in the constituency prior to the last boundary review. She came out and spent a lot of time on the campaign trail. Of course, Angie Stroud, my campaign manager, Alan Marsh, who came out and did all the social media, Ross Moore, who helped with signs, Al Sebring, who came into the office and did a lot of work, Anzi Tawadros and his daughter Laura, who came out and helped me door knock in Sylvan Lake, Sean Stroud, David Klein, Doug Will helped with signs, Mike Muzichka and his wife Lisa, or his partner Lisa, who have helped me tremendously in Olds and did the financial books for the campaign, Daniel Schweitzer, Kirby Wolstenholme, Richard Bone, Lawrence McKelvey, Devin Hartzler, Dalen Kemp, Chris Thiessen, Dustin Kabelka, Wade Collins, Shad Thevenaugh, Abigail Shimke, Kevin Bender, and Rocky Downton, just to name some of the key people who have actually helped make the campaign a tremendous success and lead us to a very convincing result in the new constituency of Ponoka Didsbury, a constituency that I'm just getting to know some of the new people in. Mr. Speaker, I was just at Oldstoberfest, which is a unique Bavarian twist to a classic Alberta rodeo, Mr. Speaker. And if you ever get a chance to come on down come on up from Calgary to have a look at Oldstoberfest, there's nothing like cowboy schnitzel and beer to enjoy a rodeo, Mr. Speaker. So, but I do want to talk about about this bill that the Liberal government has put forward. I want to talk about the reflections that I've had in meeting with my constituents recently in the election. And being a Canadian is certainly a birthright for some of us. For some of us, it's the only birthright that we actually have. And for those who want to become Canadian citizens, of course, once they get that right, of course, it is It comes with a tremendous amount of privileges, but also a lot of opportunities. But Canadian citizenship is that promise, Mr. Speaker, and it's also a duty, faithfully kept, of a shared identity and values that holds together millions of people across one of the largest geopolitical landmasses on planet Earth. Citizenship is not a handout just to be given away frivolously. It is a covenant where there are rights on the one hand and responsibilities on the other. When we cheapen it, when we erode the trust that binds our people together and let strangers call each other neighbors. We are and should remain a compassionate and welcoming nation. Conservatives agree wholeheartedly. But compassion does not mean we dilute and cheapen our standard of what it means to be a citizen of this country. We need to ensure citizenship that is strong, fair, and meaningful. Immigration done right and rooted in the merit and respect for the rule of law should be the standard gateway to receive the privilege and the right of being a Canadian citizen. Bill C-3 fails this test and opens the door to abuse that removes strong criteria for ties to Canada. It seeks to devalue what it means to be Canadian. In 2009, under Prime Minister Harper, Parliament set a principled boundary through the first generation limit. The principle was reasonable and necessary, end the spread of so-called Canadians of convenience while ensuring fairness for families. The first generation limit drew a bright line and preserved the idea of citizenship by descent. It meant that conferring a path to citizenship to those born abroad must have a parent that is Canadian. This preserves the idea that citizenship and the privileges and rights that come with it is earned. Bill C-3 removes that balance and replaces it with an extraordinary weak substantive connection test, which is a 1,095-day non-consecutive days in Canada at any point in a parent's life with no criminal background check as a precondition for passing citizenship on to people who may have never have set foot once in Canada. In practice, this bill would allow minimal presence to be used to allow for the claiming of citizenship to people who have never lived under our laws, never contributed to our communities, and may never intend to actually do so. It is an abdication of these basic standards. Conservatives support restoring citizenship to lost Canadians and equal treatment for adopted children. Those targeted fixes are fair and consistent with the dignity of Canadian citizenship, but C-3 goes far beyond these. It effectively creates an unlimited chain migration route without merit, and in doing so cheapens the value of our national identity and what many have earned by building their life contributing to our country. And I'm not hearing this, Mr. Speaker, just from people who were born in Canada. I'm hearing this largely from people who have moved here and followed the law and got their citizenship the traditional way. So why does this matter? Because citizenship is the gateway to our most consequential rights: voting for those who govern, accessing social programs, and carrying the protection of a Canadian passport. Those rights are paid for in taxes, in service, and in the daily investment Canadians make by building their lives and their families and their businesses here in Canada. Detaching those rights from the duties that I've just outlined would be profoundly unfair. First, it's unfair to immigrants who follow the rules. The people who move here, meet strict residency requirements, pass language and knowledge tests, work, pay taxes, and then proudly take their oath to citizenship. It would devalue that hard-earned commitment. Second, it's unfair to Canadians who are already stretched. Healthcare, pensions, housing, these are not infinite. They are financed by the people who live and work here. C-3 would be extending full citizenship rights to those who have never lived here without a serious test of connection and without basic security checks. Canadians see that, and they are rightly frustrated. Under the Liberals, the immigration system has been expanded in ways that outpace Canada's capacity to integrate newcomers, eroding confidence in our system. A responsible approach should work for Canadians and those who wish to become Canadian. Instead, Liberals are opting towards a system that could further strain our public services by a surge of new citizens living abroad who've never contributed to our country. That is not acceptable. Being welcoming cannot mean trading away the inheritance of the value of citizenship that makes Canada a country worth joining. Bill C-3 says you can get the full rights of citizenship without ever living here, allowing the full bundle of citizenship rights to flow to people without having lived under Canadian law, no contribution to our common institutions, and no demonstrated intention to build one. Many newcomers come to this country with the intention to work hard, follow the rules, pay taxes, and learn our values and norms, and then rightly they are rewarded with in that commitment with citizenship. When we say the same status cannot be given without having lived here, we do not when we say that you can have that same status without ever living here or have contributed, it does not make things more fair. We erase fairness. We devalue the effort of those who earned their place the right way, and it's bad policy that unjustly untethers rights from obligations. There must be significant changes to C3. For starters, it needs to require a real consecutive presence in Canada, and it must require criminal background checks. We can and should restore citizenship to lost Canadians and ensuring equal treatment for adopted children without detonating the first-generation limit that has safeguarded our system since 2009. The Liberals have claimed that they are open to constructive changes, and we intend to take them at their word, Mr. Speaker. If they truly want a bill that strengthens citizenship, they will back amendments that give real substance to the law, protect security, and uphold fairness for those who have put down roots here. There is a path to consensus here if we choose it. Let us keep what is rightly targeted, lost Canadians and adopted children, and stop what is reckless. To immigrants who chose Canada and earned citizenship the right way, we are protecting the value of what you have achieved. To those who hope to become Canadians, we welcome your commitment, and we will keep the standards high because we believe you can meet them. To Canadians who worry that the system no longer works for them, it can and must. And to the government, you said you were open to amendments, so prove it. Support a real connection test, support basic security screening, support targeted fixes without blowing a hole in our national fabric and the foundation of our citizenship. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Before I proceed to questions and comments, I believe the Secretary of State for Seniors is rising on a point of order.
Yes. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would like to inform the House that Thursday, September 18th, 2025, shall be an allotted day. Thank you.
So noted. Questions and comments. Questions et commentaires. The Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The member across the way might have said this is the first substantive speech that he's given since the last election, but he's been around for many years. He knows in terms of the importance of a minority versus a majority government. We hear constantly that the Conservatives are not feeling comfortable with the legislation. He knows that at the end of the day, any opposition party can prevent legislation from ultimately going to committee by just continuously talking about it. Would he not agree, as many Conservatives have actually said across the way, that there are aspects of the legislation that should be dealt with so that people that are not Canadian can be deemed Canadian? We have a Superior Court ruling on the issue. Would he not agree that many of the discussions and debate can continue at the committee?
I have to give a chance to the member from Murdoch and Didsbury to answer.
Of course, Mr. Speaker, but it shouldn't take away from the fact that every member in this place has the right and the responsibility to speak to legislation that's important on behalf of their constituents. Not every member has the ability to conduct that same type of cross-examination and debate at the committee stage. It is a subset of this House. So until this House has adequately dealt with this, Conservatives who feel like speaking on this should be given the opportunity. I wonder if the member is implying that we can expect closure at any minute.
Questions and comments. Questions et commentaires. The member for Pitt Meadows, Maple Ridge.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to the member for his speech. I was born abroad. My dad was in the Canadian military in the 1960s when I was there. There were other families, other children that were born in the 50s that were not automatically Canadian. That caused some problems. There were some changes. And so that was important and necessary, and Conservatives believe in these changes. But we don't believe in a free-for-all. And whenever the member could respond, former Liberal Prime Minister Justin Trudeau declared there is no core identity, no mainstream in Canada, which makes us the first post-national state. Why is the government actively undermining the value of Canadian citizenship by handing it out to people who do not have any connection to Canada?
The member for Ponoka Didsbury.
Well, I want to thank my colleague for his question. Look, I think Canadians are rightly frustrated with the last 10 years of governance by Prime Minister Justin Trudeau and now the new Prime Minister. It's the same political party. It's the same people that are sitting across the aisle from me that I've seen for the last 10 years with the same failed approach to dealing with things. There is nothing that this government won't give away in order to stay in power. They've devalued the value of our dollar. They have completely increased the cost of our national debt and what it means to Canadians. They have ruined virtually every trust in almost all of the institutions that we have, including our citizenship process, including our national defense and so on. And now, of course, they're going to devalue citizenship. It's ironic, Mr. Speaker, also to find out that one of the first things they changed when they came into power was allowing people who don't live in Canada to vote. Might have something to do with it.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. The member for Sandwich Gulf Islands.
Mr. Speaker, and it's a pleasure to welcome back an old friend, and now I just have to learn how to say Ponoka Didsbury. It also seems to me that the honourable member has risen to brush with greatness, because with the change of riding name, I don't think the map changed, but you're right next to Battle River Crowfoot. So let's within his own caucus, perhaps. I'd like to return to the question of whether this extends new benefits that are not automatically understood by law. As much as the honourable member praised the Conservative Party changes in 2009, does he not think it's a problem that the court found that those changes were not charter compliant?
Member for Ponoka Didsbury.
I think the real problem lies in the fact that this government has, in successive times, dealing with serious issues before the nation, hasn't taken the issues at provincial court levels to the Supreme Court, either for a reference or for a ruling. And the fact that this government didn't bother referring this or challenging this ruling and taking to the Supreme Court so that justices from across Canada would have been able to weigh in on the constitutionality of this is certainly a fundamental problem. I disagree, I guess, with some of my colleagues around this place. I think Canadian citizenship, and I'm married to an immigrant to this country, that the citizenship actually means something. It's valuable, and we shouldn't undermine the value of that citizenship. That Canadian passport means something. Our dollar used to mean something. Our economy used to mean something. Our criminal justice used to mean something. Is there anything left in this country that's going to mean something once these guys are done with it?
Resuming debate, reprise de débat. The member for Vaughan Woodbridge.
Mr. Speaker, it's an honor to be back in this historic chamber to represent the residents of Vaughan Woodbridge. I rise today to speak on Bill C-3, an act to amend the Citizenship Act, a bill that reopens one of the most important questions for any country, in any society. Who gets to be a citizen? And in fact, what does it mean to be a citizen? There are a few schools of thought here. One school of thought we heard from Prime Minister Justin Trudeau. When asked about Canadian identity, we were told that Canada has no core identity, that there is no mainstream in Canada. In fact, Canada is the first post-national state. We have seen the current Prime Minister echo this theme as a self-proclaimed elitist and globalist, and he believes, and I quote, "This is exactly what Canadians need." In contrast, Conservatives believe Canada has a strong and unique core identity. To be Canadian is to share a genuine connection to Canada, its institutions, its traditions, and most importantly, to share a commitment to freedom, democracy, and the rule of law. It holds a belief that rights are balanced with responsibilities and recognizes that citizenship comes with the responsibility to contribute to the community, to respect the laws, and to uphold the values that unite us as a nation. We believe in a Canada where citizenship is earned and respected, where newcomers embrace our shared heritage and contribute to our society, and where every Canadian takes pride in belonging to a diverse country that stands for unity, opportunity, hard work, and mutual respect. Canadian citizenship should reflect a genuine connection to our country. Mr. Speaker, just like countless members of my community in Vaughan Woodbridge, and no doubt many members of this chamber, my family understood the privilege of being Canadian when they immigrated to Canada. They understood that it came with commitment. It meant, and should always mean, that you have to wake up in the morning and contribute to the country that gives you a new life and a new home. Bill C-3 casts a shadow over this fundamental need for commitment, specifically with the provision of citizenship by descent. So what is Bill C-3, and why can we not support this bill in its current form? Bill C-3 is the latest attempt by the Liberal government to rewrite Canada's citizenship laws. But this bill isn't new. It was originally introduced as Bill C-71 in the last Parliament. After the government took over Conservative Senator Martin's bill, S-245, which was a targeted Conservative bill designed to fix a narrow gap in the law that affected a small group of what is known as lost Canadians. Mr. Speaker, to clarify, lost Canadians are a people who either had Canadian citizenship and lost it, or thought they were entitled to Canadian citizenship and never received it. Notably, many individuals born between 1977 and 1981 remain without citizenship, as the first-generation limit provisions were not retroactively applied. These individuals were often raised in Canada. They attended Canadian schools, they work here, they've started families here, they are Canadian. Yet, despite their strong ties to the country, they are unable to access health care, obtain passports, vote, or exercise the full right of Canadian citizens. Bill C-3 also has a provision for adoptive children, which we support. Adoptive children of Canadian citizens would receive the same treatment as biological children. Conservative MPs supported extending this equal treatment to adopted children born abroad to Canadian citizens during clause-by-clause consideration of Bill S-245 at committee. Instead of respecting the original intent of that bill, the Liberals, with the support of their NDP partners, expanded it dramatically. What started as a responsible, narrowly focused piece of legislation became a sweeping change of how citizenship is passed down across generations. The government claims these changes are necessary to respond to a court decision from December 2023, where the Ontario Superior Court ruled against parts of the first-generation limit on citizenship for children born abroad. But instead of appealing that decision or addressing the court's concern with limited rational fixes that the government chose to use as its reason to open the floodgates. Under Bill C-3, anyone born outside Canada to a Canadian citizen can automatically get citizenship as long as that person has spent just 1,095 non-consecutive days in Canada at any point in their life. No requirement for recent presence in the country, no requirement for the person to have a connection to the country today, and no requirement for background checks. I say again, no criminal background checks. Mr. Speaker, this is ridiculous. At a time that Canada has experienced a 55% increase in crime since the Liberals took office, we must, as parliamentarians, ensure we are doing our due diligence to maintain public safety. In fact, Canadians expect us to do so. We have seen what has happened over the last 10 years when Liberal governments do not properly consider legislation before it is enacted. Weak soft-on-crime laws have caused a wave of crimes unleashed in places like my riding, Vaughan Woodbridge. Shootings, home invasions, murders, car thefts, all because of an ideological approach to justice, changing bail laws, making it easier for criminals to get out of jail and reoffend. We must be very careful to ensure that background checks and conviction screenings are not overlooked. It is crucial to include this provision and make the necessary changes to this bill. The government has not even provided a ballpark estimate of how many people will be granted citizenship under this bill. The Parliamentary Budget Officer estimates that its predecessor bill, Bill C-75, would have 115,000 new citizens outside Canada in just 5 years. And with no upper limit, the number could multiply for generations. Who will pay for this? Canadians will. Through our healthcare system, our pensions, and our already stretched housing market. Mr. Speaker, I cannot help but be reminded of how the government has broken the immigration system. I heard from countless people in my community of Vaughan Woodbridge that they can't afford an immigration system that drives up unemployment. They are tired, they're frustrated, and citizens want parliamentarians to apply reason and logic when enacting legislation. And they want us to ensure that no more unnecessary burdens are placed on our country. And speaking of burdens, how about the administration burdens of the bill? IRCC officials couldn't even guess how many proof of citizenship applications will flood an already overburdened system. As immigration lawyer Kirsha Dawali put it, details have not been provided regarding what kind of evidence would be required to demonstrate the 1,095 cumulative days of physical presence in Canada. Let me be clear. Conservatives support the restoration of lost Canadians. Conservatives support equal treatment for adopted children. But this bill goes far beyond that. Why? Why can't the Liberal government just address the issues at hand, Why expand this legislation with an ideological stance on post-national citizenship and include something that will only weaken our country? Bill C-3 erodes the value of Canadian citizenship. It creates a new system that further undermines our national identity by not requiring adequate connection to our country and adds constraint to our already broken system. Conservatives don't want to throw this bill out. They want to fix it. And here's some things we can do. We can require constructive physical presence in Canada, concurrent physical presence in Canada. We can also require criminal background checks to prevent dangerous individuals from gaining automatic citizenship. Conservatives support fixed, targeted fixes, not ideological overreach. We are prepared to work constructively to amend and improve this bill for the good of all Canadians. Mr. Speaker, citizenship is not just paperwork. It's a commitment to a country, its values, its people, and its future. We should be proud to offer citizenship to those who love and contribute to this country, but we also have a duty to protect the value of what Canadian citizenship means. Conservatives will not support Bill C-3 in its current form, but we are ready to work in good faith to improve it. Thank you.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. The Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Housing and Infrastructure.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My ancestors came to Canada in the 17th century, and my children were born abroad because I was outside of the country serving my country in the United States, and this is where my children were born. We've since returned from the United States, where we live here. My children go to school here. They are going to university next year. They will graduate. They plan on spending their life here. Now, in the eventuality that one of my children would decide to follow in my step and go spend some time abroad, can the member please tell me if he believes that my grandchildren should not be Canadian because they would be a threat to the national security of Canada? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The member for Vaughan Woodbridge.
I want to thank the member opposite for the question. Your children who were born abroad but are now here, sorry, Mr. Speaker, the member's children who are born abroad who are now here should in fact already be Canadian citizens, so I'm not sure the question applies.
Yes. Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. Le député de Joliette-Manawan.
The Honourable Member for Joliette. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to pick up where my colleague left off. This bill directly responds to a judgment of the court in Ontario in a case similar to the case that was just raised. And here we have a case that affected a Canadian diplomat who was posted in Switzerland. And if the child were abroad when they were born, that child would lose citizenship. So when I look at this bill, it's not a question of security and criminals. That's obviously important, and that's something that we need. We need laws for that. But here we have a case that is specific to a decision that was made by an Ontario court, and the Parliamentary Secretary has just raised the case. Where's the problem with this? I don't understand, and this is exactly what this bill is about.
Honourable Member for Vaughan Woodbridge.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And as the bill addresses, there are cases where people are abroad serving the Crown, and there should be allowances made in those instances. But it shouldn't be broad-reaching. We shouldn't be opening the floodgates in all cases, right? We're specifically here talking about people who are serving the Crown abroad, and that should be applied to them.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. The member for Niagara South.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I participated in the debate today, and I'm reminded, after listening to a number of my colleagues speak, that, in my circumstance, 3 of my 4 grandparents were born in the UK. Now, as a first-generation Canadian, I am not entitled to British citizenship. My grandfather was born in Italy, and he came to Canada. He didn't become a Canadian until after my mother was born, which would have entitled her to Italian citizenship, but I'm not. So, and Italy has changed their citizenship regulations over the last number of years. So, the trend seems to be going in the opposite direction. I'm wondering if my colleague can comment on what he sees as this trend towards post-nationalism here and the trend in the other direction in other jurisdictions.
The honourable member for Vaughan Woodbridge.
I want to thank my colleague for the question, Mr. Speaker. And of course, I think when it comes to, like I said in my speech, when it comes to Canadian citizenship, it should really reflect what it means to be a Canadian, to be committed to a country, to live within a country, to contribute to a country, share the values of a country. And, you know, it would be unfortunate to see Canada go in a way of post-national identity where citizenship is no longer connected to our country, and in fact, you know, sort of, you know, multiple times removed from people who contribute and actively participate here.
Resuming debate, reprise de débat, the member for Kitchener South Hespeler.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My speech today is not merely about Bill C-3, an act to amend the Citizenship Act. It is, like my last speech, about Canadian values, and more particularly the Canadian value that I fear this bill undermines, the value of Canadian citizenship. I have previously described to this House that my mother came to Canada as a refugee from Yugoslavia. The freedom and opportunity that this country gave her, and by inheritance to me, are of immeasurable value. This value cannot be expressed in dollars and cents. It cannot be expressed in mere words. It can only be expressed in lifetimes. We express our gratitude for the freedom and opportunity conferred by Canadian citizenship through a lifetime of service to Canada. Every time a Canadian builds a house, or plants a tree, or coaches hockey, soccer, or cricket, they are serving this nation. Anytime a Canadian teacher leads a class or a Canadian nurse changes a dressing in the hospital, they are serving the nation. When you do your job, pay your taxes, follow our laws, learn our languages, shovel your neighbor's sidewalk, and vote in our elections, you are serving the nation. When police officers catch a bad guy, they serve our nation. When a social worker or minister consoles the victims, they serve the nation. And most importantly, those who join the armed forces serve the nation, not just in their life, but sometimes in their death. And their service is sacred. Mr. Speaker, all of that service, born out of gratitude, builds Canada and builds the value of Canadian citizenship. Canada is strong and free in so much as Canadians work to make it strong and free. Canadian citizenship is not a trinket, a bauble, or a collector's item to be put on a shelf, kept in its package, or sold on eBay at a profit. It is a sacred bond between those who built Canada before us and those who will inherit it after us. If we do well, if we all work our whole lives to make Canada better, perhaps we can pass it on as strong and as free as it was passed on to us. Perhaps our children will enjoy all of the peace and prosperity that we in this House did. So, Mr. Speaker, when generations of Canadians build Canada, they build the value of Canadian citizenship. When newcomers come to Canada and follow our laws, pay our taxes, learn our languages, and serve the community, they also build the value of Canadian citizenship. And that is why I cannot, for the life of me, understand why, in this bill, the Liberals seek to give away Canadian citizenship to the grandchildren of people who left to go build some other place. When I went door knocking in Kitchener, Ontario, I met so many wonderful people from all over the world who are so grateful for refugee status or permanent residency. They are working so hard to learn our language, to get educations, to make ends meet in a difficult economy, and to pass their citizenship examinations. Many of them have fulfilled all the necessary requirements to become citizens, but are still waiting months, even years, to have their applications processed by a broken and backwards immigration bureaucracy. Why? Why would the Liberals privilege the grandchildren of someone who left to go build another country over the real flesh and blood permanent residents who are in this country now, working their hands to the bone to build this country? Do they not see how by letting these individuals abroad jump the queue, they effectively create a hereditary, caste-based, two-tier citizenship regime? Immediately prior to the election campaign, the Prime Minister declared himself, bizarrely, a globalist elitist. I note that he seems to collect citizenships. He has 3. Most Canadians have 1. They have put all their eggs in the Canada basket. I could have obtained Serbian citizenship in my 20s. Even now, I believe I can obtain Dutch citizenship by marriage. But it has never occurred to me that any other nation deserves my service and loyalty, and therefore I have never applied. All of my skin is in this game. Perhaps the Prime Minister looks at citizenship differently than most Canadians. Perhaps after his years at Brookfield, He seeks to diversify his citizenship portfolio in case his investment in Canada doesn't quite pay off for him. Perhaps after having received a really cool appointment from the UK government, he is holding out for another one if being Prime Minister of Canada does not quite satiate his elitist ambitions. Mr. Speaker, if the Liberals succeed in passing Bill C-3 in its present form, they give away citizenship to the grandchildren of those who left, to the children of those who have barely visited, to individuals who do not work here, pay our taxes, follow our laws, serve in our communities, and learn our languages. They give away value. They invest less, and they spend more. They create a deficit of value. And just like their gigantic, undisclosed fiscal deficit, they inflate away the value of our citizenship after having inflated away the value of our dollar. Bill C-3 creates a terrible deficit in the public accounts of our citizenship. Canadian citizenship is supposed to confer the opportunity to have a decent job at a good wage so as to buy a nice home in a safe neighborhood. It is also supposed to confer universal access to proper health care. How can this government write a blank check for all these things to individuals abroad who have never lived here by giving away citizenship, when the citizens already here cannot cash their check, cannot access these promises? This government's citizenship account is overdrawn. Their checks are bouncing. The Parliamentary Budget Office estimated that Bill C-3 will immediately add 115,000 new citizens to Canada who live outside the country. I strongly doubt that our immigration bureaucracy can even process all of these. Have the Liberals done any analysis at all to show how adding 115,000 citizens by the stroke of a pen might exacerbate our jobs crisis, our housing crisis, and our healthcare crisis? The Liberals are giving away tickets for a free boat ride while that boat is taking on water from a hole they have cut in the bottom. Fundamentally, they fail to understand how value is created either in the economic sense nor in the citizenship sense. Et maintenant, j'aimerais faire mes derniers commentaires dans ma troisième.
And now, my last comments in my third language, in French, to highlight my statement. Canada, contrary to what Justin Trudeau did and has said, is not a post-national state, a post-nation state. Canada will always be a marriage between two people, the French and the English, defined by its relations and its treaties with the First Peoples of this country. Of course, these relations have not always been perfect. Our project is unique, and it continues. We joined this project midway. We are the people who come from the world over. We are like branches that are added to a tree. We cannot change our branches like Mr. Trudeau changes his costumes. We work with the tree, we add value to the tree, and the tree feeds us in return. To say that we are a post-nation country would be like saying that a branch can grow without a tree, or that a branch can be post-tree. I believe that the tree exists, that the tree is dynamic, vibrant, and that it's our home, and that is the reason for which we are asking that we do not have a two-level immigration system. People who want to become Canadian need to learn our languages and pay taxes, and that's what they want to do. So why would a bill be tabled without these guarantees? Why does it refuse to defend the value of our citizenship?
I fear this bill makes cheap what should be sacred. I beg the members in this House to pass amendments to make this a better bill. We can do this. Thank you for your time.
Before moving to questions and comments, pursuant to Standing Order 38, I must inform the House that the questions to be raised tonight at the time of adjournment are as follows. The Honourable Member for Algonquin Renfrew Pembroke on finance, the Honourable Member for Thornhill on housing, and the Honourable Member for Elgin St Thomas London South on justice.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. The Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Let me suggest to the member that even Conservative voters recognize and want more cooperation taking place on the floor of the House of Commons. Cooperation means that at the end of the day, it's a minority, it requires a majority in order to get things through, whether it's second reading into committee or ultimately to pass into law. If the Conservatives are so confident in their arguments, Mr. Speaker, why not, at the very least, allow the debate to continue at the committee stage, bring forward the amendments. If there's sound amendments and you get a majority supporting it, which a majority could be just opposition members, it's going to pass. Why does the Conservative Party appear to want to filibuster, once again, legislation?
The member for Kitchener South Hespeler.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It is the honor of my life to present my thoughts representing the people of Kitchener South Hespeler in this chamber. I have no interest in obstructing any legislation. It seems to me that the Liberals want the Conservatives to give them a pass on not having done their homework. They had all summer. I understand 200 people work in the Prime Minister's office. They could have constructed a better piece of legislation. But I am here. I was elected to be here by the people of Kitchener, and I'm going to tell this House what they have sent me to tell them.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. Le député de...
The Honourable Member from Montcalm. Mr. Speaker, I would like to thank my colleague for having taken the time to share what he believes Canada is. I realise that he recognises that originally there were 3 nations that united. The Quebec nation and the concept of a post-nation Canada is something that we've been criticising for a long time because it erases the fight that we have in recognising the differences between our nations. Does my colleague not believe, given this, that the Quebec nation should have its place, a unique place in the Canadian Constitution?
I think that the members on this side, and thank you for the question to the honourable member, I think the members on this side, back in Stephen Harper's time, indeed recognize Quebec as a nation, and I do as well. I think I did in my speech, and thank you for the consideration in that question.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. The member for Saskatoon West.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to my colleague for an amazing speech. Question I have for him, it's been talked about today, but the government has not put forward any sort of number as far as how many people this bill might affect. The PBO did an estimate, but the government hasn't been able to make any of those estimates in terms of the number of people, which of course then relates to the costs that are going to be incurred by the Canadian taxpayers potentially. So I'd be curious to know what the member thinks about that, and if he has any estimates or any ideas that he's thought of about what this might cost Canadian taxpayers.
The Honourable Member for Kitchener South Hespeler.
Thank you to the honourable member for the question. I can merely go off the PBO report. 115,000 seems like quite a bolus to try to accommodate in one day with the stroke of a pen. Well, the government itself realizes that total immigration numbers have to go down for the sake of our housing system and our healthcare system. We don't even know what the deficit is in this country. We just are starting to suspect that it's massive, and certainly merely on the processing, before you even talk about our overwhelmed healthcare system, I see no way that we have the capacity to accommodate all of this without perhaps causing a sovereign debt crisis. So I think they really need to take a second look at what they're doing. It is terribly reckless, irresponsible, and no, the Conservatives on the committee, our job is not to bail them out. Their job was to put a better law forward in the first place.
Resuming debate, reprise de débat. The member for Mission Matsqui Abbotsford.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to my wonderful constituents in Canada's #1 riding, Mission Matsqui Abbotsford. It was a great summer, and I appreciate all the feedback I received from you. I'm motivated to serve on your behalf and to fight for the things that were discussed during the election, namely the affordability crisis, the cost of living challenges that young families are facing, rising crime, and a ballooning deficit that may be out of control. We don't know because we haven't seen a budget table. The government had all summer to work on all of those priorities. In fact, in the Liberal platform on page 1 and 2, it talked about being at war, economic war with the United States. Yet on our first day back, we are debating a bill and a major policy provision within that legislation that will fundamentally change what it means to be Canadian. This was not in the platform. It was not in the commitments made by the Prime Minister during the summer, or really any time since he has been appointed and subsequently elected to the top office in our country. For people listening in Mission Matsqui, Abbotsford, the reason we have this legislation before us today is that in 2023, Justice Akbarali of the Ontario Superior Court ruled that the 2009 provisions to the Citizenship Act were unconstitutional. The Trudeau government had the opportunity to appeal that to subsequent courts, and maybe this legislation or this question before us today should have gone to the Supreme Court, but the government decided we were better to leave it in the hands of a provincial court and not have the Superior Court of our country, the Supreme Court of Canada, make a decision on, in fact, what constitutes being a Canadian. Now, I will note that there are some provisions in this legislation that were originally in Bill S-245, namely the extension of citizenship, to restore citizenship to lost Canadians who were affected between 1977 and 1981. And secondly, provisions for children adopted by Canadians to ensure that their citizenship held the same equality with Canadians who are born on Canadian soil. I will note, Mr. Speaker, I support those two provisions. They're good provisions, and I want to see that pass. But in respect to the substantive part of this legislation, namely the substantial connection clause outlined by the Ontario Justice as a recommendation, I have very many concerns. Namely, the integrity of Canadian citizenship. What does it mean to be a Canadian in the 21st century? What are the duties of citizenship? What duties does the Government of Canada have towards its citizens? All of this should be debated today in the House of Commons and in subsequent days, because these questions this legislation will impact how we move forward and how we see citizenship. I hope the minister, if this bill passes second reading, will answer those questions for all Canadians. How is it fair to the immigrants who spent years building a life here? What prevents another wave of Canadians of convenience who only show up for benefits? And why is the government lowering the bar by counting non-consecutive days under the Substantial Connection Clause when other countries in the G7, for example, require far stricter rules for family ties? I want the minister, Mr. Speaker, to outline how Bill C-3 will impact Canada's security. Under the current rules for IRCC, all immigrants, all work visas, all refugees go through some type of security check. By extending citizenship to the grandchildren of Canadians, I believe the minister should outline how Canada's public safety will be impacted. The second thing I'd like to discuss as it relates to extending citizenship to possibly hundreds of thousands of people around the world is how it would impact the responsibilities of Canadians to serve in the Canadian military during a war. What impact will this have on conscription? Right now, for example, there are over 300,000 Canadians living in Hong Kong. There's probably over 1 million Canadians living in the United States. There's between 40 and 50,000 Canadians living in Lebanon. There are probably over 20,000 Canadians living in Pakistan. if the government were to implement conscription, how would it apply to Canadians living abroad? Would they be required, like the children born here, to bear arms for Canada? Or would they be exempt? The second aspect of obligations related to this legislation, we've seen it bear out in previous natural disasters and conflicts around the world, namely in Lebanon. Indeed, Prime Minister Harper brought in stricter generational limits to citizenship in response to the outcry from Canadians who wondered why the Government of Canada had to send military, the Royal Canadian Navy, to rescue hundreds of thousands of Canadians who were living in Lebanon without any real ties to our country anymore, but who still upheld Canadian citizenship. The government did the right thing, something I support, and they went and they protected those people. By extending citizenship to possibly hundreds of thousands of more people, the minister needs to come clean about what obligations the Government of Canada would have to those people. How would they respond to a humanitarian crisis where hundreds of thousands of Canadians might be living? We don't have those answers, and the minister needs to come clean how she would respond to those situations. We only need to look to Hong Kong and the conflicts we've seen there with the erosion of democracy. How would Canada respond to the citizens of Hong Kong in an emergency or in any other major conflict that could possibly erupt in Asia? IRCC is very slow. IRCC does not do a very good job. In fact, they place an administrative burden on every single member in this House. I have to employ a full-time staff member to make up for the inability of a government department to do its job and properly process legitimate applications to reside in Canada on a daily basis. When you take an oath as a member of Parliament, it is not to be a satellite office for Citizenship and Immigration Canada. No, our job is to approve and disapprove the spending of Parliament, to be representatives and to pass legislation. But the work we do is symptomatic of the failure of the Canada's bureaucracy to uphold and fulfill its duties to Canadians. With the passage of this legislation, the minister needs to be clear what administrative burden it will be putting on the overworked public servants at IRCC and the inability of management to fix the long-standing issues we see in that country. And finally, as I'm running out of time, the last point I would like to raise, Mr. Speaker, is voting. If we extend citizenship to hundreds of thousands of Canadians who are the descendants of people born in Canada, their grandchildren, how will that impact elections? Now let's think about Nepean. Mr. Chandra was ousted from the Liberal Party after he ran for Liberal leadership. The Prime Minister is now the member of Nepean. What would stop Mr. Chandra from organizing all of these new Canadians in India to vote against the Prime Minister in Nepean? Citizens living abroad get to choose whatever riding they like to vote in under the Elections Canada Act. The minister needs to come clean about how citizenship and elections will be impacted by this legislation. Mr. Speaker, I could go on. Thank you for your time.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. The Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister for Emergency Management.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to my colleague, as always, for his speech. My understanding is the Canada Elections Act requires somebody to swear, essentially, that they're voting in the last riding that they lived in Canada, and they have to disclose that address. Would that not be correct, and wouldn't that prevent some of what the honourable member is suggesting might happen?
The honourable member for Mission Matsqui Abbotsford.
Mr. Speaker, that is exactly the point I am raising, is that it would bring into legitimacy the ability of Canadians to uphold the integrity of the existing laws. The Elections Canada Act also provides the right of every Canadian to vote. So I don't believe there would be the necessary provisions under the Elections Canada Act to prevent this from happening, and that's why I raised that point. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires? The member for Fort McMurray Wood Buffalo.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's an honor to rise here today as a member for Fort McMurray Cold Lake to ask my colleague from Mission Maskwi Fraser, Abbotsford, a question. And my question to him is he raised many important points, particularly around the changing work in our constituency offices. And I know many offices face issues similar to what he's raised, where a vast majority of our work is doing immigration caseload. And so I was wondering if he could get into detail a little bit more of some of what he's seeing in his riding.
The member for Mission Matsqui Abbotsford.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I'll say one thing. I've dealt with lost Canadians and the struggles that they've faced. And I'm glad that this bill includes the provisions from Bill S-245. That's very important. I want to see those people made whole, and I want to see that passed. But in general, there is a lot of pressure on my staff to deal with people in very precarious situations. It's the temporary foreign worker who hasn't had a proper work visa for the last couple of months, who's now working under the table and is at risk of being trafficked. There is a lot of abuse in the temporary foreign worker program, and they come to MPs looking for help. They can't get that help from the government agencies. There is actually zero enforcement of our immigration policies, or close to zero enforcement in the Fraser Valley, where we see a high proportion of Canada's immigrants first land. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. The Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, the member made a comment in an empathetic way. The lost Canadians. The lost Canadians is dealt within this legislation. Yet it would appear that the Conservatives want to filibuster this legislation. Why not recognize the good that's within the legislation, allow the legislation to go and be discussed, debated, questions, answers at the committee stage, so that we could actually pass the legislation through? I think the Conservatives are starting to already fall into their old ways of filibustering and not letting legislation pass when Canadians want us all to cooperate more.
The Honourable Member.
Well, Mr. Speaker, this is the first opportunity I've had to speak on Bill C-3. It is the first afternoon of debate we've had on this legislation, on maybe the second day of debate we've had in the 21 days of Parliament we've had in 2025. I would encourage the Parliamentary Secretary to listen to the words of the Prime Minister this morning when he spoke about all of the great women elected to the Liberal Party of Canada. Unfortunately, they don't get the opportunity to speak because he speaks multiple times during the day, and other members of the Liberal caucus aren't afforded the same opportunities to represent their constituents.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. The member for Fort McMurray Cold Lake.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. One of the questions that I have for my colleague is, does he have concerns about how C3 is creating a bit of a two-tiered system when it comes to immigration, particularly in the fact that what is being proposed by the Liberals is that there will be no criminal records checks required for the in perpetuity chain immigration?
The Honourable Member.
Well, to be very brief, Mr. Speaker, I am concerned about a two-tier citizenship being created as a result of this bill. I hope if it moves forward to committee stages, the minister can come clean and outline and listen to the positive feedback Conservatives have been providing in this House today to strengthen the provisions in response to this Ontario courts. Thank you.
Debate. The member for Similkameen, South Okanagan, West Kootenay.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Before I begin, I want to extend my deepest thanks to the people of our riding, Similkameen, South Okanagan, West Kootenay. Over the summer, I had a chance of the honor of connecting with so many of my constituents. For all of you, I want to thank you in person, over the phone, through social media, and by email. I represent one of the most beautiful places in Canada. From Castlegar to Princeton, Grand Forks to Oliver, Midway to Penticton, and all the communities in between. I heard your stories, your concerns, and most of all, I heard the pride you have for our country, and I carry that with me every time I rise in the House. And today is no exception. Mr. Speaker, today I rise to speak to Bill C-3, an act to amend the Citizenship Act. This is not a routine adjustment to our laws. This bill proposes to change the very definition of Canadian citizenship, and that should concern every one of us. At a time when our national identity, our core values, and even our sovereignty are being tested, we must be vigilant. This legislation touches the heart of what it means to be Canadian, and unfortunately, it misses the mark. C-3 in this form cheapens the value of Canadian citizenship, which so many people have worked so hard for. As someone who has had the privilege, myself, of becoming a Canadian citizen more than 25 years ago, I do not speak of citizenship lightly. I speak from a place of gratitude and of deep personal commitment to this country. Canadian citizenship is not just a part of who I am, it's an honor that my family and I carry every day. It's a bond of loyalty I will never take for granted, as it is for everyone in this House. It is the most valuable passport in the world. That is why I oppose Bill C-3 in its current form. At the core of this bill is what the government calls a substantial connection requirement for passing on citizenship to children that are born abroad. And that sounds sensible until you read the fine print. This requirement is just 1,095 non-consecutive days spent in Canada at any point in a parent's life, even in childhood. Let me be honest, Mr. Speaker, that's not substantial, and that's symbolic at best, a loophole at worst. Worse, this is not a serious test of one's connection to Canada. It's a backdoor to citizenship through convenience. I have an acquaintance who lives in another country and currently has 4 passports. I believe this would allow her to have her 5th. Is that really what we want when we're looking for a Canadian citizen? She's never lived here before. Under this bill, someone could be born here, leave at age 3, live the rest of their life abroad, and still pass on citizenship to their grandchild, despite never having any ties to Canada after all those years. Is that really the standard we want for what it means to be Canadian? Because Canadian citizenship should not be considered a fallback plan. It's not a souvenir from a visit and not a privilege to be passed down indefinitely without connection, contribution, or commitment. It should be earned and lived and shared. It is a legal status, of course, but so much more. An identity rooted in belonging, responsibility, and most importantly, participation in Canadian life. Yet this bill risks stripping citizenship of that meaning, reducing it to a piece of paper, available to those with the thinnest links to our country. There's a possibility, but we don't know for sure, that this could add 150,000 more immigrants to our shores. It could cost $25 million, or not, maybe more. Enough study hasn't been done. Could this buckle our healthcare system, our pension, our immigration system that is already struggling, as every member in this House will attest to through their office work? Conservatives have always stood for citizenship that is fair, principled, and deeply meaningful. We support restoring citizenship to those who were unjustly stripped of it in the past. The Lost Canadians, We backed legislation led by Senator Yana Martin to do exactly that. We also continue to support equal treatment for adoptive children born abroad. That is a long-standing conservative principle and one that we have consistently as a party defended. But let me be absolutely clear. We will not support a government attempting to rewrite the rules of citizenship behind closed doors, without public debate, and without a mandate from voters. This change in citizenship was nowhere in the Liberals' 2025 election platform, so Canadians were never consulted until now. Until now, as MPs, we are debating this issue. And now, this government wants to quietly reshape the future of Canadian citizenship without asking whether we as a nation are prepared for the consequences. How will this affect our healthcare system, our housing crisis? The committee work is going to need to be intense. The government chose to accept the opinion of a single Ontario judge without appeal, without review, and without even asking the Supreme Court for clarity. The ruling did not demand the changes we see in this bill. In fact, the judge clearly stated that Parliament retains authority to establish a genuine test of substantial connection. But instead, the Liberals chose a definition so weak it could meet a few childhood summer vacations. Contrast this with our allies, such as the United Kingdom, Australia, the United States, all of which enforce much stricter requirements, including criminal record checks for the transmission of citizenship. A criminal record check before receiving citizenship is necessary for the safety of the people of this country that are living here now. This bill doesn't even include this most basic safeguard. Legal experts in immigration law are sounding the alarm. For example, Sergio Carras, who's a leading voice in the field, warned, and I'll quote, that this requirement for a substantial connection to Canada could create a significant administrative burden to Canada and the subjective, manipulative nature of proving a connection could lead to inconsistencies and legal challenges. Canadian citizenship is the cornerstone of our national identity, and if we dilute it, we weaken the very fabric of our society. And our communities are hurting in so many ways as we speak. Conservatives are ready to do the hard work. We're prepared to collaborate in committee. We support the necessary parts of this legislation, the fair redress of those previously wronged, and the recognition of adopted children as equals in citizenship laws. But we will not support a bill that weakens the very meaning of Canadian citizenship. If the government refuses to accept amendments that protect the integrity of our laws and the value of our citizenship, then we have no choice but to oppose this legislation. Canadians deserve better. They expect their lawmakers to defend the value of being Canadian. Canadian citizenship must remain something to strive for, to earn, to cherish, not something to inherit without connection or without commitment. We will fight for that. We will defend that because we believe in Canada, I believe in Canada, and the value of being Canadian.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, if I was to give the member a hypothetical but a real type of situation, where let's say Nancy, who's in the Canadian Forces, goes abroad in Europe, has a child, and then she returns to Canada. Now, her child, for employment opportunities, goes back to Europe. The child that she might have would then be Nancy's grandchild. Should Nancy's grandchild be entitled to have a Canadian citizenship?
The Honourable Member.
Well, that is a really good question, and I think that actually solidifies what I'm talking about, in that what you just said is so complicated that does she deserve citizenship? Could be, but I'm going to have to write that down on paper and make sure, because does her grandchild's grandchild deserve citizenship? I'd like to ask the member that, because this is so complicated and has not been debated properly in committee, that we need to look at this clearly and we need to make sure it's fair.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. Le député de...
The honourable member for Joliette-Manawan. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This hypothetical case that was just asked about is exactly what is being looked at in C3. There was a court decision on a similar situation. There were a couple that were working for the public service. They had a child in Switzerland. And if our child has a child abroad, that child will not have citizenship, and C3 would correct that situation. Now, of course, we don't want to devalue Canadian citizenship. Of course, it's very important that we ensure that the Department of Immigration is working smoothly and well. But I feel like we're really on two separate planets here. When I look at this bill, I'm seeing that we're trying to correct the situation for lost Canadians, trying to help these people get their citizenship back. And that seems to me to be all that's happening here.
South Okanagan, West Kootenay.
Thank you to the member for his question. Yes, we need to help the lost Canadians, and we need to make sure that the wrongs that have been done in the past are corrected. But does somebody's grandchild deserve to be a citizen if they've never lived in Canada, never had anything to do with Canada? We are going to have to make sure that those immigrants who became citizens in the past, and they worked so hard to do that and have become an important part of our communities and of our country, it doesn't devalue what they have now, how hard they've worked for Canadian citizenship.
Questions and comments? The member for Elgin, St. Thomas, London South.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I appreciated the member for Winnipeg North's question because in it he acknowledged that even in a hypothetical scenario, the economic situation is so dire a Canadian needs to go overseas to find employment. But my question to my colleague, who I think exemplifies what it means to become a Canadian when you're born elsewhere, to love this country, to inhibit or to adopt this country as your own, how does she feel as someone who does not have Canada as their birth nation about what it means to immigrants who build a life here and become Canadian to have that citizenship devalued by legislation like this?
The member for Similkameen, South Okanagan, West Kootenay.
Thank you so much to my colleague for that really important question. The value of Canadian citizenship is beyond what we're speaking about here. If you look at how many people have given their blood and toil to gain this citizenship, you'll know that it cannot be passed to somebody who's not had any tie to this country at all, or generations in advance who haven't had ties. So again, I look forward to our parties working together in committee to make sure that we really hone down on the rules for citizenship and make sure that it's fair to all citizens of Canada.
Resuming debate, reprise de débat. The member for Kamloops, Shuswap, Central Rockies.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It is an honor to rise in this House as a member entrusted to represent the good people of Kamloops, Shuswap, Central Rockies in beautiful British Columbia. Mr. Speaker, it is important for all members to bear in mind that we, as members in this House, we have a duty because our fellow Canadians, the constituents that we represent, trusted us to be their voice in this place. Canadians look to us. They look to Parliament to deliver good work and solutions. There is no shortage of crises facing Canadians today, and we must seize with our collective duty to deliver timely and efficient legislation to move our nation away from the crises we face. Let us never forget why we are here in this place. We are here to represent those, the good people who elected us. It is good to be back in this chamber after a summer of meetings and conversations with the good people of Kamloops, Shuswap, Central Rockies. There were many conversations about the issues that are important to the people at home, and I look forward to voicing their concerns here. Constituents share their concerns with me concerns about the increasing cost of living, housing shortages, rising joblessness, and crime on our streets. These conversations and discussions are valuable to me as an elected representative, and I hope my colleagues on both sides of the aisle share my sentiment, because we, as legislators, have a duty to address these issues and make good laws for all Canadians. Mr. Speaker, today we are debating Government Bill C-3 that seeks to amend the Citizenship Act. It goes without saying that Canadian citizenship is valuable. For citizens, Canadianship bestows fundamental rights of our Charter of Rights and Freedoms and the Canadian Bill of Rights that preceded us. The Government of Canada carries significant responsibilities for its citizens. Whether or not the government of the day is fulfilling its responsibilities is essential and a big question. But we are here now to examine Bill C-3, not the ongoing failures of this government. That said, the value of citizenship may be directly devalued by governments that fail to deliver sound policy and actions that uphold fundamental rights of citizens and deliver core functions of the federal government. These are not small responsibilities. To the contrary, they are profound, which is why any legislation dealing with Canadian citizenship must strike the precise balance. Mr. Speaker, this bill before us today, C-3, seeks to amend the Citizenship Act with proposals dealing with citizenship by descent, citizenship for adopted children, and citizenship for persons known as lost Canadians. For Canadians watching at home, I must clarify that C-3 is recycled legislation. It is a reiteration of Bill C-71 that was introduced by the Trudeau government in the last Parliament and failed to pass because it did not achieve the support required to become law. Despite the failure of the last bill, here we are examining the same bill. Rather than listening to the concerns raised by members of this House, elected by Canadian citizens, this government has willfully chosen to bring the same flawed bill back again. This government hasn't changed, only the deck chairs have changed. It seems that the government either was not listening when those proposals were debated in the 44th Parliament, or they now do not care that members raised concerns and objections to those proposals. It is certainly a curious scene when a government speaks a great deal about collaboration and consensus building and then hits replay on a piece of legislation without including amendments or responding to the concerns and objections already raised by elected members. I hope my colleagues across the way are truthful when they speak of collaboration and working together, and I look forward to working with them and supporting amendments that Conservatives will likely provide so this legislation can hit that precise balance that I mentioned earlier. Canadians deserve no less from their Parliament, and I hope members across the way will join us in fulfilling our duties to Canadians. Mr. Speaker, C-3 in its current form seeks to establish Canadian citizenship by descent, and Conservatives do not support this part of the bill in its current form. This legislation seeks to automatically extend Canadian citizenship to unlimited generations born abroad with only minimal connection to Canada. Prior to 2009, Canadian citizens could pass on their citizenship for 2 generations born outside of Canada, and after 2009, it was changed to 1 generation. After 2009, the first generation rule was introduced to limit the extension of Canadian citizenship. Under the 2009 rule, a Canadian citizen born outside of Canada could pass their citizenship to their child born outside of Canada for 1 generation, but descendants of that next generation born outside of Canada were not automatically extended citizenship. That was called the first generation rule. And Bill C-3 that we are debating today would effectively abolish that rule and replace it with a rule allowing citizenship to be extended to generation after generation after generation. Born abroad, endlessly, over and over, generation after generation after generation. The Ontario Superior Court has sent the first generation rule back to Parliament to be reworked. The court also concluded that it was reasonable to apply a substantial connection test for extension of citizenship, and this is an important question for Parliament to answer as we examine and potentially amend this bill. The only test that this bill proposes for the endless extension of Canadian citizenship to persons born abroad is that they spend 1,095 days, that's 3 years, non-consecutive days, I might add, in Canada, non-consecutively. I believe all members agree that there is a problem that requires a solution, but the current proposals in this bill must be amended. And I'm sure my Conservative colleagues will have amendments prepared for committee examination of this bill if it gets to committee. Conservatives will be ready to work collaboratively to balance this bill at committee, and I hope all other sides will likewise cooperate to improve this legislation and provide an appropriate solution for the problem that must be resolved. The second provision of the bill deals with citizenship for children adopted from abroad by Canadian citizens. This bill proposes to extend citizenship to children adopted from abroad by Canadian citizens once the adoption is finalized. This proposal makes sense, and I believe strikes the right balance needed when considering who should be eligible for Canadian citizenship. The third proposal of this bill is related to restoring citizenship for persons born in the late 70s or early 80s who were unintentionally prevented from applying for citizenship after the age of 28. Conservatives recognize the need for this situation to be remedied. That is why my Conservative colleague, Senator Yonah Martin, brought this very proposal forward to the bill in S-245 in the previous Parliament. This measure should have passed 2 years ago, and I certainly hope colleagues across the way will walk the talk of collaboration to finally get this important measure finalized. In closing, we must work to improve this bill that must be balanced, because citizenship by descent for endless generations simply is not sustainable, nor is it appropriate. There is great damage that has been inflicted on the Canadian immigration system over the past decade, damage that has shaken the trust of Canadians that Canadians used to place in Canada's immigration and citizenship system. This damage was caused by policies that were unbalanced and reckless. Let's work together to start restoring an immigration system that works, an immigration system that conserves the value of being a Canadian citizen. Canadians deserve no less. Thank you.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. The Honourable Government Deputy House Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I appreciate the comments that my colleague has made. Obviously, we've heard long speeches today on this bill. And as I mentioned before earlier, Mr. Speaker, this is not the first time that we have to deal with this bill. And the opposition also did promise to lost Canadians who came here to Parliament, to our committee, to which you were a member of, Mr. Speaker, and you promised them that you are going to make sure that we do not leave any Canadians behind. What does the member opposite have to say to those Canadians that you spoke to, Mr. Speaker, and promised them that you won't leave them behind?
Hear, hear. The member for Kamloops, Shuswap, Central Rockies.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the honourable member across the way for the question. And Conservatives aren't talking about leaving any Canadian citizens behind. It's who is going to become a Canadian citizen that we are concerned about. It's not the ones, we're not talking about leaving any Canadian citizens behind. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. The member for le député de Joliette.
The member for Joliette. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague for his speech. What would he propose instead of what's been proposed here today? What amendments would he suggest to make it acceptable for this bill to respect the court's decision? So if there are diplomats who have kids outside of the country, and if those children have children outside of the country, if they're diplomats as well, under the current law, well, the grandchild would lose their Canadian citizenship. That's what the court has said, and they've said we need to fix it. The government has proposed something, and in my opinion, this is a problem that we need to fix. It's a routine problem that needs to be fixed, in my opinion. What would the member suggest as legislation to fix this that wouldn't raise the problems that he's spoke about?
Central Rockies.
The honourable member.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And again, I thank the member for this question. I will leave the exact amendments to the members, my colleagues on the Citizenship and Immigration Committee to make those specific amendments. But what we see is a bill that has no limits. This goes on for generation after generation after generation with no significant tie to Canada. When I think of my grandparents, my grandfather fought in the First War, Jesse Pullen, fought in the First War for England, immigrated to Canada in 1925, became a Canadian citizen, went back and served for Canada in the Second War. He fought for Canada, he fought for his citizenship and the right to live in a democratic society. We cannot diminish the value of citizenship that people like my grandfather instilled upon this country. Thank you.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. The member for Windsor West.
Mr. Speaker, it's great to be back, and thank you for this opportunity to ask a question of my honourable colleague from Kamloops, Shuswap, Central Rockies. I recall the troubling case of Ahmed Mustafa El Didi, who was granted citizenship despite alleged ties to ISIS. There was no vetting whatsoever. What confidence does the member have in this bill or the system itself that such a major blunder does not occur again? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The member for Kamloops, Shuswap, Central Rockies.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the member for that question. Unfortunately, the past 10 years of governance by this Liberal government have broken the trust that Canadians place in the Canadian immigration system. We have hundreds of non-citizens somewhere in this country that are convicted or guilty of criminal offenses. But the government has lost track of where they are. They have no idea. That's the type of mistrust and mismanagement that the current, well, the former and now unchanged, relatively unchanged Liberal government have brought to Canada. We need to find balance, as I said in my speech. Thank you.
Reprise de débat. Le député.
Resuming debate. The honourable member for Joliette, Manawan. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As you know, C3 responds to a court ruling. I'll give you a little context. In 2009, the Harper government amended the Citizenship Act to prohibit the transmission of citizenship beyond the second generation. On December 19, 2023, the Ontario Superior Court struck down provisions of the Citizenship Act on the grounds that they violated the Freedom of Movement Clause. This clause stipulates that every Canadian citizen has the right to remain in Canada, to enter or to leave the country. The provisions also violated a section of the Charter establishing equality before the law, equal benefit of the law, and equal protection under the law. The parties challenging the act represented 7 families who were victims of discrimination under the act. The court recognized that the prohibition introduced in the act was unfair, especially for women who were forced to choose between the place of birth of their child and the transmission of citizenship. For example, the case of the Brooke Bjorkquist family's child. This child was born in Geneva in 2010 to parents, Mr. Brooke and Ms. Bjorkquist, who worked for the government outside of Canada. Despite the fact that this child was born to 2 Canadian parents and returned to Canada at the age of 1, under the current provisions of the Act, that child could not follow in his or her parents' footsteps by working and giving birth internationally, as this would mean that he or she would not be able to pass on citizenship to their child. So it's an absurd situation because the child's birth in Switzerland was circumstantial and was due to their parents' international work in the service of Canada, and essentially that child's entire life otherwise has taken place in Canada. So Bill C-3 is an identical copy, give or take, of Bill C-71 from the 44th Parliament, which failed to pass. And the same is true for S-245. In 2023, the court gave the government 6 months to pass a law fixing these problems. Despite the deadline having passed, well, here we go again. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to speak briefly to some aspects of the history of Canadian citizenships. It's a relatively recent development in the country's history. When Canada was created through Confederation in 1867, Canadians were British subjects. The first embryonic form of citizenship didn't appear until the first Immigration Act of 1910, which defined Canadians as persons born in Canada, British subjects living in Canada, or immigrants naturalized as Canadians. The aim at the time was to facilitate border crossings for these people. In 1921, the Canadian Nationals Act was passed, and for the first time it defined Canadian nationality for immigration purposes without establishing Canadian nationality status. Other laws were passed as well in that period, such as the Naturalization Acts of 1906 and 1914 to regulate naturalization. And then it wasn't until Mackenzie King, who in passing became the first Canadian citizen, introduced the Citizenship Act of 1947. And that was the first time that Canadian citizenship was finally defined and granted to women as a matter of right. However, the 1947 Act was not without its flaws. At the time, citizenship was not considered to be a guaranteed right. Rather, it was a discretionary power of Parliament. A number of situations, particularly those relating to naturalization and filiation, were poorly covered at the time or not covered at all. For example, under that Act, when the responsible parent took citizenship of another country, their children lost their Canadian citizenship. Some other obscure provisions, such as the requirement for Canadian children born abroad to reside in the country during their 24th year, meant that many individuals living in Canada did not officially have citizenship status. The next modernization of the law came in 1977 and attempted to simplify the previous citizenship regime. However, the regime remained unequal for a number of groups, particularly for children born abroad. For example, under the Citizenship Act of 1977, individuals who obtained citizenship by descent had to reiterate their desire to retain their citizenship before the age of 28, or they risked seeing it revoked. This little-known requirement meant that many people, even though they lived in the country, lost their citizenship without realizing it. The government did not communicate this requirement to its citizens, and it was only when they had to prove their citizenship, for example, when applying for a passport, that they discovered that they no longer had Canadian citizenship. Some people who'd been living in the country for generations, if you count their parents and their grandparents, great-grandparents, even found themselves stateless.
For those people, there were still issues, and C3 specifically addresses certain of those. Those who lost their citizenship due to obscure, unfair, or discriminatory rules are now referred to as disenfranchised Canadians, or sometimes even lost Canadians. This is not a homogenous group that includes military wives or spouses, children, soldiers, second-generation children born abroad, sons and daughters of immigrants, border babies, orphans, Indigenous people, and Chinese Canadians, just to name a few groups. On the same matter, the Standing Committee on Citizenship and Immigration established 4 categories of Canadians deprived or disenfranchised of their citizenship: war spouses, So the wives or husbands of Canadian soldiers who fought for Canada during, well, wives in this case, who fought for Canada during World War II and who immigrated to Canada during or after the war to join their Canadian husbands. People born abroad to a Canadian parent before the current Citizenship Act came into force in February of 1977. There are individuals who lost their citizenship between January 1947 and February 1977 because they or one of their parents acquired the nationality and citizenship of another country. And finally, a second generation and subsequent generation Canadian born abroad since the current Citizenship Act came into force in February 1977. Mr. Speaker, it was thanks to the efforts of Don Chapman, a former United Airlines pilot, that their plight was brought to the public's attention. Chapman discovered that his citizenship had been revoked when his father emigrated to the United States. His brilliant demonstration that this problem affected many Canadians, including, imagine this, Roméo Dallaire, without their knowledge, forced Parliament to take action. To remedy the situation, Canada adopted a series of legislative reforms in 2005, 2009, and 2015. Errors and inconsistencies persisted, and C3 aims to correct them. Obviously, the Bloc supports the principle of the bill under debate. There will be very important discussions at committee with amendments to strengthen the bill, to perhaps calm certain concerns with regards to it. For us, these will be technical adjustments aimed at ensuring fairness in the applications of laws and correcting injustices committed in the past. For us, it is a matter of principle. Mr. Speaker, to conclude, I would like to say that here, this bill responds to a legal order. That's all well and good. It should have been, this kind of bill should have been adopted 6 months after the judgment maximum. But now there are still issues with immigration. There are many issues, many irregularities. And so, I have no parliamentary words that I could use to explain how this department works. It needs to be revisited from A to Z. It needs to be improved. We all know. In our riding offices, we receive countless numbers of calls and emails and visits so that problems can be rectified. And after this and beyond this, we have cases that are heart-wrenching. And these cases that I mentioned are heart-wrenching, people that have huge problems. So we need to completely revisit the Immigration Act to simplify the process, to clarify it. This would help the department accelerate its processing times, which is often inhumane. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'm looking forward to questions and answers.
Comments, questions et commentaires. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I really do appreciate the time and effort that the member has put on the record a number of situations that are fairly profound in terms of the impact and why it's so important that ultimately we see some form of the legislation actually pass. The question that I have for the member opposite is that if we were to focus, let's say, on this and Bill C2, a couple of bills, and every member were to speak on the legislation, we wouldn't even be able to bring in the budget until the end of November, beginning of December type of thing. At the end of the day, we need to see the legislation ultimately pass into committee, and I'm wondering if he could provide his thoughts in terms of the important role that a committee, a standing committee of the House can play in terms of improving legislation and advancing it, keeping in mind the Superior Court's decision.
Les députés, I have a point of order from the member for Sherbrooke for Saskatchewan.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I think it's important that maybe you could rule on the rules, because the member opposite suggested that somehow debating this bill is preventing them from bringing in a budget. Would you be able to clarify that the amount of time we spend debating this bill has absolutely nothing to do with the timeline available to the government? And in fact, they could have brought...
So I will rule on the point of order. There is no rule. There's no point of order being broken here. There's no rule being broken. It's a matter of debate. Le député de...
The honourable member for Joliette-Manawan. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, Mr. Speaker, as legislators, we are the only elected representatives from the whole apparatus, especially compared to senators, those appointed as ministers, judges, and justices, and so we must be holding the government to account. If the government tables a worrying bill, it is incumbent upon a member to bring these concerns to the House of Commons to tell the government, you haven't convinced us. We have concerns, and that's the basis of parliamentarianism here. It's the government's responsibility to make sure that it talks to all representatives and parties to say, how can we make this go more quickly? If that's not the case, if there are many MPs that want to speak to a bill, perhaps it's because the government didn't communicate very well.
Question et commentaire, le député de Louis.
The honourable member for Louis Saint Laurent Quinnipiac. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague for Joliette-Manawan, who will soon be celebrating his 10 years here in the House. Well, I think quite a few of us will be marking our 10 years here. I was struck by the quality, the great quality of my colleague's speech, because he has raised an issue about the current situation. He has great knowledge of Canadian history, but I would like to remind him, however, that at the end of his speech, he talked about the situation where our parliamentarians, and I'm sure that the government, the opposition, second opposition, independent MPs, I believe that we as parliamentarians are all confronted with dozens of immigration cases that have been poorly dealt with. Can the member talk to us about how things are going in his riding and how responsible is this government that's been in place for over 10 years? The honourable member for Joliette-Manawan. I would like to commend my colleague and friend for his 10 years. We were elected at the same time. On the 19th of October 2015, even he had already sat at the National Assembly of Quebec, which is not the case for me. Thank you for those comments to my colleague. I'm trying to understand Canada's history, Quebec's history, but the Bloc Québécois relies on researchers that help us with our work in our ridings. I would say about half of our energy in Joliette is dealt with, is used dealing with people who have issues with citizenship and immigration. So there should have been reforms 10 years ago to make this process more simple. It's a question of human dignity. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Question et commentaire. Questions. Le député de Rivière-du-Nord.
The member for Rivière-du-Nord. I would like to thank my colleague for Joliette-Manawan for his excellent speech. We had an earlier speaker who said, well, listen, if this bill were to be adopted, we could have people that have no ties to Canada suddenly become Canadian. I think it's rectified by the wording that says that we need close ties with Canada. Now, the question is, do they deserve citizenship? I have a question for my colleague. A child born... I must interrupt my honourable colleague so that we can have an answer in less than 10 seconds from the honourable member for Joliette-Manawan. I'd like to thank my colleague for his intervention. As I read the bill, that is the objective of the bill, to rectify this question in particular. It's not a question of deserving something or not. It's whether the parents or the grandparents, when they were born, were abroad momentarily, for example. I must interrupt the work of the House.
The motion to adjourn the House is deemed to have been made and seconded at this time. Therefore, the question is that this House do now adjourn. The honourable member for Algonquin, Renfrew, Pembroke.
Speaker, last June I asked the minority Liberal government if it would respect the vote of Parliament and table a budget. The Minister of Transport and Internal Trade declined to answer. Instead, she praised her new Prime Minister's latest costly political gimmick. 9 months ago, that same minister resigned her position as Trudeau's finance minister. This saved her the embarrassment of tabling another broken fiscal budget. She was spared from having to admit she'd broken through her fiscal guardrails by tabling a $40 billion deficit. What should have been even more humiliating is that it was only 18 months ago when she tabled the 2024 budget, which claimed the deficit for this fiscal year would be $38 billion. Independent estimates suggest this year's deficit will be anywhere from $80 to $100 billion. That's more than double what the former finance minister promised in 2024. The Liberals just aren't crashing through their fiscal guardrails, they're nuking them from outer space. This level of fiscal recklessness is dangerous at the best of times, but we are not living in those times right now. Around the world, bright flashing warning lights are going off about governments, debt, and deficits. Riots in France have followed the collapse of the French government after failing to pass a budget to reduce the deficit. The Prime Minister of Japan resigned amid growing concerns over the bond market. One would think that a former central banker would understand the days of governments having easy access to debt are coming to an end. Yet this minority Liberal government seems hell-bent on testing the limits of investors' patience. What's worse is that this Liberal Party is doubling down on failed economic policies. As Americans turn away from the principles of economic freedom, they seem to be adopting more and more Canadian-style protectionism. It should worry Canadians that when this government brags about ignoring trade deals with Europe and Asia that require free trade in procurement, when Democrat Senator Bernie Sanders is celebrating a Republican president's move to seize a 10% stake in a private company, freedom-loving Canadians should take note. Now we have a Prime Minister who can't stop talking about using public money to catalyze private wealth. We saw from the Prime Minister his fake housing announcement on Friday how this works. The Prime Minister announced millions of tax dollars that would flow into modular housing company he had invested in. The Liberals claim that these affordable modular homes will be built on federal land. Here's a quote from a news story about the Liberal housing announcement. Quote, Canada plans to ease a housing shortage by leasing public land to developers for construction of affordable houses under a plan unveiled by Prime Minister Justin Trudeau. End quote. Sorry, Mr. Speaker, that quote's from last year's identical Liberal housing announcement. The only thing new the Prime Minister's in his announcement was a new bureaucracy the Liberals announced to duplicate the work of Canada Housing and Mortgage Corporation. Last year, when Trudeau made the same announcement, we saw the result. Nothing was built because Liberal regulations required homes to be multi-unit, net zero, gender neutral, and decolonized. Unsurprisingly, few developers leapt at the chance to build tiny woke homes nobody wants to live in. Soon the Liberals will learn that Canadians don't want to raise their families in modular boxes stacked atop one another. But by then, it'll be too late. Liberal insiders will have pocketed the housing cash. Then this government will move on to announcing its next recycled housing plan to not build homes.
The Honourable Parliament Secretary to the Minister of Finance and National Revenue.
Well, Mr. Speaker, it's great to be back in this House. I've really missed it over the summer. And Mr. Speaker, I'd like to point out to the members opposite that just last spring, that member on the other side who's posed the question ran on an election platform whose plan of action for their 100 days, their first 100 days in office, get this, did not include tabling a budget. How surprising that we should have an opposition criticize us for the things that they themselves don't follow. Thankfully, Canadians don't have to witness that 100-day action plan come to fruition. That's because, Mr. Speaker, Canadians made it very clear they wanted a government that will take bold action to drive economic growth, create good-paying jobs, and have all Canadians benefiting from Canada's unique and vast wealth and prosperity. That's exactly what we're doing on this side of the House, Mr. Speaker. We're doing it with strength, with purpose, with agility, with positivity. Canadians know that this new government has a mandate for change, including cutting taxes for the middle class and bringing down costs to put money back in their pockets. The government already has delivered on that plan to build one Canadian interconnected, resilient economy that everyone can afford. Just remember the major projects list that just came out, creating over 10,000 jobs. And we also, in the fall, passed legislation to introduce a middle-class tax cut to Canadians. That's 22 million Canadians from across Canada that will save up to $840 a year for dual-income families. For first-time home buyers, the government's GST relief on new homes valued up to $1 million would save them up to $50,000. We're also lowering GST for first-time home buyers on homes valued between $1 million and $1.5 million. That's real, tangible support for Canadians on affordability in the areas where they really need it. The recent launch of Build Canada Homes will accelerate the construction of new builds and deeply affordable housing to further bring down housing costs by increasing availability. And for everyday Canadians at the pump, yes, we canceled the consumer carbon price to refocus carbon pricing on large emitters. These are just a few examples of how our government is delivering for Canadians. As Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Finance and National Revenue, I had the privilege over the course of this summer to do countless pre-budget consultations and hear from Canadians right across this country, from Iqaluit to Halifax to Vancouver Island. As part of that process, I heard from workers, industry leaders, experts, stakeholders, civil society organizations, municipal and provincial and territorial leaders. They provided invaluable input to the budget process. Ahead of the 2025 budget, we will continue to focus on ways to grow the economy sustainably and make life more affordable for Canadians. This includes the need to make substantial investments in priorities such as nation-building infrastructure, defense and housing, and to catalyze private investment to advance our national goals. Mr. Speaker, as we've stated, the budget will be released this fall, and it will lay out a plan for building a new industrial strategy that will transform our economy and will help us access foreign markets. In a rapidly shifting global landscape, this is how the government can bring down costs and create greater certainty, security, and prosperity for all Canadians. Thank you.
Member for Algonquin, Renfrew, Pembroke.
The Parliamentary Secretary's response was to repeat the same Liberal talking points. For Liberals, it's all about spending announcements. But as I said earlier, a budget is more than just about a list of Liberal spending. A budget is supposed to explain how much Canadians are going to be spending, how much the Liberals are going to be spending, what taxes are the Liberals going to hike, how much are they planning to borrow, how much will they spend on interest payments. By hiding from Canadians for 6 months, the Liberals have only increased economic uncertainty. And in the meantime, they failed to get a trade deal. They failed to approve a single infrastructure development, and they failed to give our troops the raise they promised. Canadians just can't afford this record of failure.
The Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Finance and National Revenue.
Well, thanks, Mr. Speaker. In Budget 2025, it will be the next step in our plan to catalyze investment and build a new Canadian economy, one that creates higher-paying careers, raises incomes, and can withstand future shocks, which are ever more increasing with climate change and many global instabilities that we see. We are really laser focused on building the strongest economy in the G7. This fall, we will deliver a comprehensive, well-planned budget that advances those objectives, and we will deliver it with a new approach focused on reining in wasteful operational spending and focusing instead on capital investments in the big things that will drive this country and move us all forward. Thank you very much.
The member for Thornhill.
So, Mr. Speaker, we're back in the House after what seems to be a long summer vacation for this Liberal government, and we still have a youth unemployment crisis, which got worse. We've got chaos in our immigration system, which got worse. The crime and the lawlessness in our streets, which got worse. And the Prime Minister promised Canadians a new direction, a change in leadership, whatever it was. And instead, they got the same ideas from the same old ministers and the same predictable platitudes, and frankly, coming up short on results. But before the Liberals took the summer off, I asked a question about Canadian housing. So I'm going to talk about the market for a second as we see what's going on in the summer. Buyers can't buy and sellers can't sell, and that should be indicative of a massive policy failure. If you want to own a home in Vancouver right now, it's going to cost you an average of 13.5 times your income. In Toronto, it's 10 times your income. At the same time, housing construction is down. It's down by 50% in the GTA, and it's down 13% right across the country. This is a government that promised us the most ambitious housing plan since World War II, but they're going to miss their targets this year by 50%. So it's easy to see how all of this is happening with the lofty rhetoric I think you hear isn't really lining up with what they're actually doing. The person put in charge of housing in this country raised home building taxes by 141% while he was in Vancouver as mayor, and he let home prices skyrocket by 149%. That was my question. He's rewarding the municipalities who are following in the footsteps of the generous handouts for cities that refuse to get new housing built. We've seen a continuation of that over the summer, and he's preserving the high-tax red tape bureaucracy in Ottawa that stops progress and keeps prices high. In fact, what they're doing since I've asked this question is building a $13 billion corporation led by a former NIMBY deputy mayor from Toronto who is responsible for keeping the private sector out of the tendering process in that city. And at the very same time, the immigration minister is opening the doors to this country, pulling out a rubber stamp and adding about 20% more to the cost of a home. So let's break down what this all means and why I asked my question, which wasn't answered. Forget owning a home. You need to own, in order to rent, you need to make $46 an hour just to rent an apartment in Vancouver, $42 an hour in Toronto. We know that most jobs aren't like that and don't pay that. And it means half of young Canadians will now spend over 50% of their income on housing. It means that the 27% of homeless Canadians are now over the age of 50. And so what all of that means is that nobody is immune to the 10 years of housing hell that this Liberal government has created. I really hope that the parliamentary secretary was in training camp this summer, because it's going to take a lot of flexibility and verbal gymnastics to explain why this failure was so big and why it's getting bigger.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Housing and Infrastructure.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Canada is facing a housing crisis that demands bold action. That's why the Government of Canada has introduced the most ambitious housing plan in our country's history. This is a Team Canada moment when we must all come together and focus on what matters most for Canadians: housing, affordability, and a resilient economy. We're working closely with all levels of government, Indigenous partners, and the private sector to get the job done for Canadians. People across the country are struggling to pay their mortgages and rent and to keep up with the high cost of living. That's why our new government has moved forward with a middle-class tax reduction, like my colleague mentioned, that will provide tax relief for nearly 22 million Canadians, saving families up to $840 a year. It's why we're helping young families buy their first home by eliminating the GST for first-time home buyers. We need to build at scale quickly and bring down the cost for home builders. That's why we're working with municipalities to cut development charges in half for all multi-unit housing projects. Yesterday, the Prime Minister launched Build Canada Home, which will be responsible for building and financing affordable housing at scale. With an initial capital investment of $13 billion, it will catalyze a more productive home building industry and support more affordable housing options for low and middle income households. With that, we've also clarified the definition of affordable housing, making it based on income rather than based on median rent in the areas. We're going to do that with Canadian innovation, Canadian material, and Canadian workers. And we're going to continue building on the success of programs like the $4.4 billion Housing Accelerator Fund, Through this program, we've signed over 240 agreements with municipalities to cut red tape and increase housing density. That's what partnership is about. These actions are expected to support the construction of more than 750,000 new homes over the next decade. Finally, our government is taking action to grow and protect the supply of rental housing. We've removed the GST on new purpose-built rental buildings and committed more than $24 billion in loans to build almost 65,000 units through the Apartment Construction Loan Program. The federal government is using every tool at our disposal to lead transformative change in Canada's housing system and to make sure that every Canadian can find a home that meets their need and their budget. We're taking action. We're there for Canadian. We hope the opposition can support us. Thank you.
For Thornhill.
Speaker, the parliamentary secretary admitted one thing, which I agree with, that Canada is facing a housing crisis, that her colleagues and the minister that she's here for actually juiced with 141% of more taxes. They talk and talk and talk, and there's no action because this is exactly what had happened before. I'm not sure what it is about a technocratic central banker that always has them building a new bureaucracy, trying to convince people that more steps or more offices or more appointments is going to somehow speed things up and do it cheaper. If she is really serious about fixing what her government already broke, and we'll give her the opportunity now, since the minister won't answer the question, would she agree to make GST off of all homes that is $1.3 million and get rid of the capital gains and actually incentivize municipalities? She can answer that question right now.
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Housing and Infrastructure.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Canadians are facing a housing crisis that touches every corner of this country. That's why our government has launched a comprehensive housing plan, the most ambitious in our history, the most ambitious since the Second World War. We're working in partnership with provinces, territories, municipalities, Indigenous communities, private sector. We've spent all summer talking to industry. Actually, we've been talking to industry since last year to better understand how we can do this more quickly. We've spent all summer engaging with stakeholders to make sure that what we are putting forward in Build Canada Home is flexible and can address the crisis that we are facing. We're reducing barriers to construction, investing in new housing programs. We're supporting first-time home buyers, like I said earlier, with the GST rebate. And we are launched Build Canada Home to accelerate the pace of home building and build affordable housing at scale. We're here for Canadians. Thank you, Mr. Speakers.
The Honourable Member for Elgin, St. Thomas, London South.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's been nearly 3 months, actually a little over 3 months, since I asked the Minister of Justice a very important question to the people in my constituency and across the country, which was, in essence, when the Liberal government is going to stop putting the rights of offenders ahead of the rights of victims in this country. Now, over the summer, we have seen a proliferation, an expansion, a continuation of crime and lawlessness in large cities, small communities, all across this country. Now, on August 29th, the Justice Minister said, quote, "This isn't the Wild West," unquote. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to read some headlines that followed that comment. August 29th, repeat offender charged after alleged attack on transit police officer in Vancouver. August 30th, police say over 80 shots fired, 3 injured in downtown Hamilton shooting. August 31st, police say man 46 targeted in Vaughan homicide, 3 suspects wanted. September 1st, 2 men shot in Scarborough, Toronto police appeal for info. September 2nd, shooting at Abbotsford home leaves residents shaken but uninjured. September 3rd, 12-year-old charged with attempted murder in Markham shooting. Believe it or not, that 12-year-old was out on bail. September 4th, woman kidnapped, family member shot during yet another Ontario home invasion. September 5th, 2 people killed and 2 injured in a double homicide in Vancouver. To be respectful of this House's time, I'll just skip ahead to a few hours ago. Boy 12 and man charged after unhoused man killed in unprovoked attack, Toronto police say. A different 12-year-old. Every single day since the Minister of Justice mocked Canadians concerned about crime, there has been yet another example, and many more that I didn't have time to share today. Many of these cases, offenders out on bail, under release, under conditions after previous criminality that has already been known. This has long since passed, where we even need to provide evidence of how the bail system and the justice system in this country have been broken. The one thing we can say for certain is that this has all happened under the Liberal government's watch over the last 10 years. A series of legislative changes that have made bail easier to get and have resulted in more criminals out on the streets. This is a government that likes to say it listens to the experts. I'd like to highlight some of the thoughts that have been shared by police chiefs in my riding of Elgin St. Thomas, London South. One comes from the police chief in London, Ontario, Chief Ty Trong, who says this kind of violence and the total disregard for public safety is a symptom of a larger issue, and he said that issue is the criminal justice system. Chief Kyle Johnstone of Aylmer, we're seeing a troubling pattern where individuals with a demonstrated history of criminal behavior are being released back into the community only to reoffend within days. Chief Mark Roskamp of St. Thomas, the current bail approach continues to allow high-risk individuals to reoffend once released. My question for the Minister of Justice is very simple. When will the Liberal government accept the failure of Bill C-75 and introduce real bail reform that puts the rights of victims first?
The Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Finance and National Revenue.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I welcome the opportunity to speak today on the government's efforts to address crime and public safety. The impacts of crime on victims, their families, their friends, and their entire communities are far-reaching and long-lasting. Canadians deserve communities that are safe, and the government is committed to ensuring that the criminal justice system works effectively to keep Canadians safe and to hold offenders accountable. While this Parliament is still relatively young, the Government of Canada is focused and already taking action to address pressing issues facing our communities. During the election, we promised to strengthen the criminal code and move aggressively to protect victims by making bail laws stricter for violent and organized crime, for home invasions, car thefts, and human trafficking. The Prime Minister and Minister of Justice have both signaled the government's intention to move quickly on this legislation, and we heard the Justice Minister today talk about how that legislation is in short order forthcoming. I share my colleagues' concern, obviously, for the devastating impact that illegal drugs have had on Canadian communities, and my community is no exception. The Government of Canada has already introduced legislation through Bill C-2, the Strong Borders Act, to ensure the law enforcement has tools to keep our borders secure, combat transnational organized crime, stop the flow of illegal fentanyl, and crack down on money laundering. It will bolster our response to increasingly sophisticated criminal networks and enhance the integrity and fairness of our immigration system while protecting Canadians' privacy and charter rights. I would encourage all of my colleagues in this place to work together to ensure that we can achieve these goals as quickly as possible. Bill C-2 builds on past investments made by the Government of Canada, notably through December 2024's border plan. The plan focuses on 5 key pillars: detecting and disrupting the illegal fentanyl trade, 2, introducing significant new tools for law enforcement, 3, enhancing operational coordination, 4, increasing information sharing, and 5, minimizing unnecessary border volumes. Through an investment of $1.3 billion over 6 years to bolster security at the border and reinforce the immigration system, the plan also targets law reform to strengthen capabilities for immediate deployment of people and equipment. The government also appointed a fentanyl czar to provide national leadership coordinate federal efforts, and strengthen the response to the escalating harms caused by fentanyl and other toxic opioids. Mr. Speaker, the Government of Canada is serious about addressing illegal drugs and organized crime. While we could speak for much longer about the importance of this issue and the efforts the government is taking, I will conclude by highlighting that laws on their own won't result in safer communities. We require action by those responsible for the criminal justice system to effectively implement those laws and to ensure that there are resources in place so that the system is working as intended. That is why I'm happy that the government is making significant real investments in addressing these issues through recruiting 1,000 more RCMP officers, 1,000 additional CBSA personnel, including Border Services officers, intelligence analysts, and specialized chemists. There's much more to talk about, but have no doubt, Mr. Speaker, our government is focused on cracking down on crime and is addressing some of the bail reform issues that we have heard about that lead to repeat offenders. Thank you very much.
The member for Elgin, St. Thomas, London South.
Mr. Speaker, I think there might have been a misunderstanding here. I don't have a question about my taxes. I don't have a question about the lack of a budget from the Liberal government. I don't know why a question about bail reform was met with a response by the minister's parliamentary secretary for Finance and National Revenue. Evidently, bail reform is not a priority for the Justice Minister or even his parliamentary secretary to address this. But I'll be very clear on something. When the parliamentary secretary says that laws are not responsible for this, he is ignoring what police and provinces and municipalities across this country have said, which is that the Liberal government's Bill C-75 has directly caused there to be more of a revolving door, putting serious, sometimes violent offenders back out on the street. So will this Liberal government commit to repealing the principle of restraint that is putting criminals out on the street sometimes hours after they're arrested?
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thanks to the member opposite. Let me be clear. The Government of Canada is committed to ensuring that Canadians live in safe communities free from the poison of toxic drugs. We're also committed to addressing bail reform issues that will help ensure that individuals aren't out on bail. The Government of Canada has already introduced laws to strengthen our borders and address illegal drug activity, and has committed to introducing new legislation very soon to meet the specific commitments that we have made to Canadians, as well as the broader goal of maintaining a just and safe society for all. While crime continues to represent a serious challenge in our society, the government is meeting it head-on and working in lockstep with provinces and territories in this regard. I encourage all of us in this place to work together so that we can ensure that these efforts are successful, and that includes all opposition members. I look forward to that member playing a constructive part of the process.
Alors, la motion.
Order. The motion to adjourn the House is now deemed to have been adopted. Accordingly, this House stands adjourned until tomorrow at 10 a.m. pursuant to Standing Order 24-1.